I'm not going to try to explain the whole situation to you, Paulie.
It's fine.
Yeah, sometimes the F4 wiring, it's a very complicated thing, and let's just say it's not very conductive to conductivity.
Okay, but we're all good to go, though, Rich.
Yeah, we're fine.
Everything's fine.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks,
No problem.
Rich. You guys do a service to Dota 2 and to the community. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I feel like I've seen a fair number of handymen or plumbers or electricians.
I know how that movie ends.
I'm just glad
I've
you
seen a lot
guys
of
were
them
here.
online that look just like Rich. Same mustache.
Yeah. I think, Rich, I've now realized where I've seen that look before. It's Armageddon.
Armageddon.
You look like Bruce Willis from Armageddon.
That wasn't the video I was referencing.
Oh, we're on very different websites. Yeah, we're on very different websites. We're streaming different things.
All right. Well, whilst we're on that, let's move away from that and do a very quick preview. If you've just joined us, sorry for the delay. We are almost ready to get underway and welcome our teams to the arena. Back with that panel once more. Thanks to Kyle and Rich for fixing things. Let's look ahead. Excitement for the start of the day, obviously, yes. And then we've got this first matchup between PSG and Liquid. It's going to be a doozy.
I am looking forward to see what the crowd is like today. PSG.LGD playing in an elimination match. Going to be fighting for survival against Liquid. That is going to be insane inside the arena.
Yeah, actually, when you look out right now, the corners are filled as well, which might sound a bit weird to say that, but actually you can't really see the screen very well, which is why they don't generally sit there. Today they've got to.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be loud. Yesterday when they were playing, it was the loudest thing. I was sitting right out here still in the panel when it's happening, and I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear the casters that are on the main screen. It was crazy, and I expect to be more of the same.
Yep, absolutely. Teams obviously had to adjust this morning. They've got them psychologically. They're ready to go, and then they have to stop and then have to restart. What's that doing to them backstage right now? They've only got a couple of minutes before they come out.
I'm sure Kuro's already given a number of speeches to his team and then a break, and then he's like, all right, we're getting back into it, another speech. But, hopefully everyone's ready to go. I know I've been real anxious to watch some Dota.
Absolutely, between these two teams as well. PSG, the nerves are going to start coming now, aren't they? A couple of minutes out, coming out in a big arena with their home fans ready to cheer them.
Be interesting to see how they play around the crowd, or as some have said, maybe you have to kind of tune it out because it's a lot of pressure. They want to see PSG.LGD in the finals. Everyone wants to get there. And
absolutely. Is there more weight now on them, Grant, because they're the last surviving Chinese team?
I definitely think so. With their crowds, their ruthlessness, losing here would be the biggest disappointment for them. So I think there's a lot on their shoulders, and as Kat said, they just got to ignore it, get it out of there.
Yeah, people think that, from a foreigner's perspective, they think, the Chinese crowds are so harsh to the Western audience, but here's the thing. They're just as harsh, if not worse, to their own teams once they actually lose. They're going to get trashed on Weibo and stuff if they do actually go out here. So, again, you got to block all that out of your mind.
Have to.
Just play some Dota.
Yeah, just play some Dota.
Just another day
I
playing
remember
some
the
Dotes with the boys.
Was a bit, OGEG game was a bit, it felt like a pub game.
Yeah.
For a cool, few $1 million. But it wasn't like a pub because they basically have zoned everything else out. And that's what they've got to do today, isn't it? Both teams.
Absolutely. It's forget the pressure, what you're playing for, and just play Dota like it's any other game.
Yep. That's why I treat every single one of my pubs like I'm playing for millions of dollars.
Wow,
just
really?
so I'm under that
Reverse
pressure
psychology.
all the time. Yeah.
Reverse psychology. I love it. All right. Good stuff. We're almost ready, ladies and gentlemen, to get into game number one. Let's introduce you to the teams. First team to the arena for this lower bracket final are Team Liquid, led by the legend Kuroki. They have 4 previous TI champions on the roster from TI7, plus a TI finalist in Weeha. They have the experience, they have the knowledge, they have the power, and they've come all the way through the lower bracket from the very first round and are currently unbeaten. They are 9-0 at the main event. It's been an incredible journey by Team Liquid. Does it come to an end now, or is there another part of the story to write? One of the most successful teams in Dota 2 history, but still without an Aegis. Last year's runners-up, PSG.LGD, come out to the familiar chants of the crowd and are now finding themselves just one step away from a repeat grand final against exactly the same team. In that way, our Team Liquid. It's a magical final day as we get ready for our lower bracket final between these two giants of Dota 2. It seems almost incredible, Gods, when we talk about LGD as a team that haven't won the Aegis. You know, you think how long they've been around, and the teams they've formed, and the international teams, and the young teams. Just their competitiveness over the last 8 or 9 years has been incredible, and yet still that one thing is missing.
Yeah, the very first TI went to, TI2, they went 14-0 in the group stage.
Yep.
They came out of that group stage and was like, this seems unbeatable. How do we play against them? And then they've been at so many TIs since then, getting top 4, top 3, top 6, and have never quite come across the finish line.
Yeah,
Like, so close last year, but
is there something to it, Cap, or is it just competition?
You know, I would always say that, it's just competition and stuff. But, like, this TI has really changed my mind about that. Everyone talks about, like, curses and, like, the trends that are sent and, like, all these little things. I think they do add a bit of spice. I do think that they add something that is in the players' minds. You know, last year, they talked about the curse, right? They said, it's a China year, right?
Yep.
You know, and OG said, hey, you can't think that way,
by the
right?
way, last year. 8 is very lucky in China.
Yeah.
So all the gods aligned last year to make it LGD.
maybe you talk about curses and destinies. The Chinese meme around LGD is they're already the winners of the internationals. It's been like that all year round. It's their destiny to win TI, so they just have to fulfill it now.
Yeah, they do. Grant, it's always a testing time when you come to these lower bracket matches, no matter what the tournament. Does it make any difference to these players right now, the fact that it's TI and it's one step away from a grand final?
Oh, it definitely does. And as God said, like, they've been so close. I mean, last year, they probably thought they won Game 3, Game 4. Like, these games, you should have won. And in the back of their mind, they're just going to keep saying, it could have been that year, but push it out. And I think on the other side, Liquid, like, they're just composed. You saw, I love watching both teams walking out, see, like, who's waving, who's clapping and all that. You see Liquid, they look pretty carefree. Weehaw smiling the entire way out. Meanwhile, on the other side, you know, Ame with a couple hands in the air, but completely straight-faced.
Yeah, it's also interesting listening to the crowd and who they cheer for as well.
Yeah, I love it.
In terms of each of their players is slightly different. Ame got a huge roar at the start, but I think the biggest roar was from Maybe.
Yeah, it definitely was. Ame, I was like, man, Ame, you're not going to be able to beat that. And then at the end, he came on, and it was easily the loudest cheer. And on the other side, I thought it'd be Miracle, but no, it was Kuro.
Yeah, it was Kuro.
It was
yeah,
Kuro.
for sure, when they saw Kuro on the stage. We've now got a regular chant going on around the arena as well. It's exceptionally loud in here. It's getting louder and louder and louder. And the LGD fans are definitely making themselves heard early here on day number 6, the final day, Championship Sunday, as this man goes in search of a first title.
We may be in China, but they still know how to do a wave.
They do, don't they? Yeah.
Universal language.
Absolutely. The international wave. Fantastic. The atmosphere is absolutely electric in here. It really is. How do they shut that out in the booze, Cat? Because you can't get involved. You can't. I mean, I know some players are kind of fueled by it, aren't they? I love the hype. I love the hype. But actually, you can't let that in the booth. You need to shoulder that out now.
Yeah, there's I've heard like a lot of captains talk about like being able to remain cold when you're in these matches, right? Because outside of OG, Dota is best played in a more calm intellectual, just playing with your brain.
I'm with you so
and
far.
being able to understand that you don't want to get too much in the emotions,
Sure.
don't want to overextend yourself off of getting 1 kill, thinking you would get 2 or 3. You have to be able to be aware of all of these elements, all of these little variables, all these little math numbers that are running at you. You just have to be able to feel that game. And in order to do so, you have to remain calm. But OG has shown something different. And I think TI is a different tournament as well. GH said that TI is all about who chokes and who overperforms.
Yep.
And so far, we have all of our teams who have been overperforming. OG, LGD, and Liquid, I think, to each their own, have overperformed. I mean, Liquid started off with such a rough group stage that there's no doubt that they've come into the playoffs and overplayed their hand a bit.
Yeah, 9-0, Grant. That's when it's like, they've had a good run.
Yeah.
It's like 7-2, maybe 8-3. 9-0 is insane.
I mean, the fact you're in the losers bracket and you're undefeated on the main stage is just pretty unheard of, honestly.
Yeah, it's an incredible. It would be a record as well. I mean, it's already a record.
It is, yeah.
How far they've gone. They finished top 3. No team's ever done that from the first round of the lower bracket. It's insane to think that they could actually play in the final.
And definitely could. I mean, they have the momentum. That's the thing. As we talked about, PSG.LGD, they lost in the other bracket. They lost the last series they played, while Liquid they did the stomp.
Yeah.
They stomped Secret in the last series they played, so momentum is definitely always a factor.
How much did PSG pay attention to that? Because I don't think they necessarily would have thought they would end up playing Liquid at this point in the tournament, would they? After the group stages?
After the group stage, absolutely not. But you're kind of, when they looked at that Liquid Secret series, they're obviously considering both opponents very highly. They're probably looking at it more from a draft and strategy perspective about what heroes Liquid's prioritizing, how we're going to deal with the ALK, because obviously OG beat them with them. Now they're versing Liquid, who will also first 2 pick it. So a lot of those key heroes are going to be what they're focusing on when looking at those games.
Yeah, not too far away from their first draft. Let's turn our attention to a few of those key moments. Cap, the other one's got to be the IO Gyro, isn't it?
Yeah,
I don't
know if I don't know.
Get rid of it. Don't let them play it.
I mean, Alchemist surely isn't going to be showing, but is IO going to make an appearance?
Both teams play,
I could
too.
see,
I mean,
could
but Liquid
definitely
haven't shown it as a carry. At this
They
point.
haven't.
So it's a GH special, no doubt about that. And they have paired it with the Gyro consistently. So is that
Gyro
what they
by
want?
himself even has been
Yeah.
really strong at this tournament. We saw yesterday maybe attempt to carry the game with his mid gyrocopter right against OG. Yeah, I don't know. There's draft definitely a lot to talk about, but I'm actually interested in what our panel I haven't actually heard. Do you guys have a favorite for this series, one way or the other? Because it's really hard to say, right?
Yeah. No, I'm with Casey. I told you earlier when she said, I want all 3 games. I kind of do for the different reasons, but I'm still, for me, I want FY.
Guts?
My gut says Liquid.
Does it?
They're
Whoa.
this 9-0 run.
No, I get it. I get it.
It just feels like everything is clicking for them. To me, they're in the lower bracket, like what OG is in the winning bracket, where it just feels like nothing's going to stop them. And then those 2 teams could match up in the grand finals, and it's going to be I don't know how that goes down, but
that would be TI7 winners versus TI8 winners.
Oh, man. And I'd say Liquid, I mean, they're undefeated. How do you go against a team who hasn't lost a game on the main stage? That's numbers.
No. But in Dota, though, you often think the other way. The longer the streak goes on, the more likely it is that it'll be broken, don't you? Because it's rare teams win 2-0. Most Dota tournaments, the big ones anyway, it's 2-1 because of the way that the flow and drafts and everything else works.
I agree, and I think the biggest thing is I honestly do, before we got into these last couple days, I thought OG and PSG.LGD were way above everyone else. Secret, EG, they're good and all that, but these teams look so dominant in the winner's bracket, and then slowly Liquid was creeping up. So I think it is very even, but I just can't bet against undefeated.
Okay, Cap, you asked the question. Where's your bet?
I'm leaning with LGD here. Sorry, say OG. I'm leaning with LGD here, actually. Just something about as Grant said, they had such dominant performances in the upper bracket. I can forgive the Alchemist. You lose to it twice, it's whatever. Shake it off. You see if you could beat it. You can't. Okay, you learned something about it. Now you're gonna go clean up Liquid real quick in the lower bracket and get your rematch against OG.
Okay. So you think this is a PPD play against CDEC? It's exactly what Peter did in the upper bracket final. Gave him what he wanted to see if he could beat it. Figured he couldn't. Got that information ready for the final. You think that's the PSG way?
Better to get that information now than being 2-0 in the grand finals, right?
Yes.
Or 0-2.
yeah. Being 2-0 in the final would be quite,
Oh,
quite a
that's
good
great,
thing. I'd be
yeah.
quite happy with that. And in terms of the approach the Liquid take to this, as God said earlier, they're quite chilled, I guess, because they've done so well. But is it not? Does that not change the closer you get? Because you kind of go, oh, we didn't really expect to be here. Now we're only one game. Does that not come into your brain a bit?
It's every team. You get further than your expectations, you're still disappointed. RNG talked about it. They just didn't want to get past the best of ones. They didn't want to get bottom 4. And in their exit interview, they still said, yeah, we went past that, but we're still disappointed even without top 8. Secret yesterday, they got 4th place. That's the best Team Secret's ever done in TI. And still, they're not happy with that. I don't think any of these two teams playing here are going to be happy with a loss. You always want to go one step further.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, 3rd place is not where you want to finish at TI, that's for sure, because you want to play in the last game. OG sit here. They're quite happy right now. Chilling, watching these two teams. They've already said they quite like a crack at Liquid in the final. But I don't think they're disappointed if they get PSG. They've got their number right now.
I'm sure, especially because we will say it, after game 1, when OG won, they did get booed a little bit. I mean, then when they came back out, they saw, they're like, wait, this is helping them, I think. No tail throwing out the hearts over and over. No one can really boo OG. Yeah, it's so hard, and they're just sitting back, and they do not care who they play. Sure, they might want Liquid, but they're like, we're going to beat whoever we see.
Seb with the call out.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you anymore, crowd.
It's like the most lovable team in Dota getting booed.
Oh,
I loved it. I'm a big OG fan because they've got Nausea on their team, but seeing them get booed by this crowd because they want to see LGD win, that felt like being in a sports arena.
It did, right?
It was
and I know
amazing.
there's been some criticism online. I've seen it. I've had plenty of it on my own timeline. Thank you very much, and I don't want any more. But it is kind of legitimizes it in some ways. If you ever go to a Barcelona game and they're playing another team at Barcelona, guess who they boo? They boo the other team. It's not disrespectful. It's just the opponents for the day. It's like 90 minutes of rivalry. You're my enemy for 90 minutes. Afterwards, we're fine, right? And it's the same here. All the Chinese people that we've been around are super friendly, super helpful, super nice. They're all massive Dota fans, but in particular, they want to root for their hometown team. I don't see anything wrong with that.
They care. They love Dota, and they care, and they love their teams.
Yeah, they do. But they've also supported plenty of the players as well. They've all got their favourites. I mean, Anna is massive out here.
Yeah.
The fandom that Jack was explaining it to me the other day. He is absolutely huge in China.
They welcomed Liquid in this series with applause. A shout out to any of the Western viewers who have come over into this. We actually just saw it on the Chinese stream. There was a couple from Finland who was just in the crowd shot. And he's just a sea of LGD shirts,
Two Jerax
flags,
fans, all the
LGD
way.
is invincible, everything. And I think that's one of the best parts of TI for me in the past has been the hardcore Chinese contingent that always came over to watch the games.
Absolutely.
Right? And they would all back themselves behind the Chinese casters, and they would be a little bit quieter, but the volume they came out from that section whenever the Chinese teams were playing, that was just amazing. They were able to rival the Western audience in so many ways, and now they vastly outnumber the very few foreign audience that is here. But
it's a very much an international event, as we said earlier on. 37 different languages taking the feeds over this main event. A week of 6 days of competition here at the International 2019, and plenty of different ways to watch, including binoculars. It seems
nice.
Nice. Love the tablet memes. They're always out there as well. I like the LED signs as well. The scrolling LEDs, they're quite fun because you can pretty much do anything you want out there as well. Great to see the crowd having a little bit of fun. I hope you're having fun at home as well, wherever you're tuned in from. I know it's been a challenging time in terms of time zones, but you know what? You've been spoiled because the previous 8 time zones have been fine. You can forgive one, I'm sure. And we're obviously moving towards our first draft of the day between these two teams. Looking ahead a little bit as well, we've already mentioned OG. They're chilling out right now, no problem at all. Strategically speaking, who have been the stronger of these three? Because OG, it feels like they're running on memes or something, or fuel of some kind that's nothing to do with the actual Dota.
Rainbows and flowers.
Exactly,
and
right?
friendship.
Absolutely, right? It does seem a bit out there with stuff that they do. But in terms of strategic, who's been the strongest of the three?
I would say PSG.LGD. They're just a very strategically sound team. Their coach, 357, brings a ton of experience and strategy to the table. They're just a very formulaic team in a lot of ways, and to me, we're ahead in a lot of those OG games. They lost that series, but it wasn't because they got outdrafted.
Right. That's
Just,
almost that's a rival back to last year's fight. It felt like they won 4 of the 5 games and yet they lost 3-2.
Yeah, that was something crazy about that series and the upper bracket finals. I just remember constantly thinking like, oh, LGD has this, and then, you know, just a little bit of impatience. We saw it in the upper bracket finals here yesterday as well, where LGD was ahead, and certain decisions like around the Roshan pit, where they chose to contest Roshan despite knowing the fact that they couldn't really do it. They end up giving up Roshan and the Aegis, and they give away 3 heroes as well. Like, maybe you can give up the Rosh, maybe you could take the fight, but you can't lose both, right? And that just was such a blow that it just ended game 2 almost immediately.
I'm actually a little bit opposite of Gods. I feel like Liquid has shown, I know LGD, their drafts are a little more stable, but I've seen Liquid, they've pulled out more strategies. They've shown, like, if you ban this, we'll play this, and I feel like people haven't really pushed PSG.LGD out of their comfort zone yet. And Liquid, they've been all out of their comfort zone with the Wisp getting banned. They can pick it up if it's not. I feel like they just have a little more diversity in their pool, and maybe it won't come into play. Maybe PSG.LGD will just get that tied, and then they're going to play, and they could just win.
It's interesting, actually, when you look at the heroes picked. OG are right in the middle. They're in the middle band. PSG are right at the bottom in terms of the amount of heroes. They've had 38 heroes played at this event, which is third lowest. 57 for Team Liquid.
That's pretty crazy, and it really does go to show.
I mean, I think it proves Grant's point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, guys. It's been a pleasure, as always. Our first game just moments away, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to head to our draft panel and introduce you to the lower bracket final.
PSG.LGD versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
Folks, before we even start talking about the series, before we even start talking about the draft, I think we just look at this TI as a whole. We look at some of the things that already happened, because so much history has already been etched into those clay tablets, those tomes of Dota history, and you have an entire region having their highest placing of all time. You have your longest losers bracket run. The question is, what else are we going to see? Are we going to see a 2-time champ? Are we going to see a back-to-back champ? This series is going to shine a lot of light onto that, because first of all, how long is this losers bracket run going to be able to go?
Seriously, not just a run, but undefeated. Talk about a real road. This is a different type. Imagine, like, we talk about Secret, losing yesterday to the same team, Liquid, 3 years in a row. What's crazy is that Kuro, he's been in this sort of position before as well, but as a winner. To win TI7, they went through the loser bracket. They ended up with a 3-0 in the grand final. Like, they just killed it. They've got to be building in confidence, you'd imagine, as they progress.
Dota's a game that's so easy strategically to drop one draft, to like mess up one time in a crucial moment. And to be 9-0 even in the group stage would be insane. And they're 9-0 at the main event, taking game like series from teams like Secret. These aren't 9-0 runs against the middle class teams of TI.
Yeah, they are on an absolute tear. I think there are a lot of heroes for anybody who is just tuning in for Championship Sunday, maybe hasn't gotten to take a look at groups or what's happened here thus far at the main event. There are definitely some heroes that we think about instantly. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be one who's going to be talking too much about what we expect in the draft panel, but I know that Alchemist is good.
I was like, do I need to throw it to that? Because you'd probably know that, Alka's probably what you need. I don't want to see that hero at all today.
Yeah.
It's just one of those, we don't even need to talk about it.
Well, I feel like one of the other heroes that we haven't been talking about as much recently that I feel really is kind of in that tier in a lot of ways, though, is the Enchantress, too. Do you think that we could be seeing some Ench today, Kyle?
It's possible. I think of all the power heroes in the meta, that's the one that's most solved. It was super popular as well during Liquid's TI7 run, but more importantly, it's not the same in the sense that it's a lane dominator, and the impetus, as you said, it's gone, but Liquid first picked Tiny.
Okay, so last series against OG, LGD had first pick and banned IO. So people have been talking about that they can play IO, but the fact that IO's been mainly played as a core in the deciding games, LGD hasn't proved that they can do that. It doesn't really seem like Ame's style, and I think Liquid's almost saying, calling the bluff. We picked Tiny, one of the most sought out heroes this meta as well. Are you going to be willing to pick IO in such an important game?
I don't think so, because after the change with the Ags to Ally going from 15 to level 20, the IO Gyro of PSG.LGD, that was their bread and butter, and it's just not that same power level anymore, but as a core, that's when it starts to look sick. Elder Titan, arguably the best support on the patch.
Best laning hero in the entire game. The one change I didn't know about that Fog just couldn't stop talking about is that a Spirit gives you armor.
Yeah.
And strength heroes in lane that have innate ways of getting armor, you just trade so well. The hero's still the same. Suddenly you give him 7 armor when a Spirit comes back to him, and you can't trade at all.
Plus a ton of damage, move speed. It's just, it's not balanced in the laning phase, and that's the same opener they used yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah, Tiny Void, one of the most broken combos right now with the new Ag Scepter on Tiny. You can dump in, what, like 2,000 AoE damage into a Chrono mid to late game. And the only weakness of Tiny's Ags is that people can get out of it. There's really no, other than a select few abilities in all of Dota, there's nothing that moves people out of Chrono. And that's what makes Void just so potent to be able to pick this early.
And if there were abilities that did so, they'd be supports for the most part. You know, the Vengeful Spirit as an example. You can't really choose that anymore as PSG.LGD. You'd have a very one-dimensional 3-hero core, and what, you're gonna run like a mid Rubik or something? We've seen it in the past, but you're most likely just gonna have to make do with Rubik ET as your 4-5.
Overall, stylistically, I think a lot of the analysts have been saying when you look at LGD, you said that this is a team that's playing textbook Dota at the highest level, right? Like, they don't need to recreate, come out with any cheese necessarily. They're going to just be able to do what you would expect a team to do, but they do it the best. Do we expect to see that in this draft?
Absolutely, but you need this execution level in the late game. They're going to need some way to make team fights simple for them. Maybe some reliable way to shut down the Void from getting his Chrono off. Because if that Chrono goes off, whoever's in it is going to die. And that just makes the game, like, you're operating on such pins and needles.
And we saw Liquid do something similar with the Wyvern last pick yesterday, where they were playing up against this Mag, this high physical damage lineup, but they had that trump card, the just combo break that would deal with the huge AoE ultimate. So in this scenario, I think it's PSG.LGD you've got to look for something like that. And unfortunately, again, it's the supports. They already have them selected. So unless they want to do something unconventional, you're in a rough spot. And I love the bans from Liquid. They take out arguably the two best strength-based initiators that are mid and maybe's comfort heroes. It would be an excellent counter to the Void. You tank through the Chrono, as you said. You can't really, you have to stay inside of it.
Yeah.
So you need survivability.
Yeah, and also Kunkka the X is really good against Void's escape mechanism, so it's almost this dual, like, you have the initiation factor that shuts down the Void from those two heroes, and also, like you said, if you get them in the Chrono, it doesn't necessarily mean they die.
Right, eating ships, not going to be a worry now that they get that out of the way. What do you expect to see? What holes need to be filled here, Kyle?
That's a tough question, Rich. They take out the Lion. This is the turn, probably the most important part of a draft from the second pick position, because last pick usually have a lot of time remaining. You know what hole you're looking to fill in your draft. Whereas here, you have so many different ways to go because there's heroes you might want, but now, as an example, you take Centaur, you've revealed that this is your offlaner, you've got the support combination, there isn't much role versatility remaining. They're going to look to just save their cores for the last 2 picks and counter what they feel like Liquid's doing.
So just to reiterate that, if you're looking at, as like probably out of all the analysts, I'm probably the second lowest MMR, something like that, when you look at this third pick, do you go, okay, this is when all of a sudden we start to see where the chips are falling? Is this really that pressure point?
LGD has kind of just said this is how we're going to approach fights. They've given you a lot of damage, the disengage as well as the engage from your Centaur ultimate, but they haven't really said this is how we plan to win the game. This is what scales us into the game. All these heroes are kind of enablers to whatever is going to be picked.
And it's cool because you look at the different philosophies where Liquid, they just come out and they 1-2 pick their 1 and their 2.
Yeah.
PSG.LGD, they're, as you said, setting up the rest of their draft, whereas Liquid's like, look, we know the concept that works. As God said, I really love the point. OG approaches Dota as an art. Liquid, it's a science. They are very, very prepared. They boot camp by far longer than any other team, and it's no surprise they're here.
And also, if we're going to call Liquid scientists, they've definitely been in the lab. They have played so many games on the main stage already, dropping down to that lower portion of the bracket, facing elimination, and just 9-0 to get here. And I actually spoke to Puppy yesterday after he was eliminated, and the first thing that he said was, my team got better in the losers bracket. And I think that that's something that Liquid will be able to bring today.
I love this Mirana pick. I was thinking to myself, I wanted a support that would make my job as a Void easier to get a Chrono off. And when you're Mirana Invis, it's just hard for them to ever go on your Void.
Yep. And when you have the superior team fight, it's also important to ensure you have some sort of hero that acquires vision. Mirana, you scout with arrows, sure, but it's more about the Invis. So if you have a terrain or just any sort of engagement that Liquid have more information, there's no save for the Chrono right now. There's an arrow follow-up. You're going to be able to 100-0 a target, no problem. You just need to be sure that you are the ones actually initiating the engagement.
Yeah, and it's even nicer with Mirana nowadays because you play it as a 4 for people who haven't been keeping up with the tournament. It's a hero that was first banned almost all throughout the group stage, and as the tournament's gone on, people have been like, okay, well, now we can't really deal with Alchemist anymore. Now that's kind of taking the slot of Mirana, and being able to pick up such a high-value hero in this meta 3rd in the draft, I mean, it synergizes well with the Void as well. The guaranteed setup for arrow. You're going to most likely pair it in lane with something that sets it up. The most popular has been Ogre throughout the tournament, but obviously first round banned.
And I always like to kind of try to take a peek into what we think the game's going to look like. First, let's talk about this gyro.
I like it. I'm a big fan of mixed damage cores when you're playing with an Elder Titan. The Spirit increases magical damage, the Hero, the physical. So late game, you get up close and personal. Doesn't matter if there's BKBs, that gyro is going to be doing tons of bonus damage thanks to the minus armor. But early mid game, a Spirit, a Rocket, the gyro Q, the ultimate, it's so much damage.
And typically, especially even if you haven't been following Dota as much this year, I mean, you go back to maybe like the CQ Major, and it was obviously still very popular. When you think of Gyro and IO, they're basically the Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie of Dota, right? This is just a power couple, and you typically did see them together. But when they're separated, they're still pretty dang good, especially here in this meta. We've seen Gyro by itself quite a bit, and IO all of a sudden becoming a core. It definitely has become quite iconic to see both of them by themselves. And when we've been talking about IO even, we're not necessarily thinking about the gyro.
Yeah. I would love to see something like an Oracle coming out for Liquid. It's really good in laning against Centaur. You can purge the Retaliate buff, and there's so much magic damage. Having a save on a hero like Void or Tiny, I think will make their fights even easier. It doesn't necessarily have to be that exact hero, but I personally would prefer the counter initiation aspect because you have so much reliable damage if you can get it off, that as long as one of your main cores doesn't die right at the start of the fight, I have to envision fights will go in Liquid's favor.
And to Rich's point about like the history going into this game, right? You've got already FY Rubik. You've got Maybe, who beat me like 4 years ago at TI5 with the mid gyro. Ame also exceptional at it, and they're looking to go toe-to-toe with Liquid in the early to mid game. A 4th pick Tinker. They did this the other day.
Yes, they did. The damage in Chrono is almost, it was already there, and now it's really there. Gyros doesn't like to play against heroes that punish you for running in, and Tinker probably on my book is like the #1 on that list.
And you look at it, Gyro is the main source of your damage. The PSG.LGD lineup, it's all about setting up this hero to do maximum DPS. Liquid, you now have tools. There's no counter to Chrono right now on the Radiant draft, and this is very dangerous because if the game goes late enough, it's child's play. Your Chronosphere the gyro, you kill him.
Well, that's the big thing that I do want to bring up. You say if the game goes late enough, how long is it going to take for something like this Tinker to really get online?
I don't really think it's going to take that long, to be honest. Once he gets a blink, he's incredibly survivable this game. He is going to have that fragile window where he gets the boots, like before the boots of travel, before the blink comes out, that they have so much gap close with the Centaur that all these heroes can get on top of him. But once he gets it, I don't see how they kill him.
It's less, I think, about killing Tinker, more about trying to take his tier 1s early.
Yeah.
Something the Alliance guy said on panel about this Centaur. You want to play away from him for the initial 8 to 12 minutes of the game. Let him shove waves, let him tank towers, hit them back. If he can kill tier 1s, as the other heroes of PSG.LGD can rotate around the map, make Wee's life difficult, that's going to be a big edge for them. If you leave Tinker towers to teleport to, it becomes harder and harder to push out lanes and actually take any sort of objectives, which buys so much time for Liquid.
I do want to go back to that Rubik as well. I feel like if you're just hopping in, watching right now, and you've watched TIs, you know that face. I think that this is just one of the most picked heroes at this tournament, period. And by product of that, one of the most winningest heroes that you can lock in. And if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it.
Indeed. And the beauty of it is we've seen him make such incredible plays on this main stage already. The FY Rubik, the game iconic where he stole the Phoenix egg after Supernova to get it off, turn around a big engagement. The Void's going to have to be very careful because if you don't time dilate after Chronosphere, FY is real quick. He says he's only got 3 to 5 years. He's already been here for 5. And
Wait.
I love...
Shadow Demon is still in the draft 9th pick. This is a hero like you have the setup. I even like it almost more than the Oracle. I said I wanted a save, and now it's not only just a save, but like you said, in the early to mid game, it's a nice, reliable, low cooldown setup for the arrow. That hero is one of the most busted heroes in all of Dota, in my opinion. And I guess sometimes when there's just all these heroes going up in value throughout the tournament, these heroes get forgotten.
Yeah, and mind control, right? Oh! There's your Tinker counter right there. All of a sudden, PSG.LGD, they've got this excellent team fight, and as soon as you get in to the point of the game where Spectre can just go straight for Tinker, they have so much damage, so much vision control. That's a really cool 22 pick by LGD.
If he can get past the early to mid game on Spectre, the Shadow Demon does cause a lot of issues that early on, but if you get past that stage, you are the be-all, end-all counter. Tinker.
And you can toggle the Radiance too, right?
Absolutely.
So Shadow Demon, you will not be able to steal it. We've seen Ame go multiple different builds. Can go either way, but this is one of the more balanced drafts I've seen so far on the main stage. This is going to be great.
All right, so we're liking what we do see in the draft on both sides, but to really shine a light on how both of these teams can potentially win, we are going to go to one of the glowiest brains in Dota. Purge, what are your last words?
Well, it's an interesting draft on both sides. Both teams got almost exactly what they wanted. On the LGD side, they ran a very similar draft to what they played against earlier against OG. It was an Elder Titan-based lineup with lots of magic damage. They opened both supports early, followed with a Centaur. This basically kind of leaves the other team, Liquid, in the dark. But Liquid also got everything they wanted. They opened with the very strong Faceless Void Tiny combo, which seems very broken in the late game, maybe only less broken than the IO carry. Here that was surprisingly ignored in the draft. And then they also followed up with amazing Mirana combos. Mirana with Faceless Void is ridiculously good. The fact that they got Shadow Demon with their last pick was exactly what Liquid wanted. You couldn't design a better draft there. But on the other side, that LGD last pick with the Spectre was so excellent. It's going to give them a hero that can get on top of the Tinker, which is really what they need. Because if Liquid's able to delay the game and keep themselves covered with Chronosphere, it's going to be really easy for them to keep getting their tiny combos. So without further ado, let's hop into the first match of the lower bracket today. Let's send it over to the casters.
Oh, we are so ready for this. I just live to hear balanced draft come out of the drafting panel. Sind, do you feel it too? Do you feel like both teams are in for a chance here in game one?
Well, and on top of all that balance, Purge just sent it to us with, I think, half a second left, so also perfectly balanced there. Maybe it's just a balanced day. The suits are balanced among the hosts. Like, everything is just the way it's supposed to be. And yeah, I agree, though. This draft is great. I actually thought LGD were kind of in trouble until this last pick Spectre. And if this would have been banned out by Liquid, I'm wondering where LGD would have gone with this, because we've seen Liquid play this lineup with the Tinker Void. If you can't take towers and put pressure early, they hit this mid-late game timing where their team fights are ridiculous and you're constantly struggling with your waves. But Spectre fulfills multiple roles in this game. It can get on top of the Tinker. It can outscale LGD or Liquid's heroes as well. And they have both the Spectre and the Gyro to go into the late game.
Kuro's going to say high in the mid. The arrow's going to fly forward. Perfect stun. We're already beginning our lower bracket final right here with a max stun duration. Chalice will go down. Weehar is able to laser him. The crowd's starting to get behind LGD as they brought 4 heroes towards the mid, but Liquid, they were waiting for the retaliate stacks to be built up, and they answer them back.
Silver lining for Chalice, now he has 13 of them, because they were killing him. So at least he has max stacks when he goes into lane. But yeah, that's a good start for Liquid here. Getting the first blood on Weehai, especially great. Being able to have that head start in the mid lane against Gyro, which already should be a Tinker favored matchup, I think, at least by a bit. So now he might be able to even dominate against Somnus. Bounty runes, 2 for 2.
Yep, and it also means too that Team Liquid, they're able to move their lanes around, but they're going to run Miracle as this Faceless Void on the off lane, working with the SD and Mirana combination. The panel was saying very, very simple. They can transfer this anywhere they need to, but it means that, LGD had to be a little bit careful. They still took a lot to get through Chalice, so he's heading towards the safe lane for LGD. So it won't be the easiest kill on the safe laner. But this now allows LGD to push Ame into the offlane, harassing Mind Control down, who is nowhere near as survivable as the safe lane Centaur, especially when ET is keeping the Spirit right on top of Mind Control. Feeling the pressure hard.
Oh, Chalice.
Here we go again.
Walk out.
Disruption. Arrow. Perfect long time stun. TP support's coming in from X-Nova, but how much can he really do to help out? Chalice taking so much damage. Miracle in his body, block him up with the illusions of Kuro, even while he's being harassed by X-Nova. And Liquid go 2 on the board. Chalice and I both timed. But hey, still 13 retaliate.
Oh, he's actually going to walk top. He's not even TPing to get to the tower.
Are they thinking that Liquid will change the lanes on him, or?
Maybe he's keeping his options open, and also just, since the wave is not accessible right now anyway, he would only probably be getting deny experience. So maybe he feels like it's not worth it. He's going to walk up here. And it gives them a bit more rotation potential since they already TP'd X-Nova top. If they also TP Chalice, Liquid can basically do whatever they want with the lanes. So they're keeping it safe in case of adjustments.
Up how Kuro is now chasing the Spirit. It's like, I know where he's going to be. Marana, stay with me. Centaur's going to come as well. Disruption up on top. Somnus, yeah, he's going after Weeha. The arrow is tanked up by Charles up on the top lane, so X-Nova protected by that Centaur.
Somnus really wants to go for the kill. He put in a lot of damage into Weeha. He's going to homing missile him now. He could just dive him here. I think Weeha's dead.
Yeah, he's got second level Rocket Barrage. Weeha's going to... Oh, he tried to Fairy Fire, but it will not be enough. Somnus brings him down and really underestimates the damage from the Gyro.
That's so big for Somnus too. He's playing against a hero who got first blood. It's innately unfavorable to start off this lane, but now he's ahead.
This just never ends. The easiest combination of Liquid's life. They'll take Chalice once again, but we're starting to reach the point of diminishing returns. He's 0 for 3 on this Centaur, not a single CS, 2.5 minutes in, and this time he TPs out to the lane.
Yeah, because this time there's immediate experience in the tower, and they're pulling with Elder Titan. When you're playing an aggro tri-lane kill lane like this, you need to get multiple kills to make it worth it. Because you are sharing the experience among 3 heroes, and in the meantime, this bottom lane Spectre is having a good time together with Rubik. But now they've swapped it around. They don't want to stay at 3 anymore. I think this is a good time to swap things out for Liquid. But it also means that now Chalice will have a very easy time. Shadow Demon Void, what are they going to do to you as Centaur? You're just going to free farm now in this lane.
Yeah,
but they slowed him down.
Without the Marana arrow stun, there really isn't that much you can do against him, but they needed to bring something down here. Arme was just getting free farm. And FY, always a dangerous thing. FY's Rubik is just, it's insane without farm. It's incredible with farm. I don't know if that's really an upgrade in descriptive words.
I was about to say.
But it's just cool anyway.
It's cool with any farm.
Yeah.
Mind Control taking some big damage bottom. He has no regen left. GH can give him a tango, but Mind Control will either die or need to use the courier in the long run down here, so they can keep harassing him out, especially when FY finds level 3 soon. The big increase in damage on Fade Bolt ramping up. And Mind Control is hoping to find a rune with the bottle that he wants to purchase at minute 4, but Arm is not going to let him get the rune.
No, the Weeha's moved over and
get it. 2 heroes they want the rune, but actually Mind Control probably wouldn't have taken it regardless. He just wanted to buy his bottle. Let Weeha have the rune, but there's no rune.
Yeah,
it's a double damage.
Yeah, Gyrocopter grabbed that one from top river. Mind Control still ready to find on bottom. It's now the biggest combination. It's a level 2 on the tree throw. The arrow is able to connect over on Arme. So some chip damage, but you've still got Arme with 6 stick charges and the healing salve. Even if you feel like you're getting a lot of damage in, this is still a Spectre.
Yeah, they're not killing in this lane without an extra hero coming in. He's going to use his 10 sticks just to be able to build up more, get full value out of these sticks already.
Now stuns coming out on top lane. Kuro getting a lot of damage. Charles with the great hooks off. X-Nova's got that plus 43 damage. And the captain of Team Liquid, Barry fires up, tries to make a break towards the tree line, but it won't work. Turns instead for the catcher to actually help out Miracle. If you get a couple more bashes, Chalice may be in trouble, but all this is happening while the 5-minute rune's going on, and Mind Control dies down in the bottom lane. FY and Arme comboing together.
Oh, and LGD are going to get 4 runes too, Toby. This is a huge win for them. All 4 runes, Chalice survived, and they got 2 kills. LGD just came back in this game in a big way. Came back, it's like they were behind. I mean, it's even, but they took a lead, rather.
Yeah, it was about 800 was the net worth, 5 minutes in, that Liquid was able to ensure, but yeah, with the kill and the runes, it swings the way of LGD. Same for the experience.
Currently 4 wards on the courier for LGD. Flying out. Might drop them on FY here and let him make a little bit of a movement with smoke. They're not going to smoke. Maybe yes, maybe no. Nope, not smoking.
I was actually wondering about the movement from LGD. Like, how confident are you that you don't need to really stay on top of Weeha? He's been pulling back. Like, he had 1 stack that he was able to farm up. They're now prepping another set for him, but Weeha, we saw what he did yesterday. It was global presence, an uncatchable global presence.
In this game, it's catchable.
Look at him go. Gyro's just moving over. It's like, wait, I'm fairly certain there was meant to be a Tinker here, but Tinker's moved back to the mid lane.
Good defensive ward from Kuro, placed there on the around the top rune. So they do realize the movement's coming and they back out. But Somnus still has haste for a little bit. Okay, I thought he was maybe even thinking about diving, but he's gonna try to get denies. We'll get a couple by the looks of it.
Means Kuro's going to protect the stacks now, keeping the ET away, and puts a 1-1 lane up on top.
But yeah, I'm not sure how much you have to invade the Tinker here. You don't want to give him complete free farm, but considering he's already been solo killed by maybe mid, you've already slowed him down that good amount. And if you let him farm some jungle, in comparison to the game we saw from him yesterday on Tinker, this time he has just flat out has a worse matchup. Spectre is one of the classic hard counters to Tinker. Can always find him and get on top of him. And if Spectre finds Tinker, you can follow up. That's the whole power of this lineup. You have Stampede to get heroes in range. You have the Elder Titan Spirit that can get on top of Tinker as well and stomp him. Just plenty of problems this game for Weehaw, even if he has a good game.
Great vision being planted down by Kuro. You said defensive ward that was able to protect the Tinker from being ganked up by the Somnus rotation. Now his Observe ward watches FY coming to the mid. It won't see the smoke of X-Nova as well as Somnus, as once again they move in.
Don't want to get Miracle. Stampede is coming online. This is the perfect timing for this move. And they're also going to use the opportunity to place a deep lane ward top, but it looks like Miracle realizes something's fishy here.
GH is coming around the back lines. Miracle has Chronosphere available. X-Nova got on the wrong side of the drags. The arrow will connect. Miracle just needs a couple of hits. And down goes X-Nova. They back out of the fight. Somnus is already back over in mid lane, where FY is trying to get his level 6.
They're probably going to be anticipating that some vision must have been placed by LGD here when they smoke the ET and the gyro in together, but they have no idea which ward it is. There's multiple pings coming out from Liquid. Is it this one? Is it this one? They might check the real one last.
They're going top. Invis room from Somnus wants to go to work. Miracle just time walks himself away. Somnus will see this, but coming into the tier 1 tower isn't something they want to do. As Weehaw can now finally take these stacks with rearm and a level 3 march to the machines. To start to move his net worth up the field. He was the only, oh geez, there's 3 heroes above 3k and he wants to join them, just able to do so.
And Liquid are going to give Kuro some space mid, and FY is going to take space from LGD. Both supports looking to get these levels. And this is the danger when you play these tri-lanes in the start, even if it was only for 3 or 4 minutes. Kuro's level 3 minute 9. GH is level 5.5, so that's good. But on LGD's side, it's kind of similar. X-Nova has mainly been stacking and moving around towards, so also pretty low on those levels. Whereas FY is looking at a level 6 in mid, so pretty even across the board overall on levels.
That's a lot of stacks they're prepared inside the jungle. Have they got enough to clear through this with Arme?
I'm gonna say no.
With 2 points dispersion, there's only, like, the second point in flat cannon just came into Somnus too. Dangerous prospect to leave that up if, like, Weehaw would even feel remotely confident to move across the river. But Arme will get through one of them.
Yeah, there's no way Weehaw comes over here. If anybody does, it's the Tiny of Mind Control that could walk up and try to steal some of it. But looks like Arme can at least farm the medium camp double stack, so that's nice for him. The hard camp double stack will kill him right now, but he might stack it one more time before the 10-minute mark, maybe stick around for the shrine, but no, he's going to go all the way back to base. Maybe try to get ready to haunt for the runes, but he's actually late for that. So I think LGD will be settling for a 2-for-2 rune trade this time around instead of the 4-0 they got last time.
Yeah, unless Mind Control wants to contest it. He's looking for the avalanche. That'll create the space. X-Nova, however, still was able to pick up the bounty room. Mind Control will get one of the charges from the bounty in bottom. His top lane's just been sitting on the edge. FY, it's looking for a nice deal. Starfall from GH will be the thing he can grab right now.
Yep, we'll take it. It's good for farming. He already has his first wave clear spell stolen now, so he can push out waves really quickly if he wants to. Does a lot of spell damage in order to get solo kills together, or well, not solo kills in that case, but combo kills together with Centaur, where he does the majority of the damage from Rubik. Now the Moonlight Shadow. Liquid, they want to try to make a move, but look at how insanely good vision LGD have. All these 5 wards planted defensively, and they do see GH fading into invisibility. So they know exactly where Liquid are moving up. Gonna move into the dire jungle. But LGD have nobody there.
Liquid are trying to be a little bit sly about it, leaving the Observer ward, but no, doesn't work with the ganks. They get rid of the obs. Their vision is starting to time out, so fresh ones must be planted. The 2 Observer wards that Liquid planted around that 6-minute mark are now starting to decay. So they've only got one observe ward watching near the bottom rune area. Meanwhile, LGDs are still behind between the tier 1 and tier 2 towers in mid and top lane.
Somebody's got to come and defend mid. LGD are just letting GH and Kuro, the two supports,
with catapult wave.
Half a tower with the catapult, almost a full one by now, and finally FY shows up. They were so scared of a rotation because of the Moonlight Shadow, I think, that Liquid used earlier, that other Liquid heroes were in the neighborhood, but not the case. They do defend the tower, but man, I think Kuro is going to be very happy with that. Going 2 supports mid and almost getting a full tier 1 11 minutes in. That's very nice.
Yeah. Wonder what LGD were like prioritizing for elsewhere. Now level 8 is up, so he's still only like, because we just throw everything into that tree throw. It's only a 2-1 combination with the avalanche toss. It's not that instant kill you kind of look for, but Ame's returned to the lane. I'll keep my control away from the tower. Trying to go for this Hand of Midas build on the spec. Understanding late game is the game for LGD.
Mid lane into arrow.
Yeah, there's that combination. FY can't stand against it. Now ET and Somnus looking for their fight as well on mind control. He'll go for his avalanche toss once again, but 3 heroes together. Nowhere to get out. 2 of them being the cause for LGD.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And we haven't talked about Ame's plans for items here. He's going to go the Midas that has become popular in Spectre in the last year. In the past, you would never see this item. You would always go either a Mantle Diffusal build or a Radiance build, sometimes with an optional drum or optional upgraded boots on the way. As for Miracle, he has a different farming item. He's going the Maelstrom on Void, ramping up that farm nicely as well. It's a different approach. But both heroes very happy with getting these items around these timings that they've got them. Spectre clearly behind that of the Void, 1,500 gold as a matter of fact.
And they're really going on bottom lane with Stampede. Charles able to bring down Miracle. Miracle probably feeling confident enough that he could have just stomped himself away, but Charles' damage really took him by surprise.
That was very unexpected. Charles is top net worth. He was 0-3, remember? He actually got killed 3 times at the start of the game in his time zone.
And now he's the first person to crack 6,000 in the net worth.
He has recovered in a big way, and that shows, you know, when you see players like this, there are some players that get killed multiple times in lane and they get frustrated and they tilt and they lose control of the game. Chalice is just ice cold. Being able to recover like this when you get so focused is just world class.
LGD will make the most of the space. Getting that last bit of farm into the Gyrocopter, still trying to get Somnus towards that BKB of his. As long as he doesn't die towards the creeps, he'll be absolutely fine. Team Liquid adding pressure towards the mid. GH will claim that tier 1 tower.
Important that GH actually got an attack off there. That would have been a deny by FY. GH secures it. Closing in on Force Staff. His go-to build on Mirana this tournament has been Force Staff into Lotus, I think.
Chrono.
Here we go. Over on next Nova. The arrow will be able to connect. Miracle. It was kind of already a pretty assured kill, but he had to chrono because Kuro wasn't in range for the disruption.
That's kind of a low-value chrono, though. Especially right before the bounty runes. LGD, if they were ready for it, could maybe even have chosen to try to fight here. But their heroes are not able to connect top in time, so they will grab the 2 bottom runes. But absolutely defend their
disruption.
Now, I think.
Here we go again. They're trying to come in with the avalanche. Quick toss up. Miracle's moving over. But Spectre's already dead before he can arrive. Mind control now. That's a good value kill.
And while all this is going on, Weeha's getting more and more farm. Once he gets the Blink Dagger, these side lanes, they're a lot more playable for Weeha. Probably going to be better once Spectral Horn is down, however.
Yeah, he's progressing pretty well as well. And this Ame diff is big. It actually might lose them the top tower because I think LGD might have wanted to defend this tower since there's no Chronos here. And they have really strong timing with the Centaur Dagger. But at this point, with Ame dying like this and losing control of the area, they're just going to leave it alone, keep pressuring bottom, see how much they can get.
Loving the way they approach the towers too. X-Nova's like, I need to check the trees. Spirit in there every single time, making sure there's no hidden tinker, there's no heavy march machines, even a quick sentry ward being dropped down. No invis runes, no shenanigans. Kuro, Charles just jumps in. Mike Charles gets the back line. The arrow flies forward. It won't hit onto the hero, however. This will be LGD under the tier 2 tower with the ET splitter killing off Mike Control, and they found Weeha in the tree line. X-Nova, he's still staying close with the Stampede. They try and get closer. The Faceless Void, they throw him back, at least get the one-man stop. But Miracle chasing down X-Nova inside the trees. FY is nearby. He actually stole Rearm out of all of this. And he'll just TP away to safety.
And Rearm and TP back out.
FY gets as close to Tinker as he possibly can.
Why is he not rearmed?
That's a very good question.
Maybe didn't think about it?
It's like, oh wait, does this work on TP scrolls? Yeah. By the way, LGD, that's the first real encounter we've had from the teams, apart from just these pickoffs moving from one lane to the other. Took about 16 minutes for it to happen, and the Tier 2 tower almost died for it. But Liquid, it looks like they're ready to fight once more. Chronosphere is up, the Blink Dagger's on the Tiny for his initiation. Kuro also needs to get a ward mission out. He's got 5 Observer wards, just planted 1 down now. This is a full ward mission from Team Liquid.
And they're hoping to find a car as well. They might walk into Army, they will.
Here we go, Avalanche toss to begin with, jumping forward with the Starfall, they have the damage. Spectral Horn was down, there was no escaping. Weeha moving into the tree line, away from X-Nova's stomp.
Hasted and Moonlight Shadow, that's a really hard hero to kill, and he'll get out easily.
I love where they're waiting, like Charles and X-Nova in the tree lines. They're sitting inside the trees where we've seen Weeha yesterday blink to move up the lane and get more March the Machines down the wave, but this time around, Weeha moves back to the mid lane.
These 2 kills on Spectre that Liquid have found are super important for them. Ame has... I think the second kill is more forgivable because there was an aggressive smoke into his supposedly safe part of the jungle. But the first one at the top tier 1 tower, I think he felt a little bit bad about that one because it was a relatively easy read mid lane.
Here we go again. Avalanche. It's going to be off target. Only drop charges from Somnus to trigger. He's going to use him to get aggressive on mind control. The homing missiles coming in as Weeha puts down the cover fire. If LGD want to come in, they're coming in double wave for March the Machines. Miracle. He has to time walk himself away. Defensive disruption. Kuro able to save him from the ET splitter while mind control gets up on the high ground, removes that aggressive vision that FI was trying to get down, so LGD had some information for this fight. And they're ready to go again. Mind control. We have seen Tiny time and time again clear a wave, get that tossed back, and force whatever team into a horrible position for a fight.
And a rare miss from GH. If that arrow hits, that should just have been a flat-out kill on Gyro, but mistakes do happen.
It's like, I don't know exactly where Kuro is going to walk. It's like it was a toss back to a target.
Yeah. It's a little bit tricky to land these. Liquid have done an excellent job lately in the lower bracket with hitting difficult spell combos and having really good timing with, for example, their Darkseers. But that one did not work out. There's more and more time being bought for this Spectre. You have to remember this is a Spectre that went Midas first item. So even though Spectre is this almost 2,000 gold behind Void, net worth on Spectre is insanely valuable. If you get later on in the game and he's still 2k behind the Void in 5 or 10 minutes, this gold just transforms into so much damage and tankability in the fights. And vision even, with the Haunt.
Charles has claimed the tier 2 tower on bottom lane. Liquid, as you said, like there's a lot of time wasted by LGD looking for these fights from Liquid. They're actually looking at Mind Control, who grabbed the Invis rune, so FY was just stalking him in the mid lane, but it never came. And what happened? Once again, Centaur, not part of a team fight. He's down on the bottom lane, pushing it out, at least claiming the gold, and this will allow also the bounty runes to go a 2-2 split. Centaur's getting bigger and bigger. Now Vanguard completed, already got the pipe, and the Crimson's on its way.
They're going to smoke out. S3 behind Somnus, looks like trying to set up a bait. He's going to run up to the high ground and get caught on purpose, but...
Well, Avalanche toss actually sending him back inside the banishment. Not exactly what they wanted, but the 5-second arrow will connect on Somnus. But this just allows Liquid to disengage, or does it? Stampede forward, Moonlight Shadow now burned by Team Liquid. As they turn around to come back once more, Miracle adds Chronosphere up. And they're looking for a target. They find the other Titan, perch him up with the time locks. My lord, that damage. They didn't have to burn the Chronosphere, but Mind Control, Avalanche toss, FY too far away. He's actually all the time on Miracle. He gets a double Chronosphere. Charles and Rubik both caught in it. Sometimes needs to create a little bit more space with the call-out. He might be able to do so. Miracle, time walks back up, cooldown once again. Spectral Horn jumping around. Who's he focusing on? He looked for his target, but the time walk away got Miracle away to safety, but Somnus can at least reach over towards Kuro with that flat cannon. Arrow, Charles, he doesn't care. Walk straight in front of him. But LGD, Commitment did come in from Rubik to buy back for that fight.
Yep. I think you're pretty happy with that as Liquid. LGD tried to smoke into you. You repelled them. They tried to chase further. You turn around, get 2 kills, and buyback forced. It's not the end of the world for LGD, of course. It was the Rubik buyback and not that of a core.
Here we go. That's how fast X-Nova died. I don't even think that was a full second.
And the LGD from the BKB from Somnus as well, being used in that. So that's a 10-second charge to only kill off the Shadow Demon.
You can see the way Team Liquid played it though. Like, okay, Kuro died, but Somnus went through that entire 10-second BKB, and like, what do you get from it? Like, how does LGD keep them in position? Spectre jumps in, like, are you cleaning off the back lines? Are you focusing down the Tinker? Tinker didn't even really feel like he had an influence in that fight.
No. When Ame came in, they had used their stuns and their initiation already. Ideally, what LGD's lineup wants to do is to be the initiators and just jump in and start the fight, and then you haunt, get vision, and play the fight according to your vision. But when it's Liquid with the high ground advantage, when it's Liquid with the Moonlight Shadow, it makes it a lot harder to use these spells correctly and find the targets you're looking for.
Here we go again. Lane. Avalanche toss. Here's your BKB. There's the 9-second one down, but Mind Control, he may be the sacrifice. Kuro's going to give him a little bit of extra time with the disruption. He can't blink himself away from this, and Mind Control will fall. The Purge, any kind of disruption, not able to do it. Now Stampede in. Chalice, they're looking towards Kuro. 2 of them together. They can't break free. Kuro, he definitely is the sacrifice. He can throw out at least a catcher. But then look towards mid as Weeha jumping after Ame. Rearmed, does he want to keep the pressure on? No, he doesn't. Just control the mid lane. He's down 2 heroes, and this is where Liquid got a lot of strength last time they played the Tinker on this main stage. They bought time. Even when a fight doesn't go their way, instantly Weeha's pressuring the other lanes.
And that's why the Spectre pick is so important, because are you actually buying time for a win condition in this game? Is this favoring you to play like this?
It kind of feels like it when you've got the Tiny and the Void together. Like the volley into Chronosphere, you can still win those high ground fights.
The volley might be the X factor in this game, because if you look at these lineups from before the new Eggs, I would say Dire going late game, they will be happy to do so against this team. But with all this new damage coming out from Tiny, it could be better for Liquid. I'm just a bit concerned that, yeah, sure, I mean, you're delaying the game, but you're also not taking any towers. You're not putting additional pressure on the map, because neither lineup has very good sieging whatsoever. Both teams have taken 2 towers only 24 minutes in. They can't really Roche, because both lineups are also pretty bad at that. So it's kind of just this farming game. And farming games historically are just so good for Spectre.
Yep.
Maybe Silver Edge can be a solution later. That could be something they can work around it with. But for now, I think LGD are pretty happy with their situation. So is Dota Plus, giving them 3-1, actually. Dota Plus loves Spectre.
Of course it would.
So,
but it doesn't know what we know as well. With this new combination that's just been wrecking the main stage and a little bit of the group stage of TI9. Charles is looking to try and fight, but that is not the target they want. 2.6k, they're actually going to stampede. They're not finding a target, however. All of Liquid's back. In fact, you've got Mind Control pushing in the top lane. Kuro is continuously de-warding the LGD primary jungle. And the Centaur Illusions are watching Roshan. That's it. No one else is close to any other objectives on the map.
And it's an even boundary and trade again.
And it feels like there's so much pressure on Team Liquid to hit that fantastic Chronosphere or always control the side lanes.
It's true. I think compared to other Void games we've seen from Liquid, there's a lot of pressure on Miracle in this game. I think just getting a good one-hero chrono is not going to cut it in this game. Even if you chrono the gyro or whatever, the response LGD have later, I think it's just too overpowering. Even if you kill one core with the chrono, if they have a buyback, they can run you down with Stampede and Haunt, and you end up not getting a favorable fight.
Do you even pop the Stampede during the Chronosphere once the Aghanim Scepter? Because the Aghanim Scepter is coming quickly. It's what's that, 2100 away from being completed on the Centaur?
You do that for Gyro. I don't know if you do it for anyone else. You might not even do it for Spectre, just because Spectre can buyback Haunt, and then you can run people down. It was one of the integral parts of OG's victory last year when they played their Spectre lineups. They just took advantage of Ana's ability to tank a lot of damage on his carry, and then if he does get killed, he can buy back and come back in. And you can't ignore that factor from the Spectre in fights. spell steal coming out.
He's got time walk again. That's a good initiation. And as we saw escape from FY before.
And look how confident Chalice is. Maybe a bit too much here.
Disruption, catcher, the arrow is going to connect as well. Perfect stun. They're going to force arm him down. That's FY hanging in the neighborhood of Miracle. It's a double Chronosphere. Mind control, running with the avalanche, but he's walked inside the Chronosphere. He's done himself up, and maybe they don't have the damage anymore. As Somnus is in the back lines, he'll end up killing Okura, the first casualty of this team fight. And the Chronosphere stolen. Of course it is. FY is playing around Weeha. He caught the big man, and maybe with the avalanche touch from Mind Control, Charles and Somnus in some trouble. Tinker gonna buy back into this fight. He knows he needs to do some more damage. Charles is still trying to go ham against Mind Control. Mind Control doesn't have the life for this. Maybe with a toss-up, he can push Chalice away. But where is this control? You bought back Weeha, but they can't stay on top of him. LGD are all getting out of here.
They only got Somnus for that Weeha buyback.
They have to take Roshan now. They're going straight in for it. Gyro is down for 50 seconds. Mind Control's going to regen on the Shrine with GH, but Miracle, he's starting this up.
Elder Titan is spawned. He's going to go scout it out. There is no way Liquid get this. They don't have the damage. When this Elder Titan Spirit starts countering them out,
they're giving it a shot. They have the 30-second window. Time walk away. Miracle, he'll dodge the stomp. Arme's throwing out the dagger, and now hoofs on forward, a 4-star from GH trying to get Kuro away to safety. He's in close. Miracle trying to storm down with a time dilation, but Kuro's already gone down. LGD's arrived, but man, Miracle's done all the hard work for him. Now Roshan, he has to be contested by LGD.
That's really bad news for Liquid. They don't have Chrono for this fight. Good arrow.
5 seconds on the arrow. It's going to maybe make LGD think twice. They need Tinker behind to put down martial machines inside the pit. They need some cover fire to dissuade LGD from being here. Mind Control, he'll go for the avalanche shot. He didn't have information of the Roshan. He thought it was probably a lot lower. Arrow, 5 seconds again over on Chalice. Mind Control, another quick toss. He's got to get out there. There's those martial machines for Roshan. Miracle jump back in again. Roshan, he goes to the radiant. Miracle has the Aegis, the Immortal. Now trying to battle head to head with Somnus. That BKB in such a low duration. Miracle keeps getting time lock after time lock. He is the master of time. And they arrow another 5 seconds. They just keep on coming. Mind Control hits the avalanche centaur. The stampede on 88 HP. He'll go up the hill and blink towards the Shrine. LGD, they're disengaging, but they want more. Weeha, he's blinked the top of the Shrine. The chainsaws are going to be there. They're in range of the Sentry Wall. That's why they can see them inside the Moonlight Shadow. FY, he tries to hit this entire team all by himself. Miracle has to stop the clock, but the Aegis will pop. So will Weeha's life. It's a timeout from him. Gia to go down to FY. FY total gone. He is just dominating this game.
The presence of mind in that moment to steal Avalanche and catch 2 heroes, one of which was the Miracle Void going for the Chrono on Mind Control. He went too far.
He just tried to push the lane out. He tried to create space. And LGD, they get a bonus in their gift bag.
From one insane play to the other, the Miracle Roche steal to begin with, jumping in with a BKB. He not only got the Aegis, he got the kill on Roche too. Then they keep chasing up, and FY with a huge defensive play. And you're going to see the start of it here. And the arrows from GH, if just one of these arrows miss, it's a totally different situation. But this is the opening for Miracle. Gets the kill, gets the Aegis. Does not have the Chrono yet, though. That's why Somnus will eventually get away from this and reset up to the Shrine. The 4-step from FY, buying the space into Stomp. That's the first arrow. Maybe if Miracle focused on the center a little bit earlier, they could have got Chalice here. He ends up resetting too. And Weeha wants to go for that chase, doesn't find him. He rearms and blinks up. And that's the start of a disaster. Weeha going greedy here, blinking into the Shrine. Sets up for a long fight where Liquid have to come in and help. And this Avalanche steal right here, huge. Just as the Chrono comes out. I mean, it's also nice that Miracle Chrono'd the Tinker for him. I'm not gonna blame. Not gonna complain about that, FY.
I'm gonna come back to real life right now as Kuro dead again. Arme looking to bounce around the map on the back of that Spectral Haunt. Maybe a little bit sad he only was able to pick up the SD. But you talk about that net worth increase on the Spectre. He's going to be a little happier moving towards that heart. Centaur is by far. Chalice was the one. He was total trash. He was thrown out. He was a rejected Centaur. He is now 16,300 worth of net worth in this Centaur. Stampede, Crimson and Pipe. It's the disengage, it's the sustain, it's what's allowing LGD to do what they're doing and allowing FY to just be ballsy as hell.
He might be the first trash of the main event that Liquid can't take out. Actually struggling a lot in this game. And their chances, they're dwindling by the minute. the advantage is becoming way too overwhelming. How many Spectre games have we seen like this in the history of the International? When teams get this kind of a lead with Spectre, I don't even want to know what the win rate is. It's got to be absurd. So Liquid, they need to find some crazy chronos. They need to get a Silver Edge probably to deal with him later on. Or an Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Demon would also be nice to get those breaks off. Perhaps the third Roshan, if it has that, when we get to that stage, if we get to that stage.
We have the Ags of Tiny though, so Liquid can focus on the simple combinations. The Faceless Void Chronosphere into the tree toss of Mind Control, and actually having Weeha doing some damage. Like, obviously, we knew he was going to blink forward. If there was one thing we took from Weeha's games yesterday, it was this brash confidence of youth that he just wanted to jump in there every single time. You push it, and the rest of Liquid come with him. The same kind of way that Anna does it for OG, but in that part of the fight, like, yeah, Miracle could not find the perfect chrono.
Don't click Spectre yet. How much health do you think it has?
I'm going to go like 3.5. Just feeling that.
3,720 health with the dispersion.
It's almost the price is right.
You can chrono this Spectre and have Tiny and Tinker do everything perfectly, and Ame still doesn't die. You need Soul Catcher. So Kuro has to be involved in these plays to kill off the Spec. I know I'm talking about the Spectre a lot, but I just feel like the hero, whenever it's in a game like this, it just deserves so much attention with how the games and generally play out. And even though he didn't have the perfect start, Ame's in a great spot right now. Worth highlighting too, Somnus went Dagger on Gyro. The idea here is you haunt, and the moment you see Tinker, he's going to jump straight on top of him with this Gyro and blow him up. Weeha, until he has this BKB, which he can afford now, but then not at buyback, will just get blown up by Gyro. He's going to solo him if he gets vision. So plenty of problems to solve here for Liquid.
They have damage issues. It's able to penetrate the resistance of LGD. They have the inability to do full global. Xnova is actually just camping in the trees in the bottom lane. He's put down a Tinker, both a server and a sentry wall. There's no shenanigans. The BKB has arrived now for Weeha. And here's the TP forward. Xnova, he knows Weeha's here. It's the same type of movement that Weeha's done time and time again on his Tinker. Up the trees, push the wave. And LGD smoked up, but they're not ready to go just yet. It feels like Xnova's not enough to work with the Spectre just to get that straight up kill.
They might have gone for it if we had enough BKB. But I think Xnova clicked Weeha when he came in. He called the BKB out. If you haunt for that, Weeha's going to BKB TP out. Oh, maybe he's still hunting for him here.
They're looking for Tiny. He's tree tossing from the trees, but he blinks into the wave. Homing Missile chasing Mind Control, and maybe with a hook stop, and they stampede forward. Homing Missile will connect. And Tiny, well, FY stole tree volley. It's not the greatest thing to steal from Rubik.
He's trying. They didn't get him. Weeha outplaying him there and getting away. But you can clearly see what the game plan is. Xnova, you're hunting Tinker. We go as a 3-man unit and hunt somebody else, and Spectre farm. You can connect with either of the plays that we find on the map. And Liquid's game plan is let's not fight. They are.
I think they might.
So far, they've just been avoiding moves for a couple of minutes now with Chrono ready. They just don't want to take these fights. They don't feel favored.
They see Centaur in the bottom lane. The arrow's going to fly just shy of Somnus with the Chrono. Miracle! Thought for a moment it was going to be a second too late.
Well, at least he didn't cast it.
They cannot afford to have such a huge ability go on cooldown. Even though it's a 2-minute cooldown, he's not going the Ags. It's a Satanic style build for Miracle. But he's got a long way to jump with that plus 500 time walk cast range. They're able to get that initiation. The question is always, though, can the rest of Liquid keep up with him? I don't think he'll actually need that long cast range in a bit because LGD, how long is it until they want to come high ground? I keep my eye on Roshan. He may respawn in about a minute.
Yeah, they're definitely not high grounding without Aegis. And I think they might give it to Gyro, honestly. Even though Spectre is the centerpiece of the lineup toward the later portions of the game, having an Aegis on Gyro, Spectre can always buy back and haunt back in, and Gyro can then start sieging the base as well with the Aghanims coming up as his next item.
Yeah, how weird is it to actually see that coming up as like your, well, it's your third major item outside the blink of the drums.
Yeah, exactly. This feels like the first Gyro game we've seen at the main event where he does not go Ags just like first main item. Maybe you'll get a drum first, but then we've seen Ags pretty much every single game. But Somnus adapting to the game, prioritized getting the early BKB, feeling like that was going to be a timing for Liquid that he had to be able to get them across so they could get to the state in the game. It's been excellent choice. His BKB has actually been extremely important when you've looked at how these team fights have gone. He would not have done the same with an Ags.
The time is about to come up on Roshan, and it's 144.
5.2k health.
My lord.
5.2k health, pipe magic resistance, crimson guard physical reduction.
And then he's going to go Shiva on top of that, and he's already cut himself, what was that, 8 plus 15 armor?
Well, the good news is
he's in range of Vlad.
Soul Catcher deals 2,000 damage now.
That's on him. That's terrific, and maybe if you can kill him, you can even get yourself an illusion of him, and he can fight against you.
Yep.
That was the one thing. Kuro, even though he's like he's been ripped on levels, he's the lowest level of the field, still's like, nope, I'm gonna get an illusion out of this. I'm gonna put a catcher down, we're gonna find kills. Moonlight Shadow once again. Miracle just wants to initiate. They have a great observer and sentry down. They see Somnus. They see a huge target as well. Oh, no, they see nothing anymore. They'll have to go towards the top lane. Great mana style, time dilation, armate, Stampede will get him away. And the rest of LGD, they're thinking if they want to fight. The arrow was thrown out by GH for a little bit of a quick scout, and they still know they're in the trees. But look at this presence from LGD. They understand they need to get the vision. Here we go. Miracle. He jumps in. Homing missile's going to come his way. He's going to BKB instantly. FY. Going to jump himself away as quick as he possibly can with the time walk stolen. He just moves away from the BKB Miracle. And the hostile catching Kuro on the backline with the spectral horn. Kuro instantly explodes. Mind control GH want to get the hell out of here. Miracle is now the time to actually Chronosphere. The homing missiles are coming in. They're surrounded on all sides, trying to TP away to safety. Tiny's waiting this one out. Inside the pocket ball, the Starfall will come down. Mind control, cancel on the TP because FY gets in range for the telekinesis grab. They've already taken GH. Mind control will do as much damage as he can before death. But LGD, they were the ones meant to be initiated on that fight. But Liquid, they never saw the opportunity, or they never wanted to take it.
They found the worst possible target. They found an Elder Titan completely on his own. They can't.
Oh, Somnus, he's gonna go down! Miracle trying to chrono to save his life. Somnus protected by the BKB. Miracle needs lock, and he'll bring down Somnus. A huge streak to end.
100 gold.
He's rich. He's glorious.
His top net worth? No.
He at least buys the Aghanim Scepter so he doesn't lose any money, but LGD are taking Roshan. What have you even got, team? They can't contest this. Mirana might be able to TP out the Shrine Throw an arrow, but it's already too late. Roshan at 1,500, now 0. It's all LGD, and FY! He jumps up, he goes towards GH. Sentry Wolf's vision, they have done. GH is going to go down for a minute. Miracle, he's jumped forward towards the front line too. He's looking for a kill of his own, but what's he got? FY! He actually just turns them around. Miracle triggers the Shrine. BKB TP's away to safety. Kuro, he does not want to die again. 8 is enough for the moment, but I think it might be a 9. He's moving back towards the base. Mind control needs to create a little bit of extra space as LGD think about coming up. Chalice, he won't just think about it. He'll do it now with the volley. Chalice, we'll see how much he can tank or tank. A hell of a lot. Sleep actually put him down. There was no volley. A double hookster, a double edge, and they'll just keep going ham underneath the tier 3s towards the tier 4s. If they kill the Void, he'll have to fight back. If they want to defend this top leader Brax, Liquid, they're on the burning ropes right now. Weehar is doing everything he can to slow down this push. But LGD, they look like immortals. The thing they really want to claim to.
Looks like Liquid are just going to concede these barracks. This Void buyback is way too important. It's more important than the barracks. There's no mid lane for them to take yet because the tier 2 is still there.
They're trying.
So LGD will back.
Okay. Avalanche, can they toss him back over? There's already a pickup. FY's got the range, he's got the arrow, and mind control connected on all fronts. And with the hostile GH jumps in a little too deep, the laser couldn't protect him. Chalice finds that kill. 5.3k HP on this Centaur. It's that point when cheese actually isn't a good thing to have on a Centaur because it doesn't do enough.
It's still better on him than the Spectre because of the Aegis, but he might pass over the cheese to Somnus. It's a possible play to swap that over instead of the drum. They're going to do exactly that.
And Team Liquid are giving everything they've got, but LGD is just really starting to work for them. Well, I say really starting to. It's been working for a while for them. The golden experience graph, ever since the 20-minute mark, it was so close. And everything is LGD's way. Chalice, his team is so far away from him. FY's back at the tier 2 tower. And he's... And Charles, I guess, fine.
Hey, you want an arrow? Here's an arrow for Somnus. Charles just kind of dodged it, so it hits the gyro in the back. But yeah, Liquid, you've got to flip your high ground now. I think any fight taken outside of base is inherently unfavorable right now. There's Aegis and Cheese, there's buybacks.
Spectre goes for the bottom lane. Kuro's going to stop a copy. Toss under the tier 4 towers. But it's Chalice. He's in so deep. The Stampede being used defensively. The lasers and rockets. Any kind of spam they can get from range. Can they get another pickup? Mind Control tosses off cooldown right now. The arrow flies forward. It won't connect on anybody. They're all a little bit too short. As the high ground defense. Kind of difficult for Mind Control. There's not a lot of trees to use inside your base unless you're playing on the side lanes.
Yep. It's very, very true. That is problematic. Any fight around the mid lane makes tree volley almost impossible thing to use inside the base. Top, bottom, there's more options because you have the tree line in the bottom of the map. Just, I want to point out too how LGD are playing the map. They're playing this really aggressive 4-man bottom. The Centaur was semi-diving mid and got kind of caught when he got tossed, and then he still gets out with Stampede. The whole time, Somnus is farming jungle. They know they have this complete grip on the map. They're just maximizing profits.
That's a good interest rate. LGD taking forever. Like, okay, Ame is, come on, man. Like, he needs a little bit of extra help here. It's only a minute and a half to bring down the Shrine. Tink is pushing out the lanes in the meantime. Trying to find that burst damage with refreshed Aegon. No, we are careful, careful, careful. He's got Blink available. He's going to go for, okay. A Blink and TP away to safety. Ame feeling he's there. Spectral daggers through the trees. He's already gone for the negative 10-second cooldown timer on that, so he's totally fine. Hit the 25 with a +6 dispersion.
Arrow.
Yep, able to connect, but then again, stolen it. Chalice jumps himself forward. The defensive disruption actually going to dodge all the abilities and the Stomp Sleep, allowing Miracle just to time walk himself away. And they really, Chalice is like, please, please, hit me. I want it. The arrow, a little bit too late. The chrono speed does come down, combining with a volley. Mind Control from inside the tree line. They get through the Centaur. That's one upside for them. And tossing back the Spectre under the tier 3 towers with another avalanche. They keep the control over on Ame. X-Nova wants to put them to sleep and create a little bit more space.
Arrow.
Yeah, they get another one.
Take this out.
Ame's waiting without the Aegis. He actually gets his regeneration burn off as well, but the hand, the flag cannon, gyrocopter, hits Kuro down hard, put him on the time dilation with the laser. Someone's come attack. The Dagon and Liquid are doing it. They're breaking through the heroes. Rubik as well. You can Dagon yourself, Tinker, but now with the treetops, one more flying out. FY, 49 HP is getting away. The arrow's too far off too. The Shadow Poison, will that clip him? It does, but he's got 100 HP. Got a low sword up and a Glimmer Cape as well. They're trying to find him. FY playing underneath his own vision. He has here, but he sees nothing. Now he'll see the Rubik. Dagon him down. And Team Liquid, they fight back for the first time in 20 minutes to their advantage against LGD.
That was an incredible hold. The way they started off on the Centaur, Chalice walks in. Soulcatcher is the reason they can still win this game. It really feels like it. They need to Soulcatcher the Centaur and just take him down. During the capture, they get the chrono off, they get the kill. It's gonna force out a buyback from FY.
Liquid, how much do you really want to take here? Tinker's taking care of your side lanes. There's no Spectral Horn for 32 seconds. Ame can TP back if he needs to. For the moment, he's waiting for the 45-minute bounty race. He doesn't even want to be here for this. They're trying to get the cash in. Centaur's 8 seconds away from buyback. They at least get the fortification, Liquid, but they won't get much more. But they get space. A thing that Tinker definitely wants, but you've still got that ticking time bomb of Spectre Ame. He's got Nullifier completed as well, so there's an instant control if LGD fight on their terms.
If Liquid win this game, it will be the first time ever on the main stage of TI that 100% game has been swung. Dota Plus gave LGD 100% chance to win. It's obviously rounded up, but
could say 99.999 recurring, of course.
This is a game where you have to understand just how far Liquid are behind and how exactly things need to pan out for them to be able to win fights. And that one defense was the start of what could be one of the greatest comebacks of all time if they managed to do it.
Oh, Sam, don't you jinx it. Don't you jinx it on that one. We'd love to see games of that type of quality, but LGD, they're starting to itemize very strongly. Charles is looking towards a BKB. He feels like he needs a little bit more than just the Shiva's gun. He's switched up his item build. The courier will bring it out to him, more than likely. A Bloodthorn build. Now the new build as well from Somnus. He went for the Basher. He'll have to switch out his phase boost in order to get this.
I like the switch up from Chalice. He changed away from Shiva's guard. He was considering Shiva, but now he's going BKB. Oh, he's now switching to AC.
Okay.
I like that one. Because I feel like they need a solution to the Soul Catch. They have a Lotus Orb on FY. What else do they have? Is that the only Dispel they have? I mean, it's enough if he's in range, right? If he's there to save the Centaur, he should be okay.
But it's going to be difficult. And I'm also wondering how LGD continue to do damage. You're talking about, like, how, well, crap a lot of the building damage is. You're getting an Aghanim Scepter build coming in for Weeha. This is gonna bounce. And LGD, they're gonna have a hard time actually inflicting damage in the fight. Arrow will fly in, will hit onto the illusion of the gyrocopter, but Roshan is up. It's a refresher shot inside of this Roshan. No Aghanim's upgrade. But in this game, it feels like Refresher Shot is just the bread and butter for every team.
Yeah, it's huge. 2 Chronos, or 2 Stampedes, or 2 Haunts. Whichever one you prefer. It's a really big grab for either team.
Team Liquid have the Observer and Sentry up on the hill. They're going to smoke up. They see Somnus. They'd love to go on him. Chalice is right behind him. Here's your Avalanche toss, but then Somnus moves away. Chalice, he also has the backline. He's almost killed Guru. In fact, he has done so. Mind control so low as well. Somnus down the Chronosphere and caught the Gyrocopter for Miracle. He has to kill him in here. Arrow's flying in with the ETs, but a Miracle can't finish the job. He can't get the damage out. Buyback's already come in from Tiny. The Moonlight Shadow. They're trying to escape. GH has seen the Sentry Ward. FY's wanting to stick around with him while the rest of LGD run forward. They're chasing Miracle. The homing missile is after him. GH has finally gone down to FY. Weeha's already pushing out the lane. He doesn't want anything to do with this. But with these deaths, do you feel confident enough now, LGD, to go in for Roshan?
I think you do. You have the Manta already again on Ame. It's the primary way of killing Roche. There's even an Arcane Rune for him, so the cooldown is super short. He's going to use it now and get to work. And you were talking about damage pumps for LGD. There's a couple of solutions for them. Ame's getting close to Bloodthorn. Somnus. Somnus buying this Basher is actually pretty genius for 2 reasons. First of all, obviously, you know, if he gets on top of someone and can bash, it can be the difference between a kill and a death, but it's also stunning Miracle while he's chronoed because of the side gunner. I think he got 1 Basher proc in that last Chronosphere. And, you know, it's 1.5 seconds.
Oh, Miracle. What are you doing here? Time walk away. As quick as he possibly can, but Somnus has a blink dagger, and now Miracle, BKB versus BKB. No Chronosphere Veil right at the side. Miracle will just time walk off the damage, but it's TV. He's gone! FY! He catches him, and Miracle has got another time walk available, but the stun's the bash from Somnus is able to connect. Miracle's down. He can reset the count with a buyback challenge. He's already at the tier 3 towers, but he's kind of by himself. A very, very deep in. Catcher and purge him. Weeha needs a little bit more damage to bring him down. Arrow's flying well off target. Charles is dropping low. Remember, he's got the Aegis Immortal. He just wants to claim this tier 3 tower by himself. He's consumed the Aghanim Scepter to free up the space. Ame will complete by killing off the tower. Refresher Shard, Nullifier, Spectral Horn, everything's going to be up for Ame in just a second.
And this time, I don't think Miracle can hold the buyback.
Kuro's deep. Goes for the destruction. One charge trying to give him a little bit more time. The arrow is going to be soaked up by the illusion. Kuro's dead. No buyback available for him. The melee ranks are taken. Ame going out through the bottom. Weeha wants to stay on it, but do they have enough? Mind control. Blinks off cooldown in just a second. He throws out the volley. But the spectral dagger, the push is just too fast away. Here comes Charles once again. Hey, would you mind giving me a charge? They gave him 1.
And Liquid looks like they held, but it cost the Void buyback, it cost the Shadow Demon life, and it cost the mid laner Rax.
They also down the melee Rax up on top, so both top as well as middle are crippled for the moment.
And there's 4 bounties going the way of LGD, and they still have Aegis and Refresher Shard. The cheese is on Rubik.
Yeah. Hey, he needs the mana right now, it seems. Still building into the side.
And this is not the ideal hero for them to have the Aegis on the Centaur. You'd probably rather have it on the Gyro, but it also at the same time means that Chalice can siege. If he has stacks on Retaliate, he can run in and hit this tower, and it's going to force Liquid to respond. But you kind of don't want to go on him, but you have to. He just hits too hard with 13 stacks of Retaliate.
Mind Control needs these trees to respawn. He doesn't have anything to work with. The arrow flies forward. Chalice kind of probably wished he took that. Spectre's using illusions and herself to push in the top lane. Spectral Haunt will get it to the front lines no matter what. This is just side lane pressure being applied against Team Liquid. Chalice with the Aegis, tossed a long way in. I love the leap, getting him deep underneath the tier 4 towers. They're trying to break free him, and maybe they have enough with the volley as well. Mind control, here he's got trees to work with. They break the Aegis Immortal. Army's in very deep, also into the tier 4 towers. All 3 homing missiles to connect on Faceless Void. Fortifications buying time for Team Liquid. Even the creep wave is standing its ground. Chronosphere, you can see Miracle. He's trying to get closer. They have sentry wards down, however. They see him, and he Chronos, the backline, the gyrocopter dying quickly, but offensive disruption. Are you kidding me? FY is just creating so much space to allow something to rip into Team Liquid. 2 on the big pawns down the stolen Chrono. Why not? FY. That's the game. Everyone's going down, and no one's getting up from this. LGD, they have just punched themselves. Game 1 win against Team Liquid. They'll do it the old-fashioned way. Liquid are making them work for it. And there it is, GG. LGD in 52 minutes are able to fight up against Liquid.
Dude, that plays so fucking good. So good.
Oh.
What a crazy game.
If that disruption didn't hit, Thomas was dead. They wouldn't have had the damage. We would have kept going.
I'm sure Paul is feeling great right now. He's a big FY fan, as he has said on the panel, and this was an outstanding performance. I mean, there's just, you could make a highlight reel from his plays in this game alone. Yeah. He had so many crucial moments with the perfect steals, the catches on the lifts, and in this last fight, very clearly they bait the Chrono. The communication in the team is already there. Somnus, you can go bait, I have disruption, and Liquid fall for it. I don't think they realized that the disruption was stolen by FY. So he Chronos, instant disruption, instant steal the Chrono, and kind of style points on the last Chrono, and the Mirana didn't even need it, but...
And you said SD was good. SD was great, but FY, he was every single hero on this map, and he helps push LGD to a series lead 1-0.
Great start for the hometown team here, PSG.LGD with the lead. We're going to get some thoughts from our panel in just a moment, but first of all, Brian, you've got something for us?
Yeah, Paul. I want to talk about perseverance in Dota, and we're going to be highlighting Chalice. This is before the clock even hits 0, that there's going to be this 4-on-4 engagement, and Centaur is going to get disrupted into an arrow, and he's going to feed First Blood. And you may say that might get him a little bit down. And we're going to look just a minute later into this game. You're going to pause, and we're going to see Kuroki and GH. Set up in the trees on one side is Kuroki and GH on the other. And they're going to patiently wait until Chalice walks into vision. And when he does so, he's going to die a second time before the lane creeps have even met to the Shadow Demon Mirana arrow combo. And the major thing we want to highlight from this is this man ends up being the highest net worth for the rest of the game, and ends up being a crucial part for LGD to be able to finish this game off. In this fight, you're going to see him initiate, and he's going to have the presence of mind to see this arrow coming from the side here and take a last-minute sidestep down and be able to dodge the arrow and be able to barely live after taking out the Shadow Demon, getting Tiny Toss comboed. And this is like the crucial part of the game where if he dies there, he's not going to have nearly as much impact as he's going to have the rest of the game. And I think him being able to frontline for the rest of the team, set up all these Spectre Haunts, being able to set up the Gyro, do all the damage that he needed to do. And I just love that when you have that bad of a start in this crucial of a game that you're able to have that much impact.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Yeah, 2,000 IQ analysis there as well. Thank you, Brian. Gents, great performance by PSG. And as Brian pointed out, some little plays in there that were silky smooth.
Yeah, they were. I mean, he brought it up. FY had an amazing game. Chalice, though, had the best game in even middle lane, right? I think the early game, the Gyrocopter got a solo kill on Weehaw, which is just crazy for him.
Our MVP, as voted for by you actually at home in client. This is votes in client. There were 19,000 votes alone for FY in this game. I think there might be something to do with popularity here.
Oh, I mean, he made the big plays. No point. I mean, popularity, yes, but big plays, he was bigger than anyone in that game.
See, I'm with you, gods. We're at the small end of the thing. Those two don't know anything. What they're doing.
There's a story about that. There's, you know how you said LGD is like already won TI. They're the preordained TI winners. FY, there was a joke about him for MDL last season. He was the preordained MVP, and he actually didn't get that MVP. Right. And when he was asked about about it, he said, it's no big deal. The trophy was too small anyway, right? But here, right, he is making a strong performance that he could be the TI MVP while simultaneously claim the Aegis. But first, they have to be able to take down Liquid a second time, and that's tough.
Yeah, let's not get carried away, because that was just for one game. That wasn't, for the whole of the event just yet. Let's check in with Casey and Slacks after an exciting game number 1.
Absolutely, it was a fantastic game number 1, Red Eye. We are here in the crowd. It's packed up here next to the screens, and I got some people to talk to us. Sir, how you liking everything so far after game 1?
Yeah, I think LGD got quite lucky there. They were definitely struggling for the majority of the game, so hopefully Liquid will bring it back, 3-2.
Oh, if I God.
If my God, huh?
Disruption and then the chrono at the end.
Beautiful.
And he's very handsome.
Very handsome indeed. What's the atmosphere like in the arena right now for those at home?
Oh, it's amazing. The crowd's awesome. Woo! No. RG, woo!
OG!
The 1% here, RG, woo!
OG, sir?
LGD!
LGD! All right, I'll pass it over here.
We got some more fans over here. I heard a lot of LGD, but what is this? I need you to actually say it.
Sir!
Gotta do that in the grand finals, of course. I am loving the pride here.
Hi, it's been a great game, and I like everybody here.
Yeah?
I just love everybody.
Yes?
I hope Chinese team wins, but we only got LGD here, but I love OG.
You love OG?
I love Trav.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, friends.
Say again.
OG. I'm Liquid. Block.
You want OG versus Liquid?
No.
OG versus LGD?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think either way, we're going to have an amazing grand final. And is anybody else with me that all these teams are pretty deserving? Yeah. They're pretty good, right? Okay. So let's see here. You seem to like the microphone. I'm going to hand this to you. Why don't you interview
Casey, don't do it. Casey,
yeah,
Rule 4, never give your microphone away.
I've been playing Dota.
No. What is this?
He's going to take over the whole show.
Away?
He's going up to millions of people right now. Guys, chill. Rule 4.
We still got a lot of games left, right, Red Eye?
Absolutely. We still have plenty of games left.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Casey and Slacks. Enjoying themselves as ever out in the main floor. And it was, I've said this before, it was loud on day 1. My goodness, halfway through. They killed Miracle halfway through that game. This place erupted. It's ear-piercingly loud.
Yeah, I was sitting. We were all just pretty much sitting out here. You couldn't hear anything. You couldn't hear the Chinese casters that over the intercom. You couldn't hear the English casters. It was just so loud.
I don't know how they put up with it. I really don't. The players. How they? I say put up with it. It's like blocking it out. They ignore it because they all know. Because I've spoken to them. They go, we can hear them.
Yeah,
we've got soundproof sound and then soundproof booth, but we can still exactly right. They can still feel the crowd. Through the window. So, yeah, a lot of stuff for Liquid to be talking about for game number 2. I don't know what you felt about the draft and whether it went slightly askew there for Liquid, and maybe they got caught out a little bit by LGD or not. But
I just think that LGD had really good ideas about what they wanted to be able to do. I particularly like Gyrocopter versus Faceless Void. It's pretty funny seeing this hero late game nowadays. It's like he's got his own automated Chronosphere defense system with the Satanic as well as Basher. Definitely made things difficult, but the individual plays on LGD is what really made this lineup click. Because you can talk about synergy between ET and Centaur and being able to have this Gyrocopter versus the Faceless Void, the Spectre to counterpick the Tinker, but at the end of the day, LGD's individual plays really shone through in this first game.
Yeah, and again, we highlighted at the start of the game, Grant, about how little these two cores die. Army's the least amount of deaths at TI. Somnus is the third least amount of deaths. Protected so well by the rest of the team.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, you look at the itemization as well, like the Centaur goes Crimson Guard Pipe. You're already a Spectre, right? You have Fade Bolt as well. The damage mitigation on that team is so good. They pop a Chrono, Centaur with the Aghanims. See you later.
Yeah. People want to talk about percentage-based damage and like, oh man, this Soul Catcher is going to be so effective, but the solution apparently is just build more HP.
Yeah, it went off the chart. Well, I was like, is that 5k or 6k? I don't know. I've lost count how much health is on that CW right now. But entertaining game. What do you expect for game 2, Gods? The same?
It's going to be similar. I think there are some key heroes. Liquid's open to that tiny void, very scary, and something even though PSG.LGD beat it, I think you're still worried about that combo going to game 2. I'm just imagining, you know, if Liquid last ban Spectre, I don't think LGD's draft would have come together as well as it did.
Really?
Yeah. I think Liquid had a better draft up until that 10th pick. But that's the beauty of being second pick. And we've seen a lot of the teams really prefer first pick in these games because there are these certain heroes that can win you the game. But last pick of the draft there really came up big.
Yeah. Performances in Liquid side, we talked about how good LGD were. Miracle, I mean, could he have done any more?
That solo kill bottom, when Chalice solo killed him bottom, that was honestly very, very game-changing because they want to play fast. Like this Tinker, sure, you want to sit back and get farm, but he can help you get kills. Once he died, Chalice came top on the net worth, and this Void didn't have anywhere to go for like the next 3 to 4 minutes because of it.
And once that Centaur gets big enough, the Tinker, like the threat of the Tinker becomes less and less, and that means the Centaur is able to take over more of the map as a result, and it just really hems all of the Tinker's ideas of how to be able to play Dota. It just keeps him locked in a smaller space.
Support-wise, what about the Liquid supports?
I thought GH played pretty well. He went for the 4-step first. We're seeing more and more. He was where he needed to be with all the arrows and whatnot, but I think you just need more defensive supports. I know you had that Shadow Demon, but the Mirana doesn't really provide anything if you're on the back foot.
Yeah, they're kind of just two heroes that you can't really say too much about because they did their job. I don't think Liquid supports underperformed, but they weren't on heroes that could make the big plays and change the game, which FY was.
Yeah,
even X-Nova.
Yeah.
His ET, like the fight where the Tinker bought back around the Roshan pit, he hit a predictive stomp where Void was going to time walk into. Really sick play. That won them that fight. So
you have the Roche control as well with Elder Titan. That's the thing. You could just completely change the game on those two heroes where Mirana and Shadow Demon, they aren't game changers. They're just very good heroes.
Yeah. I mean, Shadow Demon, ET, most popular two heroes at this event. Did that surprise you?
That those are the most popular?
Yeah. Did you have them in your fantasy?
No, I had Grimstroke.
Oh, me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Grim picks. I went with Elk.
He's still top 5 Grimstroke, you know.
Yeah.
But he's
I went
not
with Elk thinking it would be really, but actually just got banned a whole ton. So I think it's like 132 bans now, which has been insane. So.
Yeah, Shadow Demon was definitely going up before TI, so it's not terribly surprising to see him there. I personally had Earthshaker because Earthshaker's always just a classic TI hero because of what he provides for teamfight-wise, but these other supports have been higher value. ET especially has been in a similar position. The fact that he's able to take the 5 role really defines this hero, right? He is still a game-changing support in so many ways, whether it's through like little ways you don't see off of his aura or the big Earth Splitter that comes into play, but then he's also able to win lanes for you as well. And doing that as a 5 position, I think there's kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, he's good value as a 5. Wasn't necessarily good value as a 4, was he?
Yeah, this is that's been kind of the story of Dota for so many times, is trying to get the same effect out of a hero while simultaneously lowering his position in the net worth chart, right? We've seen so many 3s turn to 4s, 4s turn to 5s. This is just the way that the greedy system of Dota goes, and especially with games going later and later, those kind of value picks, you're going to feel good about yourselves in the draft, and I'm sure LGD would love to pick up the ET again.
Absolutely. It's a bit like Magic Hero. It's a 6.
Yeah, that's, I guess.
So not good?
There's not 6 people in a team, Paul.
It's no need to be like that, Cam. You can, be nice. Change.
You play great Jakiro, Paul.
Thanks, buddy. See, I was waiting for it. There it is. Look, freeze frame that one for him. Seems good. Thanks, Pudge. Cap. I'm getting you mixed up now as well. Not too long until these guys come back out for game 2. What are the coaches talking about with their teams, do you think?
PSG.LGD, don't get ahead of ourselves. Series is Nova. It's best of 3.
You think it's a mental chat now? It's not about the game?
Absolutely. Keep them calm. They walk out, they hear the crowd because they can kind of tune them out when they're in the booth, but they're going to walk out. The same thing happened against OG. So they need to not get too far ahead of themselves. Focusing on game 2 now. And for Liquid, they lost their first game on the main stage. They're undefeated till now. They can easily do it.
First game dropped in 10.
Yeah, I would love to be able to hear what Kuro is telling the team. GH said their journey here has been a series of conversations, and that has been so much of Liquid, right? Is Kuro leading and talking to his team, and them trying to be able to figure out what they did right in a losing game and what they did wrong in a winning game, and being able to just always improve. And this is going to be their first real test, I guess, in many ways, since the playoffs started, their first loss. But I am very convinced that Kuro will be able to buck the team up and help them bounce back.
Yeah, fight against the crowd a little bit as well, Grant.
Yeah, it is. And this is the only downtime you have, right? Because once you walk back onto the stage, you're going to get all the butterflies again. You get everything. This is your chance. You know, as you said, Kuro gives you it. Just calm down. Think about what happened in a clear mind. And once you get out on the stage, it's going to all go away again, possibly.
It's funny, actually. I always think maybe it's like half-time at football or something when you come in. You'd rather carry on playing sometimes.
Exactly.
You'd rather stay in the booth, maybe. And you see the managers keeping players on the pitch sometimes. I just wonder whether one of these teams one day is just going to stay in the booth. Be like, right, we're not having a break. We're going to stay here until we figure out how all went wrong. Teams are back out into the arena. PSG.LGD, one to the good against their rivals for a place in the grand final. They've been there before. The Team 7 champions, Team Liquid. It's a fascinating battle between two giants of the Dota 2 world. All the nerves come back, all the butterflies come back as we'll now wait for these two to settle themselves down. And first up, you know what? We know how Liquid got here, but what were they thinking they would do heading in to the International 2019?
Kuro, GH, welcome. So we mentioned TI8. We all made a huge story out of the narrative that of all the teams we had seen come back as TI champs, this felt like the first real chance of seeing a repeat winner 2 years in a row. Did you feel the pressure of that narrative, or did you use that to fuel you?
Apparently there was like some sort of pressure, but I don't think we let it really get to us. It's more like the TI itself is full of pressure, more than anything else.
And it's constantly changing. It's not the kind of game where you win TI and now a year later, 2 years later, you know for sure you're still the best. Like you have to really actively work at it because it's constantly
Dota is
evolving.
a kind of game, it's impossible to just stay on the top for a long time without like putting your soul into it. And even if you put your soul into it, doesn't matter. Like someone just overtakes you anyway.
And how is Kuro as a leader? How would you describe him as a leader when that kind of thing happens, trying to keep everybody focused on rolling with the punches?
I mean, it's easy for me to say because I know most of what happens behind the scenes usually. It's hard for the public to understand what Kuro's true job is. It's 90% outside the game that nobody actually sees. So I feel like his true role is not in-game related as much as outside the game, even though he offers an extreme amount of information.
He basically said I'm a shit player, but you know.
I didn't want to say it, but
Yeah, how do you separate that? Because I know that you have to make decisions that are business related about friends and teammates. And you know, the most common time for teams to make changes sometimes is right after a TI. You made no roster changes, but then in June, you parted ways with Matumba Man. That had to have been really difficult because you've been playing together as the same players for so long. So I know that that wasn't a decision that you made lightly.
No, it was, I mean, I was basically depressed for like 4 weeks afterwards. It sounds silly because I made the decision, but at the end of the day, being captain, leader, and whatever of this team, I have so much responsibility. Like they're all trusting me after all to make the right decisions. So getting Weeha and replacing Mato with Weeha is not just like exchanging like a player for a better player. That's not what happened. It's more like Mato was like a victim of these events. Like I just needed to change something right now. That's how I felt.
And how was that as a player for you, GH?
I mean, we all felt some kind of complacency in the team. It felt like everyone was just okay with not being the best. We had some feelings of, okay, we didn't win this one, but we weren't trying our best to win the next one.
Yeah, and he's not talking about Mato. He's talking about the whole team.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it felt the build-up was there, but we didn't know how to deal with it because all of us as players, we actually wanted to win, but we didn't know what was the missing factor, that spark that actually was going to lead us to win. Because no one was feeling this sense of urgency to actually try 120% better to win the game. So the situation was kind of weird because I have never experienced it before. And Kuro was, I mean, I can keep talking highly about Kuro, but he actually foresaw what was going to happen, and he made the best choice by actually changing something. Even though I love Matu and I love him as a person, as a player, but Kuro had stronger idea that something had to change, and I respect him so highly for that, because it's not an easy decision. So I was really happy that he had the strength to do what was necessary in order for us to succeed, our team and Matu as an individual and someone else too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Casey.
Time to get into game number 2. PSG have the lead. Will it stay that way? Let's find out.
PSG.LGD versus Team Liquid. Game 2.
Now, folks, I know what's going through your head right now. You say, Visiter har Hyventin ox spellar lit Dota. And I hear you, man, but it's a little bit different when you were up on this main stage. You obviously know, if you can hear it through the speakers right now, you can hear it through the stream. LGD definitely going to be the fan favorites, and now Liquid is going to have their backs against the wall. Is the longest losers run that we've ever seen at TI going to come to an end in this game? And as we look at the draft, which is already underway, we're going to see some familiar faces, Kyle.
Yeah, indeed. And dude, you don't just hear the crowd. I'm telling you, the players on the booth, they feel it. They've got the booths have a heartbeat as the crowd starts to get into it. You're feeling the pulse, and it's got to be insane to be playing right now, because every time PSG.LGD gets momentum, it's like you're starting to vibrate.
So I've never actually done it as a player, obviously, but I've gotten the opportunity to be up on the main stage and actually introduce teams. And I remember the first time I did it, the thing that I didn't expect was to feel my teeth shake. You could literally, when the fans started screaming, you could hear your teeth shake. That vibration that Kyle mentioned, that energy, it's definitely felt, even if you're in a noise-canceling booth.
Yeah, when it comes with the nerves, when you're in a team setting, people will ask you, do you feel comfortable playing this hero? I think it's a good hero for the game, kind of thing. The draft, the captain will ask you. And what hero are you going to play for millions of dollars? That's the question going into this draft. That's why so much of the meta, so much of the popular heroes doesn't matter once you get into these later stages of the draft. You ask a player, what do you feel comfortable playing in this pivotal match for your career?
We don't need to guess when it comes to FY. The man is a killer. And there's this iconic group of players, less than a handful. Everyone plays their best Dota TI, but some guys, they ascend somehow. That was FY's 100th game of Rubik. He just crushed. Now they early pick his Lion. It's just the best anti-carry hero in Dota. You have 2 methods of lockdown, tons of burst damage, and already PSG.LGD, they have so much control in this lineup.
Now, the funny thing that I want to bring up as well with LGD, and this is something that we saw that even transcends the draft, the way that they've itemized has been spectacular.
Yes.
They've basically been able to close gaps even when they fall behind just by itemizing the right way.
Yeah, that last game, we talked about having to survive through the chrono. You just have a Centaur with a heart, you have a Spectre with a heart. They just know, in the draft, you see their game plan come to life almost when you watch the game itself.
It's damage reduction, and they had so much of it. The Fade Bolt, you had Pipe, Crimson Guard, Ags, Centaur. Gyro gets an Ag, so even if he's CC'd in the middle of the Chronosphere, he's just going to still be dealing damage. It's just an excellent way to deal with what Liquid had in the previous game. This time, they steal the support duo of Rubik ET, the Miracle Sven perhaps, but we're going to have to see him turn up a bit. Both we and Miracle got solo killed in that first game in the first 10 minutes.
I do want to go back to kind of what you were saying, because you said it so well while we were hanging out in the crowd and watching this game. When we looked at what LGD said, they said, okay, yeah, what Liquid has put together, they're going to be able to get it off consistently. So they didn't say, how do we avoid it? They said, how do we deal with it once we actually do get caught? And that's the type of thinking that we've seen from LGD so far in this tournament. It's one of the reasons they've looked like such a top dog lifestealer.
And I know we're probably, a lot of the NA groups are going to have a bit of PTSD about this hero, Arteezy. Out of the tournament, 0-2, both on this lifestealer, but it's a completely different game. You're up against 2 supports that have absolutely nothing to deal with Rage, and in addition, it's arguably the hardest counter to Sven, because you just hit him in the face.
Yeah, and it's a reliable way to deal with combos like Sven Darkseer. Liquid coming out with this Wombo combo teamfight, something, we've seen different approaches from these teams. We've seen these split pushy, skirmishy, kind of back and forth type lineups, and then we see these Wombo combos. If you get caught by this Darkseer vacuum into Sven stun, you're all gonna die. But I love LGD because they just understand that they think about these things. You can see in the game, their positioning, the hero picks, Lifestealer makes it so much easier to avoid these types of things happening. And it's just another Ame hero, right? It's a farming hero that's going to get his items and he's going to hit that crucial timing. And they can play around what he does for the game. Spectre being the last pick. This is the first time I've seen LGD, I think in the last like 5 or 6 games, not pick Ame's hero last.
I do want to go back to something that you just said there as well, Bishu, because I feel like it has been a huge theme of the tournament. But besides all the storylines, the idea of the young players really stepping up and the ideas of whether or not we were going to have back-to-back champions, it's constantly that question of, is this going to be a skirmish game or a wombo combo game? And what we see right now, Kyle, how do you feel it's shaping up?
It's all about Liquid's pace. You've got 2 heroes that traditionally farm ancient stacks to recover. You can't have 2 heroes recover. That's not how Dota works nowadays. You want Darkseer shoving lanes, TA traps all over the map. Let Miracle Sven go his Midas build, get to a point where he's comfortable taking fights. A BKB is necessary if you want to engage against PSG.LGD. They, of course, have the 22 last pick. Their mid hero is still available. I could see a universe where it was a core Jakiro, but Rubik, of course, one of the hardest counters. And it's surprising they actually picked Rubik, or Jakiro into Rubik.
Yeah, and with this TA last pick, immediately comes to mind is Roche for Liquid. I'm thinking to myself, LGD,
that's a good point.
We've got pretty good contests, but we need a hero that matches the pace, because Lifestealer is most likely going to go the Midas Radiance build. He might look to mix it up this game, but the TA can threaten the Roche before that happens, so you need to be able to fight them head-on with 4 heroes, and this hero needs to output the damage. And there you go, the lane counter, last pick, Cheese Huskar, one of my favorites.
You talk about a 22 pick, all right? Like, this is...
He's ready to slam jam, baby.
It's not even cheese anymore, right? We've seen it long enough, but this... You crush TA in the laning phase, and he's traditional. He needs to get ahead in this game, and it's going to be so difficult, especially the way Maybe's been performing.
Wow, okay, so for anybody who's not used to seeing a pick like this, why do we see it here?
Well, you already had good lane matchups between the Lifestealer, Darkseer. You had the Sven's probably going to be pressured by the Centaur, and now you're just looking to snowball the mid lane, and if you have all 3 lanes won, it's pretty hard to win in competitive Dota, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah, and Liquid, they kind of need to win the lanes, because they aren't going to be able to recover. PSG.LGD, they have so many stuns. They get a bit of a lead. It's the perfect game for a Huskar, but you've just got 4 killers surrounding you, and you can leisurely choose a target however you wish.
Yeah.
Now, very quickly, I do want to ask before we get down to business in this game, Kyle, how do you view the win conditions of each of these teams?
Liquid has to be fast. They need a lead. They've got to find a way to get their lanes at least even. Ancient stacks, and more importantly, map control. They want to take towers early so that they can take away the Radiant jungle.
Now, one of the best ways to peer into how a team thinks that they are going to win is going to be talking to their coaches, and lucky for us, Casey is standing by.
All right, I want to ask you about a few of the picks that we just saw. LGD last picking Huskar. They also got Centaur again, which was a huge key to the first game. What is your reaction to that?
We kind of expected them to last pick Huskar in this game, but I feel like it can go both ways. Like, for example, Temple has some good stuff against Huskar, but Huskar also has some good stuff against Temple going. So the Centaur pick, the Centaur in the last game really performed, so I don't know. It really depends how the players will play and press buttons and everything.
Anything can happen at TI.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, back to you as we get to the game.
Well, let's get it on. Let's press some buttons. Let's have some TA versus Huskar Sind. No IOs. Completely ignored, but don't worry. You get yourself something quirky with the Huskar.
Yeah, that's the power of having the last pick, is that sometimes you can come up with something like this. But I would say lately in Dota, over the last months, Huskar, even when he has a good laning stage and has good games, this hero has trouble a lot of the time. I don't think Huskar is nearly as strong as he used to be in certain patches. I'm hearing a stun.
It's just down the bottom lane. It's Xnova saying hi and walking away.
But like RMN is pointing out, this matchup is not exactly that one-sided. It's one-sided in the early part of the laning stage, but what TA has against Huskar later is she has massive physical burst damage. One thing Huskar doesn't like to face is hard burst. He wants to take advantage of the regen. However, now that he has a disarm, he can also, both disarm the Sven and the TA before they get their BKBs with that inner fire. So the matchup has become more interesting, I would say, than it used to be. But I would still say I'm expecting Somnus to absolutely win the lane, and then it's just about how hard he wins and what Weehawk can do out of it.
I still want to keep my eyes very closely up on this top lane. Mind control, and And he actually splits Liquid with the stun, but FY still gets the room, but the burn damage from the Iron Shell and the range damage from GH is enough to get the kill, which means they'll claim the opposite bounty rune. But this is the lane which only Team Liquid is making work. A Dark Seer in the off-lane, it's a huge combination, maybe not that great against Lifestealer, but Liquid, this isn't the first time they've even run this lane versus a Lifestealer. They've done this exact matchup before.
And they're running it with a Rubik. And the logic here is you just push out waves. You put Iron Shell on the creeps, you have the Fateful to push an additional amount, and then after you push the wave, you can either go and stack jungle camps, or you can pull the next wave.
Oh, that's a nice Storm Bolt on bottom lane. Catching an X-Nova as well as Charles. X-Nova's copying a lot of damage. It's the ET. We've seen how powerful he's been throughout this competition. X-Nova, how much life have you got? Kuro, he's running out that bonus damage. It's only got a 1 second left, and if you can punch into X-Nova, maybe they got enough damage. Charles trying to play it around the tree lines. X-Nova does actually get the kill on Kuro before his death. Charles may have actually liked that the other way around if you can get solo experience, but you'll take what you can get.
Considering the circumstances there, I think you're pretty happy with the trade as Jakiro overall. That looked like the exchange was not going to favor them, but really good play in the trees by X-Nova gives them the trade-off. Mid lane? Wait, why is Rubik so... Oh yeah, he got first blood. I was like, why is he so rich? I was thinking, how many CS did he take away from the Darkseer? But yeah, now is when it gets tricky in mid. Somnus has...
Oh, bottom lane, Miracle. He's in a little bit of trouble, going to lay out the Stormhammer. Once again, Kuro finding a large chunk of damage with that ET hitting it into X-Nova. I think some Jakiro fans will be sad it's not FY on that hero, but still Kuro, my god, he just doesn't want to stop, but now he's run out of damage, and Kuro is just dragging Charles X-Nova away from the wave.
He got a bit too far ahead of himself. He has 30 seconds cooldown on TP, and LGD know this. That's a pretty big death. And what I was getting at is that in this mid lane now, this is how Huskar wants to play. He wants to stabilize the lane, get it on top of his own hill, and just deny. He lost control a little bit though, so there will be some experience coming the way of Weeha, but maybe it's on purpose.
But Wee's over in the jungle. He's not even near that mid lane, so he's going to miss out. And that's quite a big miss when you miss out on 2 range creeps.
Absolutely. I think Somnus identified that Weeha is playing, well, obviously he's playing jungle. He isn't in the lane, but maybe took a chance on how far Weeha would be away and pushing it up just at that time. It's a really big loss for Wee.
Mind Control continues to contest this top lane. FY doing the best he can to pull. Looking for the denials against Mind Control. As GH made his move in towards mid lane. That is one person who can stand back in this lane.
Right. They can put the Rubik here, and he can just take some CS with Fate Bolt every wave, and Darkseer can get what he can top, but without help up here, once FY hits level 3, there's actually kill potential. So all you can do as Darkseer at that point is cut waves, and you see FY blocking up the big camp, nicely done. Mind Control will be forced to play in the lane into Ame, and that's where Lion can come in with those 2 long duration lockdowns and maybe set up a potential kill later on. He's just going to be pulling. Mind Control might even retreat to the jungle at some point, because this feels kind of like a checkmate situation. Top, you can't pull, you can't stack, and you can't cut the wave.
Yeah, and so if you just Iron Shell the wave, Ame will farm it underneath the tower.
Yeah.
So even that push doesn't help you.
Yeah, he used 2 shells on a wave that isn't even going to touch a creep. That feels really bad. And this is because FY has pulled the small camp. Mind Control was hoping that these 2 Iron Shells would get him 2 or 3 CS. But instead he gets... pretty much absolutely nothing. He'll get a little bit of experience from this creep wave coming his way. Yeah. But he's out of resources.
He needs that. He needs the Soul Ring.
Yeah, he's currently hovering both bottle and Soul Ring. I'm guessing he will go the Soul Ring route.
He can play the bottom from the side, Miracle. That's a lot of damage from the dual breath, making him just think twice about moving closer towards Charles.
Kuro has a South Ring.
And he does. Kuro's also got a decent amount of damage. With the movement off, Jakira's moving towards the bottom lane, looking for a rune. He's found a haste rune. Probably going to have a bit of a peek over and see what Weeha's up to.
Yep. Exactly.
As Weeha does not want to lose that big Dark Troll. X-Nova's watching him for it. It's like, alright, do you want to attack him? Alright, you ready? Yeah. Got him.
Oh, we got it.
And now, X-Nova, he hung around a little too long. GH has a pickup, has Fable available if he has to consume up the Mango. Weeha doesn't have a slow to work with, but X-Nova, and he got the dual breath off, so Weeha doesn't have the movement speed. Xnova's going to come towards the tower, and he's really chasing for this kill. This will be his first for the game. And Weeha even gives him a tip. It's like, thank you for making... Well, Charles, well, he's not going to be able to get the rune from this. And once Kuro really got Miracle, it's a lot of damage. They will cry up. Xnova now arrives. It's 3 heroes with that dual breath. And Liquid feels like they have to back off, and rightly so.
He has the surge, so the Hex will not counter him off here, and he will get away. And he got a rune up here, so Liquid got 3 for 1. And that kill for TA. That's pretty good overall for them.
He's just banking. He's got 1,300 gold on this Darkseer for the moment.
He's gonna buy Soul Ring and a Rainbow.
Okay. Meanwhile, there's also mass observers and sentries coming out in that courier. So how do you feel like the timing is going at the moment? Kuro. Let's not talk about timings. Kuro needs to run for his life in the trees. This won't be the first time he's died running away from both Jakiro as well as Centaur. It may not be the last. So how are you actually liking the timings? Like, you had 3 kills on the board, golden experience. It's a little bit...
It's working out well for LGD, but this is how I feel like every Huskar game is. It's like, have a good start, but if you have 1 or 2 bad fights, the hero just falls off really hard, in my opinion, in most games. So,
well, he used to be known as the guy who needed like the Aegis, right, to actually stand in the fight. So is Roshan something they look towards, or is there other ways to ensure the fight?
They will absolutely want to get Roche later on. You also usually, historically, have played Huskar with some sort of Sage and kicks in classic combos of both Oracle and Dazzle, but there's not a single save on LGD in this game, so if you go in and commit as Huskar, you're not really getting out again outside of a Stampede.
My control's totally fine. He actually left the double iron shells up there, so he was getting experience in farm. They weren't really ready for the second one to come from the trees.
LGD are pressuring Miracle really hard. It's actually so far away from the Midas. Lifesteal is having a much better time than him. 400 gold ahead currently. And we also have to remember that Kuro has kind of sacrificed his game more than the supports of LGD have as well. Chalice level 6. And they're just not letting Miracle breathe. Every time he goes for a creep, they cast all their spells on him. And he's so low now that he's probably going to have to go to Shrine Up.
It's
already been used, so he can't even do that. He's playing down here with low health and a pack of tangos.
Not a lot to fight with. As you said, like, Sakura sacrifices himself, but you are getting a lot out of GH because you've put Weeha into the jungle. He's taking all of these stats. Yes. He's only 500 net worth behind the Huskar, and keep in mind, these aren't lane creeps. These are jungle creeps. They're not even ancients. Now FY comes a little closer. He's underneath the TA trap. It'll trigger. GH has to get the telekinesis if they're going to get this kill. He actually goes for the attack. He doesn't go for the instant grab.
They're worried. They think there's more heroes here? Or not completely sure what he was scared of there. Maybe he must have thought there was some sort of backup coming, and they backed off.
I can tell you it wasn't Huskar, but maybe now he'll come. There's a double damage rune, so Somnus can have a bit of a peek over and see what Weeha's up to.
He's going to take it.
Yeah, they're looking for a bigger kill. Kuro gonna drop as well. Miracle's coming over with a Stormhammer as Kuro will put Chalice to sleep, but that double damage Somnus. Miracle doesn't see him. If he runs up this lane, he's totally dead. He has to get back behind the T1 tower right now. I think Kuro might have got a glimpse of him. And yep, they definitely see him now. Kuro cannot have enough time to get the stomp off of Miracle. To the trees and the TP. They stampede. LGD chasing Miracle down. He needs to open a Stormhammer too, and then begin the TP out to safety. Is there a stun? There is not! Miracle! The burning spears will not be enough damage to kill him.
Now Xnova's going to skill Ice Path. Yep. You just know it. It's like, oh man, if only I had Ice Path.
1 point. I just need it 1 point.
Yeah.
I think you're short the banner too.
I had stick charge. It would have been enough, but yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for him to
instantly jumped. He's able to steal life break and then try and turn the damage back over, but that won't happen. Uncertain what he was looking to achieve in this bottom lane. Kuro as well as Miracle were a long way off.
And I think this is the first game on Jakiro that I've seen from Xnova that he doesn't skill Ice Path before level 5, but he just needed the attack speed slows in the lane against Kuro, so he maxed those 2 out first. And against Miracle, Dual Breath and Liquid Fire just amazing against this dual lane in particular.
And when do we see Weeha have an influence? Huskar rotates, and with the help of Centaur, they take a tier 1 tower instantly. Like, Weeha's been spending all this time in the jungle. He's building into the Desolator. There has to be a purpose here. There has to be an enabler.
Well, you're playing Sven and TA, and you lost your lanes, so you can't really do very much right now.
So you just recover until fight?
Yep. there are just very few plays available on the map. If you look at, you have to try to play catch up, right? But it's not easy. Now you lost 4 bounty runes because your heroes can't really fight. And it's a strategic problem for Liquid in this game, absolutely. I would love to see them make moves, but which move would you suggest? They have Darkseer to play around with Ion Chill. He can try to fight with Miracle, but Miracle lost his lane pretty hard.
And Miracle may die. The smoke maneuver from LGD. You get your line break forward. Miracle gets a quick stun out. X-Nova. Hey, Ice Blast up and running. GH will end up stealing that. Maybe create space. No, the door breath. It came out. We can't create any level of space. And just back up and accept the fact that he's dead. 10.5 minute minus. Also completed on Arme for his first usage. So the money for the cause, the 1 positions, really starting to separate heavily. 3.2k to the 4.8k.
Liquid just needs to keep pushing lanes. I think Miracle has to accept that he has to jungle, and you can either put the Darkseer, maybe put the Darkseer bottom and Sven top, but because Lifesteal is so far ahead, I think he's also going to struggle up there. So he's kind of limited on where to go. They need to just push waves out, try to get 1 or 2 key items. I think what you want to get is you want to get the TA Deso, and you want to get maybe 1 item on Sven, but he's going Midas. That's also going to take forever. It's just, there's not the best pairings for Darkseer early game. You know, Liquid have played it with the Ember, they played it with the Alchemist. Sven is a slower version where you need levels in Vacuum, and you ideally want to...
Here we go. Arme walks straight in to pick him up, throw him down. They got the damage output. Yes, they do. Dead for 30 seconds without buyback available. And this will be an opportunity to push the lanes. Maybe even take a tier 1. Chalice will arrive.
That was the best possible play on the map. That's where they used the Dark.
Oh, they're going in. Wait. Chalice is coming back closer. He's trying to play around with them. There's still Iron Shell burn damage, but Chalice is drawing the attention away. Meanwhile, X-Nova thinks about his rotation, but so does Kuro. Everyone looks so glowy. Chalice, open wound stolen by GH. Here's the Storm balled out. Chalice, what's he want to do? Miracle staying with him. The Storm Hammer's already been committed. And with the extra support arriving from LGD, 4 heroes come to the top lane. The Kuro's Spirit, it comes in, and the Stampede comes forward. And what have you got stolen? It's only the double edge stolen. That's not exactly what GH wanted. But X-Nova hits with the Ice Blast. Miracle doesn't have the movement speed anymore, and the Spirit's been pulled back in again. You do have ET Splitter, and Surge is coming off cooldown. So a lot of commitment from LGD, and all you got was the Rubik.
I love that detail from Chalice, though. I agree, it wasn't the best of a fight. They only got the Rubik kill, but he stampedes and instantly double edges a creep next to him to make sure he knew GH was waiting for that stampede to try to steal it, but he was just faster on the fingers there with getting the double edge off. Secures them that kill. Liquid, however, they will be putting pressure on the mid tower, and defense has to come in now. It's coming in through X-Nova with the Macro Pyre. Should be able to hold this. He might need help from +1, and that's coming right now. Centaur will join. No Stampede, though.
Weedout really wants to finish this, but because he's overstayed his welcome, Chalice pounces with X-Nova. They put him down. FY doesn't have the mana for a finger, but now he does. Goodbye, Templar Assassin. LGD go from taking the tier 1 tower on top to now bearing down on the tier 1 tower in mid.
That was surprising that that LGD stayed for that. Ichi Gaming? Nope, they're not in the tournament anymore. LGD actually... Liquid just kept going there with the Centaur TPing in and Jakiro in position, and they were only the TA and the Sven. These 2 heroes right now, they are not a threat. The threat in this game is Darkseer. He's the one enabling the Sven plays. He's the one that gave them this top kill in the tower. If you're without your Darkseer and you try to go into Centaur, there's no way that's going to work.
If the Desolator was done, it might have been a very different scenario, but...
we have barely got to attack. I think he would have died anyway. So a bit of a blunder, and this gives LGD an even bigger lead now to 4k gold. Keeping the ramp up. Ame is not going Radiance. He's Armlet completed in about 100 gold, so that's another big power spike for them. But
I love this
nice power kill.
With the Ice Plant, they can keep Chalice away from it, so we can't deny it.
This is, in my opinion, this is one of the absolute best spells to steal in the whole game. Like, not in this game, but in Dota in general. Ice Path on Rubik is insane. You have no cast time. You have the longer debuff amplification with the Arcane Supremacy once he starts skilling that up. And GH, if Liquid are going to win this game, look for that spell in fights. You can get it.
They messed up the smoke a little bit, but Chalice is going to come out anyway. They saw him move inside the pit. He'll move a little bit further north. Templar Assassin wants to fight. He has the double damage through, but what are you going to do? Go into Roshan? They have to bait the fight. GH wasn't caught inside the smoke. That's why they feel a little bit less confident about this. Ice Path doesn't catch Chalice. It feels like Liquid are just like, they're throwing their fishing rod out there. Forgetting to hold onto the handle, however. Nothing's biting. No jump forward from Weeha, even with the surge up.
3-for-1 rune, LGD.
It's the Huskar who's not involved. Something you don't normally think you'd say 15 minutes into a game. Normally it's Huskar who's the one jumping forward. Somnus has 2 kills to his name, but he's building into the BKB first before it looks like he wants to fight.
That will be a crazy timing for LGD, because if he has BKB before the TA and the Sven does, he can just jump in with 0 risk. He can always just use the disarming if he's in trouble.
Stampede, they're coming forward. GH picks him up. He's probably able to steal Stampede, but as you said, he doesn't want it. He wants Ice Path instead, as Chalice walks away underneath the ET Spirit.
I don't want it. Yep. Indeed, I mean, even though there's only 1 minute left on Ice Path, you see the prioritization there from GH. He thinks it's all.
There needs to be help for Miracle. Ice Path, bingo. Once again, Liquid, they just have one player who's a little bit over into LGD's territory.
They were not ready at all for that play to come in from LGD. Another Ice
Path will connect. Connects over on, and then you get 2 back from GH. So you can lower a little bit of the damage of Chalice, but Somnus has joined the fight. Denial of the tower there from GH.
Nicely done. LGD, it's a little bit of a thorn in their side this Rubik in this game, getting that deny as well, but I think they're still feeling pretty good about their chances. All of their cores are having a great game. Lion also having an outstanding game. Even the Jakiro, X-Nova, who we generally see be really poor, when he's playing this Jakiro, you just get that extra farm that you don't see on other 5s. He's up to 31 CS, very high for him 16 minutes in. Has that extra 1k gold over Kuro. And that can either be converted into a core item like a Force Staff that he's building right now, or it can just give him superiority in terms of the sentry game.
So much confidence from LGD when you switch into Halberd for Somnus. No BKB protection required. They feel confident.
But there's a big timing coming up for Liquid at least. The Templar Assassin is getting Dagger after these 2 camps in the jungle. Sven's close to Echo Saber, Darkseer's close to Mech. When all of these items align, Liquid will try to take a fight, I think, because you can't just keep playing the map like this. You will get caught off once in a while, and it's too expensive. You need to fight for the Roshan and not let LGD take that on the Huskar. They might be playing kind of a game of chicken, like around this Roshan pit. Who wants to try to go for it first and then you counterplay?
It's going to wait inside the pit. Chalice is coming in there to try and get rid of the TA traps. They have a Sentry Ward nicely in the middle, but it's funny because that Radiant Sentry Ward is in range of the Dire Obs, but they can't cross the river. Yeah. Hey, that's where 2 of those deaths from Team Liquid happened.
I'm not even sure they know there's a ward there. Have they had vision there for a while? It's nighttime.
They haven't walked close enough to it since they put the sentry down.
Their ops doesn't see it though. Liquid don't know, right?
I don't believe so, no. If they did, GH would have gone for that money a long time ago.
Well, it can be dangerous to go and deward this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just
like, I'll steal the regeneration rune. He's keeping his distance. Aether Lens first from the Rubik. It's the same for the Lion. They both want to be these great players from the back lines. But it always feels like FY's ending up everything. He comes again with the Hex and the stun. That refraction won't protect him. X-Nova, the perfect chain stun with the Ice Path, and Weeha, refraction, meld, still sits and burns.
That Aether Lens on Lion. Weeha was trying to play around the possibility of getting jumped from the side. He probably had his finger on the dagger in case of an Ice Path, or in case of Lion walking into Hexen, but that lens, extra range. FY gets him from the trees.
LGD's going in.
And that's go time, yep. No TA for 25.
GH is trying to reach the Jakiro, but it feels like X-Nova is playing just close enough but far enough away.
This has a full halberd. Sven can't even fight into him unless they get a perfect combo.
Here comes the ET Spirit. GH, what's he got? Stampede forward. He only got Mana Drain out of the line. Not what he was searching for. The Ice Path, not in the best position, but with a finger of death, it won't matter. Rubik can buy back into the game. Roshan down at 3.2k. TA's up in 2 seconds time with that Blink Dagger. It's quite possible to contest Roshan, but do they have enough with the surging forward in the Darkseer? No, it's just Arme. He's creating space, allowing him to go for Roshan, but Huskar hasn't finished the job. Roshan coming out of the pit. He can't be attacked there. They jump in the double stun with a clean damage. They've already gone through 2. Santor and Jakiro will fall. Miracle wants to finish Roshan with that God Spray. Something tries to push him back. Aegis Immortal is in the hands of Miracle, just like game 1. But this time around, LGD may not be able to get out of the pit. They create some copies. Challenge comes in close. A great double hop stop. More space being created by Kuro. He brings in a lot of damage himself with the Stormbolt. They're able to just keep Challenge in position. Huskar's already down. TA refusing to fight back. Kuro trying to run back out this one. Miracle back to life thanks to the Aegis Immortal. And that's going to be what's that, the best case scenario for Team Liquid?
Yeah, I would still call that a victory. Oh, there's a Hex, but he got the rune already, FY. He's going to back off.
Is it just because you don't have the Aegis on the Husker?
Yeah, you're pretty happy with that. Like, the whole sequence leading up to this, with the kills, with TA dying, with then GH dying and having to buy back.
There's 2 buybacks as well from the Centaur and the Chikiro.
Yep, you got a core buyback out of LGD, and you got the Aegis. You also got the Roche kill, right? It wasn't the steal.
It was Roshan killed, yep, by Radiant.
So, all things considered for Liquid, that's not that bad.
Oh, Darkseer, once again, there's Aether Lens of FY comes into work. 8-1 charges are available. Darkseer able to get the surge, mind control, getting some distance. And now they try and turn around, and for the stop, Arme, he committed the rage, and Miracle will come in with the Iron Shell. They'll get these great step chains done. FY, he's going to split the fight once again, but Arme, he's armlet toggling his way to safety. Weeha needs to chase him down. There's your burst damage. Arme still continues to toggle, and the inmet into the catapult. Liquid, they really want Arme, but they may have to settle for FY. He still works quite a lot, however, but it's not what you came for.
It's a kill nonetheless, and you have to remember that whole sequence started because they tried to go on mind control. So when you consider mind control survived and they got a counter kill, it's pretty decent. But at the same time, LGD, of course, they weren't there with their whole squad. It was just 2 heroes pulling, 3 or 4 heroes. I don't remember even how many Liquid had there, but it took them really long, and they started rotating around. Husker and Centaur in the meantime, completely free farming and keeping up, building up these items. And we should remember, Somnus, by buying this halberd that he did in the last fight, didn't have BKB. It's going to be his next item. And when he hits this timing and gets an Aegis, things get really scary. So the next big objective of the game again is going to be Roche, but it doesn't spawn until in 6 minutes, so there'll be a lot of items on the field.
I'd say we have some time, but LGD smoke up. They're coming for a hunt. No Blink Dagger just yet over on Chalice, so there's still no jump ability from LGD. Something we haven't actually seen at all. Defensive infest, sure. Aggressive? Yeah. Mind Control's going to surge himself straight in the middle of him and walks away with the stun. The range is too good from FY. Hits the finger of death. The damage on the Mind Control. He doesn't have time to stop being a fish. Get that mech as well as 1 charge off. And now the Blink Dagger is here from the Centaur. Arme, do you want to hitch your ride? Charles is a good driver.
I don't think there's any reason to do anything right now except get this bottom tower. Want to start? I don't think you go high ground here for LGD. That would be pretty dangerous. I think you absolutely wait for an Aegis before you think about going that route. So they're going to spread around the map again, maybe get an aggressive ward out in the enemy triangle if they can get over there. Somewhere in that area would be nice, but maybe they'll catch Miracle.
TP comes towards the top lane under the dire Ops and Sentry. They feel very comfortable, but you do have FY, maybe in no man's land. As it is daytime, they see FY quite clearly, put him to sleep, and then jump. A chance coming in. He's got a surprise. Package delivery for Team Liquid. Will you receive? They will. Miracle. The damage is so huge, but then he turns around with his own cleave damage. Trying to bring down the Centaur with the Darkseer wall, the Ice Path, X-Nova. Everyone just stops and looks at each other, frozen to the bone. But now Husker jumps forward over towards Kuro, looking for his own fight. But GH, he's killed off Chalice. They want the other one. They want Lifestealer. The stop. Arme on almost no life now turns to Weeha. Weeha, he doesn't have the sustain. He's disarmed. He can't attack. Down for a minute. Miracle still to clean up the supports. Both down for LGD. Arme and Somnus running away from themselves. And Team Liquid finding that big combination. It feels like it's starting to work from Team Liquid. That's back into a big Stormhammer, into heavy damage, even when Miracle doesn't have the heavy damage. He's just an Echo Saber and Midas.
Yeah, but the big items are coming out from Liquid too. They're close to BKBs on both TA and Sven.
Blink GH too.
Truly game-changing items, because that's something Husker is just not very good against. Once BKBs are popped, his efficiency drops.
The sustain's getting through the roof too. Darkseer, Mind Control, and he just keeps, he plays this, the old Aura kind of style. Vlad's is done, the mech's available, GH on the Rubik. We already saw how amazing FY was in game 1. With this Blink Dagger, he's now been even more enabled. And we see this whole fight, the disarm just wrecking apart.
The surge is also extremely important to keep in mind against the lifestealer in these fights. Whoever lifestealer goes on gets surged away until he has either a nullifier or the hero is stunned by Lion or the Centaur. So in that fight, Miracle ended up kiting lifestealer for a good 5 to 10 seconds behind the tree line. Just couldn't get on top of him properly. That's what Lifestealer wants. This hero hates playing against Surge. He hates playing against 4 staffs.
And that's exactly what's in the group buy.
Yep.
Need a little bit more time for TA to finish that BKB. Actually, with the range creeps up on top, she is, well, with this creep wave, will now have the money. So BKB for Sven, BKB for TA, and now also BKB for Husker. So, hey, everyone gets a BKB. Look under your chair.
And Lifestealer has one, by default.
And he's going to get a second one as well, through Rage as well as Item.
Yep. Not fully convinced that that's the right choice in this game for Ame to do. I get what the idea is, that these fights are going to be long and you want to be able to do something outside of Rage and Sustain, but the trade-off is that you lose a lot of damage that you could have had by going an AC route or a Nullifier for the Infest jump out of Centaur to kill up, like blow up pretty much anybody that you could find. That is what you're trading off here. But he is committed already with the Mithril Hammer, and he's not going to commit into anything else.
TA was in range of the Observer and Sentry Ward when the smoke happened. It was very, very late on the smoke. LGD aware, they even hit the scan. And that smoke maneuver from Team Liquid. TA Trap trying to scout out the Centaur in the trees. He'll come down and kill it. It's like, well, if you want me, come at me, bro. The TA Trap will trigger again, a quick blink away. But he's still sitting behind the tower, and the rest of LGD smoked up, moving in. The Stormhammer, it's already over with a crisscrossing of the Ice Pass. Thomas will jump forward. Miracle, he needs protection. Having the damage against Thomas and the pickup. They catch out the Jakiro. The Ice Pass will be removed by Weeha. Mel striking down next Nova. Arme's going to walk up the hill to put that BKB to use while the initiation. The stop from Towers, and the double stun. The back wall combo won't hit enough. In fact, the disarm on TA, she has to run away. The BKB cannot protect her.
The last attack from a Lion is going to kill her. She would actually survive if not for that one attack.
He doesn't even have the plus 90 damage.
Was surged up, was BKB'd, was running away, had dagger soon, was BKB'd. BKB twice, apparently.
You can.
Man. What a spell combo from LGD there. The original jump when they force out the Sven BKB and reset, Liquid feel good about themselves and feel like they can play round 2 with the Huskar BKB going on cooldown. But they reconnect, and that jump was just excellent from Chalice. The jump on his own shrine. Getting the information from the Observer Ward earlier.
So now LGD try and take control of the North. Anything that helps understand where Team Liquid's coming at them, even an infested Centaur. Not just control, if they're able to kill right now, Roshan will be in 15 seconds.
Spawning super fast. This is almost minimum spawn time. I believe the clock just ticked over, so this is a very fast Roshan spawn. Liquid will know they have a trap in the pit, so they will know it first.
Miracle can't even join this. His TP's on cooldown for another 17 seconds. He's pushing the bottom lane. And LGD, they're hovering around this tier 2 tower on the top. GH is pressuring the mid. So Liquid just trying to relieve the pressure.
Yeah, they're not defending this top tower, but they might find a double damage for the Sven. That could be really big if there ends up being a fight. He's not looking there, though.
Oh, it's a dire Observer Ward. That's actually, no, it's still a little... No, it sees. And it sees Weeha as well, planting more and more traps around.
Sees it now. He's going to walk into this DD. Liquid might want to fight with it. See if they take it on either of these two.
Who wants it?
Nobody yet. Is there a bottle coming?
There's a Rubik coming. That's all. You ain't giving it to him. So Roshan's up, but with Liquid having the trap, the second LGD begin it. Liquid will know. And they're going to smoke up the double damage room. But of course, again, the Observer Ward is just... How many times must Liquid smoke underneath this? And look what LGD do. It's like, oh, we'll sit underneath our Observer and Sentry. You take our side of the map and we'll take yours. Dire, well, the Courier will get sniped as it moves over the top of the Templar Assassin, revealing the fact there is the DD, but the Observer and Sentry. Someone needs to drop something right now. They dropped 2, well, yeah, Observer Sentry down, but that actually got scouted out by the other ops. Centaur, hooked up, Chalice! He blindly went into the trees, they thought he was in there, he was for a moment, now the pick up and throw down, it looks like Liquid are uncertain if they really want to have this fight. Weeha hits the backlines, looking for X-Nova as well as FY, he's able to actually keep them controlled and actually get the kill on FY, thanks to the stop. Jakiro's actually asleep in the trees, Miracle's trying to come through, the TA Trap will get the reveal, X-Nova, Miracle actually dodging at least the Ice Path, but the finger from FY will bring down Sven. Kuro needs to go back into the top, Arme's protected by the Rage, so he's fine. Quick buyback from FY. They still don't know that Roshan's up. TA set up a couple of extra traps in there.
And that was a good play from Weeha, that fight. He jumps in and forces the supports away and gets a kill on one of them, forcing out the buyback from FY. This is what TA needs to do in this game. Jump in and kill the Lion, if possible.
Got rid of the
FY, though,
Somnus
gets out, just barely.
Defensive refractions available. Chalice. Look at Arme. It's like, yeah, this ain't happening. Back to farm, boys. Remember Roshan. Remember the bounty rune that you walked past. Go back and get it. There's still another 2 on the bottom lane. But everyone's eyes are on Roshan.
Well, for now, Huskar will grab the bottom 2 runes. Closing in on an AC.
Love of this from GH. He's managed to steal a level 2 Finger of Death. So there's a little bit of extra burst damage that Liquid has to work with.
That's a lot of damage. That's not a little bit.
Spell amplification of 26%. You'll take it. Probably should also take that Sentry Ward while you've got the Spirit up there, but he's feeling a little cautious. Everyone's backing up. I'm not seeing a smoke right now on Liquid. The Radiant are scanning, and it does ping. It's Arme just farming up the Ancients. The TA traps are gone from Roshan, so the Sentry Ward planted down by X-Nova. In fact, 3 of them in a triangle watching anything around the river area.
They have pretty good control here right now. With the Solar Crest on Centaur, they also kill Roche relatively quickly with the Huskar. So Liquid should be feeling a bit of urgency of staying up here and getting up here in the first place, and they will connect, but obviously Huskar, in the meantime, pushing out and farming bottom, taking advantage of Liquid having to regain this area.
As long as Kuro can stay in range, you can at least keep checking Roshan, like sending the Spirit out. You can put down extra TA traps. Even if you do want, like, you see the TA trap in there, you have to enter the pit to get rid of it. And this is just great information, but you're putting him up on the hillside for the moment. As it becomes a 5v4 standoff in the front of Roshan. Huskar, as you mentioned, the only one not there. He's trying to finish the Assault Cuirass as quick as possible. While a heart is the choice from Arme, attempting to become the Immortal. Chalice this time around, not caring about magical damage. He'll jump in. He'll see the TA trap. This is what we're talking about. Uncertain if he really wants it. GH gets the pick up and the back trap pull Chalice. It's far over to the Radiant side of the river as possible. The only thing you're missing was the ability to turn him around and force down from over.
If they had a stun to connect with there, maybe they could have tried to go for a burst with the Finger, but didn't get the opportunity. Sven was too far away for a Stormhammer.
And you need 25 on TA to get that Meld Bash.
Yep. He's getting there.
He is.
Level 21.
So is Sven. Like, what happens once he hits that plus 40 God Strength?
Then he gets 40 Strength.
That's a fact. Can't debate.
Man, this is so tense, right? Like, you can imagine what it's like playing for both of these teams right now with the limited vision that you have with the importance of Roshan.
Oh, that's close, Arme.
He's got a heart, though.
There's your blink up. GH starting with the Meld Strike.
Oh, that's
Put the heart to the tents, the Ice Path off point, and the BKB, the 8-second one burnt from Weeha.
They wanted to try to force something there onto the Lifestealer, but he got the heart, got instant force staff, and now there's no TA BKB in this fight. That's really, really bad news for Liquid.
And LGD's loving it. Baited into it, Miracle. As the Iron Shell's ready to go, you will need that jump from Mind Control. They back! Pulling Chalice up the hill! Not willingly dying! The EG splitter goes through Roshan, and look at him go quickly. Centaur has buyback available. Someone jumps forward, instantly down to half-life. But he's looking for 2 of them. Through Roshan. Hiding inside the pit is Arme. The Spirit continues to cause problems for LGD. And a huge buyback on the Centaur, but a double damage rune for Lifestealer. The 34-minute rune. They'll create a copy thanks to this Dark Seal Wall. Another EG Spirit. Move in. Range is available. Arme's not going to use it. He'll go to sleep. And break free instantly. Nobody wants to take the risk of really committing to Roshan.
If Liquid come back in this game, that vacuum is what started it all. That's such a huge kill. 3k gold swing, they force a buyback out on Centaur, and there is the risk of Chalice dying again.
Here comes LGD. The Infest is inside the Centaur. Chalice will be the sacrificial one. Rubik, he's just waiting on the edge. GH has Blink Dagger available, and Miracle, well, already hit. Somnus attacked over on the side. Centaur, you got a quick steal. What's going to be Ice Path? No, it's going to be Dual Breath only. LGD so pressured around Roshan. They even Roshan fighting against him. The Clamp is like, would you mind not fighting on my doorstep? Get off my lawn. The Stomp, it won't connect properly. Macropyre is down. Roshan, 1.5k. If Liquid are going to jump, they've got to jump now. The TF track gives the information. Stomp has actually got the Aegis, the Immortal. The back, pull him away, but GH, here's your grab. They get the stun. LGD, Aegis and Cheese both being gained. The Cheese is on the Life Stealer, Aegis on the Huskar. Now they have a Soul Kuros and a ticket to push down the lane. They will look for this tier 3 tower and tier 2 tower in mid. And what does Liquid have to defend with? They have Miracle too far out under the tier 2 tower. He'll turn for the stun onto the Life Stealer, but remember he's got the heart. Army doesn't care about taking damage. He even gave the Cheese over to the Centaur.
They push so fast. They have 2 siege creeps here as well.
Yep, up they come on the tier 3. Rubik still doesn't want to buy back. Mind Control creates a couple of copies. Turn Arme and Sombus against his own team. Miracle looking to turn on the sound as here comes LGD through the mid. Rage has already been burned. Templar Assassin's not joining this fight. Weeha's on bottom lane, still trying to push a tier 1 tower. The back, once again, Mind Control. He pulls up Life Stealer, the grab from GH. They want to hold him there for the BKB Silvel from Arme. While he's got the Rage down, Sombus stands his own ground. Remember, he's got the Aegis Immortal. Will it burn? He's far enough away. They give him the life.
The only big spell committed here is the God Strain.
Weeha's waiting, too close. The Sentry Ward was planted down. They saw his Melt Trap instantly disarmed, so Weeha couldn't attack.
God Strength is now on cooldown for a full minute. LGD, they might want to press the issue, knowing that this is off the table for Liquid. It's a big part of their damage. It's what makes the vacuum combo so strong.
They're backing off for the moment.
Yep.
Fresh items. Vlads for the Centaur coming out. You do have a finished Solar Crest. Mind Control managed to get the Courier up and around LGD in order to get that back into his hands. LGD have the time. They have the Aegis, they have the Cheese, but they also have this insane Life Stealer to be the front liner. Miracle is waiting up the hill. Surge him to get him away. They start the damage over into Somnus. As you said, without the God Strength, they have to work a little bit harder to get this early damage in. Somnus stands his ground, pushes him back. There's another disarm. Arme, they take the tier 3 tower. Somnus is low. Arme's close. The Mel Strike will also connect. Low on armor, but Somnus still stands his ground. There goes your melee rack. You see just how ineffective Liquid are until they pull him back with the back. Under a bell. Holy shit! Chalice! He gets the jump with the follow on Ice Bomb! Liquid totally caught out! Somnus is low, but he's still got the Aegis! They haven't burned through it! The BKB protects the 4-star! FY! He just grabs Somnus, pulls him away! I got your back, and here we go! A reinsert! The Storm Bolt! The 3-man stop in the easy splitter! Miracle needs to hit, and now he can do so! 2 heroes down! Sentinel dead for a long time, but Arme will still stand his ground! He doesn't have the Aegis Immortal, but that's why you got it from Somnus! He'll come back to life again, and where's your extra damage? Now he buys back the Mel Strike. How much knife have they got? Double 4-star. The support from LGD working so well for Team Liquid. They need to hunt a little bit more. Somnus pushes them away. They have the damage from range. LGD, you do take the mid lane of Rax. The buybacks are heavy, and when I say heavy, I mean heavy. 4 heroes fought back. Only Darkseer avoided it. But Liquid sort of hold.
They need to get something big in return here. If you can force buybacks out the other way, the game is still blown wide open. Was the Cheese used in this fight? No, it's still on Centaur. Centaur never got it off. That could have made such a big difference. They get a buyback out of Xnova. It's not the best, but it's something at least. And Liquid, they will not pursue high ground. They're worried about getting caught without their buybacks, and the game just ends. So they're going to settle for bottom tier 1, mid tier 2.
And someone will need to farm up that bottom lane. There's a lot of money down there, but my God, Mind Control. How does he make this hero work time and time again? He's able to reach with these backs and pull LGD into positions they don't want to be. The plus 75 vacuum AoE here also obviously assists, but always getting that one hit, just Chalice maybe a little bit too far forward. Beautiful. The Demon Head just coming towards Miracle.
Yeah, he's going to go MKB. It's the right item in this game for a couple of reasons. First of all, there's a Halberd on the Huskar, so he has evasion. The Lifestealer has evasion talent. And then Lifestealer is also going Butterfly, which Miracle doesn't know for sure yet. He's only seen the Quarterstaff, which could turn into a Bloodthorn. But it is a butter that Ame's thinking about.
I love this from LGD. They 4-man smoke up before you get the Huskar up, but Huskar TP's out and then goes underneath an Observer Ward. Oh my god, that's hacked. All right, cool.
Yeah, FY is pretty farmed.
Yeah.
It's the same net worth as the enemy Darkseer.
Uh-huh.
Darkseer, okay? Man has the same net worth as Darkseer. Minute 40. A hero that has twice his CS.
And now, if Liquid group up without that immunity, they're going to get hit pretty damn hard. A level 3 finger with the +5 buffs.
Lifesteal level 25, Sven level 25, takes the God Strength. Lifesteal taking the Rage duration, no surprises there for either.
So that's now going to be, 26 seconds worth of immunity for Ame. Beating into the tier 3 tower. Team Liquid still wondering where this fight's going to come from. Ame just doing it all himself. Sven doesn't want to fight, not until they get the combination.
Yeah, he needs the, he does have the MKB. Okay.
Now you get the meld hit bash as well from Weeha, so they get a little bit more control. But without the buybacks available, Darkseer is the only one who has it. That's why they just buy up their items as quickly as they possibly can.
But once this wall runs out, that's a big tool gone for this defense for Liquid.
It's going to be a huge stun. But to catch Lifestealer without both of his immunities, it's unlikely. And LGD, they're giving respect to Team Liquid. They're not just going to barge their way up. Not yet.
So another Butterfly being purchased. This one is for Weeha's TA. Also level 25, as we mentioned, with the melt hit bash. So has overtaken Somnus by a level. By the way, Somnus' level 25 is important in this game. The pure damage burning spears could be a big difference maker. I'm assuming he will take that and not the attack range, but you never know. Attack range is also really strong. It's a lot of range, 175.
Yeah, keep your distance from that combination of Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid are coming out, just try and force the lane and give just that little bit of extra farm to Weeha. They're still trying to wait out the 3.5 minutes. That's how long their buybacks are left on cooldown. And fighting inside the pace feels like the best opportunity. I don't think GH has the steal he wants either. Open wounds. They might be able to increase their sustain if they can just get... Oh, Centaur caught out by that. Maybe the easiest one. First sentries to be planted. Here comes LGD once more.
They are very well set up if he walks up on the high ground here. Milk bash.
Oh, pick him up, throw him down, connect with the stuns, and the back up. Lifestealer instantly explodes, and now Team Liquid. G8 wasn't able to steal. It's going to be the Ice Path. Buyback came in so quickly from the Lifestealer, but God Strength has been burned.
God Strength and Wall, but they and BKB on TA. But this Lifestealer is not out of the woods yet. He could still get killed. Maybe they absolutely need the God Strength. They probably do. That was kind of everything from Liquid used. The second life should be easier. He could even infest into the Centaur if he wants to play it really safe.
Send the clone out. F1 can get rid of that quickly. The ET stomp maybe a little too early from Kuro. Doesn't slow down the wave, but pick up Somnus. Throw him away into the wall, and then the follow-up Ice Path. Fortification has to be used to try and dissuade Ame, as he did burn the rage, but Somnus has the cheese. He's quite happy to stand the front lines as long as they can't chain stun him. Here's your Ice Path to begin, and you got Miracle with Stormhammer, but Chalice staying close. He doesn't have any retaliate stacks up, but he gets the hook stop over on Miracle. Do they want to jump in a little bit deeper? The Ice Path, once again, this one's from X-Nova, and then the chain back. Chalice, he's in way too deep once more. They bring him down. The Rags are still going to fall. Somnus taking care of that as Centaur will buy back into the game. He's walking his way forward, but Somnus caught a little bit too far around the back. But he never got the cheese off. Team Liquid have still lots of lane of Rags. X-Nova protects himself inside the Ghost Scepter. Weeha once more. He'll jump forward towards FY, protected by the Ghost Scepter. He actually stopped the meld attack from it connecting, but now into the trees. He gets his quick stun off, but GH has the range. He'll grab him, he'll control him, and FY will fall. It still feels like every time Team Liquid want to try and take one of these fights, they have to sacrifice such a huge amount, but they may get the big thing here. Roshan in 15 seconds.
This is a Liquid win for sure. They lost Barracks, but the amount of buybacks that have to come out from LGD here, it's more important at this stage of the game to force out these buybacks. The heroes now are way stronger than the barracks in terms of the impact in this game, so...
This is so huge as well. This is the advantage of Templar Assassin. The trap comes up, they know that Roshan's there, and Liquid are going straight in for it. They have card strength, as you said. They have the damage output, and this is an Aghanim Scepter upgrade. It's not a refresher.
Somnus not BKPing that Ice Path may just be his biggest mistake of the game. He could have maybe BKB'd and run it off, or maybe got out somehow with the help of his teammates, but in the end, ends up dying. And of course, Chalice's jump into the base to start it all off, maybe overextending a little bit. LGD, yes, you get the barracks, but at this point, Aghanim's now on Rubik for free. And we see the replay here. The stun comes in. See, Chalice is just jumping. And I mean, yes, it's nice to jump on the Sven, but none of your teammates can connect. They're way too far away. He buys the time for them to get the barracks, and now he's going to buy back and start connecting back into the fight. And this is where Somnus, you can't BKB TP out because of the meld bash that you're scared of, but this Ice Path, you have to BKB that one so that your teammates can go and help you. Not doing that, it gets blown up, and it's very easy for Liquid to run them down after that.
Just see that facial expression. It's like, guys, this is meant to be a little bit better. Miracle, maybe starting to feel a little bit more confident as well. It's like, I have some damage output. With the buybacks all being up in 5 seconds time, Liquid can feel strong. But do they want to finish the Daedalus over on Miracle? It will cost him his buyback, however. They're checking the wards, they're checking the vision. LGD's had control of this map for a very long time. Liquid, they've only just started to remember what the jungle looks like. But Weeha with a double damage room would love an engagement. Puts the BKB in the backpack. And they smoke up, well out of range of LGD's vision, but Chalice is waiting. Lifestealer is sitting inside of him, Arme ready to pop out. And Weeha, how aggressive do you want to be? The TA trap, they'll see, the smoke will break, they understand the Chalice is in the tree line.
Somnus is the one guy in LGD that has buyback. If anybody gets caught, LGD want it to be Somnus so he can come back in the fight. There's a huge life advantage for Liquid here with 4 heroes with buybacks. The only guy without it is Kuro, and that's just because of gold. He now has the completed Lotus Orb. I think that's new. If you want to say it's new.
I'll say it's new. That way I could be wrong and you could be right. Like that movement from Team Liquid. They're just trying to guess exactly where they are. So the smoke broke, but it took them a couple of seconds before they did the vac into the Ice Path combination. And GH is the man who has to go down to the bottom lane to defend it. He's actually buying boots of travel, so he's able to hold this wave back, keep it off the tier 4 towers, but then still rejoin the team, thanks to the fact the top wave and the mid wave have both been pushed in so heavily by Team Liquid.
He's going to travel top now. Liquid want to make a move.
But the creep wave's still inside the base.
Yeah, this is very telling, the fact that GH left. I'm surprised he didn't push out this one extra wave first before traveling up there, because
they're baiting.
It's not rocket science what's going on right now. It's super obvious for LGD. And
the TP has to come home. It's Weeha who TP's home this time. He'll buy his own boots of travel, just one after the other. Yo, guys, we need someone who's a better clearance than just the Rubik. But it still feels like GH is critical to the initiation of Team Liquid. It's either the VAC or it's the telekinesis.
Yep. And the stolen Ice Path, which has finally now expired for GH. Is there anything else he can steal that's cool this game? Stampede would be great. It's an Ag Stampede for him.
Yep. Obviously, you'd love Finger of Death with the VAC wall combination that they currently get, but that's a little harder to grab. Yeah. You'll still take the Earth Spike, because that's going to be your Ravage.
Yeah, it's decent. I still think Ice Path is the best spell to get. If he gets that, he's super happy.
Ends up stealing in a fire. Like,
yeah, every spell can be useful in the right conditions, but the chance of that being useful compared to Ice Path is...
It's like watching Rubik steal Exorcism. It's like, well, I've got to stay on the front lines now. I don't think I like the scenario. Alright, so Weeha's taking care of the bottom lane.
LGD with good wards here. They know exactly what's going on.
But because they actually lost that fight, like the Gem of True Sight's in the hands of Team Liquid, and they're getting rid of all the extra vision.
Well, they didn't find all of them. They didn't find the one at the bottom rune.
Yeah, just on the other side of the tree line. The sentry was in range. He's just going to walk around a corner to see it. Fight through the backdoor regeneration. This will be the last outer tower to be removed from the map. No tier 1s, no tier 2s for either side. Of course, Liquid's got a couple of, it's got a little bit more financial damage to their home. LGD still have all their tier 3 towers up, but Liquid They're the aggressors. As you said, counting down those buybacks from LGD. They do not want to have this fight yet. And they are not giving the opportunity to Team Liquid, but they're giving the space. So much farm. The gold swing has just rapidly increased since the 40-minute mark. It has just gone up. It has plateaued slightly, but the experience and gold advantage is belonging to Team Liquid. And they're going to take the 50-minute bounty runes as well, so this will shoot up once again.
LGD will be fighting for the next set of bounties. If nothing happens before that, they will definitely be fighting for those.
I think it's courier kill time. It's coming under the Observer Ward. It's got the Eagle Song of FY. So that's an E-Blade pickup from the Lion to go with its AoE Finger of Death. Sure.
Yep, they have no nullifiers on Liquid side, so he can save cores now. That is a really, really important item here. When you have Lens, as Lion does right now, the cast range on this E-Blade is really significant. And that means that if Ame, for example, goes in and gets opened upon, can just get E-bladed really quick. There's no, he doesn't have Stormhammer to spell, right? No, he has movement speed Talon on Sven.
Got a Blink Dagger as well, though, for Mind Control. Welcome to your jump in. Yep.
Yep.
And the Gem of True Sight is having to be handed over. Actually, is it? No, Mind Control's holding on to it. I thought he might give it to Kuro, but Kuro's at the back lines.
Yeah, he wants to hold on to that one.
GH got Infest.
Well, is he going to swallow someone?
Oh, yeah, true. You can. Hey, who can I take?
You can bring in the Sven into the middle of the fight and instantly die on Rubik.
Hey, he doesn't. Is that actually what they do? Because you instantly die on Rubik. But yeah, you don't have a Blink Dagger on the Sven, so it will be a delivery system. Here comes LGD. Bro. They come out with the smoke breaking underneath the Observer Ward. Now Mind Control. He feels good to potentially move forward, but they'll scout with the Spirit first. Charles is still ready to get his own jump out. The tension in the air is palpable. LGD, they're desperate for this kind of engagement now. The buybacks, they're still not fully off cooldown, but they will be in 10 seconds time. But Charles is not getting the opportunity he's searching for. Mind Control's back on the bottom lane for the moment. He doesn't have BTs to get back to the front lines. He's just got the Surge. Stomp, a little bit off target. Miracle, able to grab the DD rune, and LGD, any thoughts they had of a fight just disappeared when that rune was grabbed.
Would have maybe, they would have loved to have a bottle there. I think bottling this DD could have been really useful. You're 52 minutes into the game. I think one of Liquid's cores really should have a bottle by now. Just buy it in order to store runes, grab these DDs and find a fight later. I think maybe Weehaw buying a bottle now would be great. But he's prioritizing level 2 Boots of Travel. He already has the Moon Shard, and then he's pretty much maxed out unless he wants to replace an item for Hex or Bloodthorn.
And LGD know if they just get this win, they get a rematch against OG in the grand final. Team Liquid, they're on the edge. But they can force a decider. Maybe we actually see the history. You were saying it before, Send. Since TI3, TI3 is the only TI that hasn't had a Chinese team in the grand final. Still a tall ask, but Liquid will group up. They have smoke available on the Elder Titan. Double damage has worn off, and Roshan will respawn in 10 seconds time, so we just keep the action flowing.
This one has everything. It's Roche number 4.
It's a Smorgasbord.
No, it's Roche number 3, right? No, it's number 4. It's
yeah,
number 4.
It's number 4. We had the Aegis buff up before. That's what Rubik was able to swallow. He still probably would want to have this Aeon disc before he starts the fight, but only a 2.7k surplus. That's okay.
I think the ideal
Here comes
thing,
Somnus.
if LGD somehow get this Roche, I think you want both the Axe and the Refresher on the Centaur. That would be absolutely huge for the game for them. It will give them so much more sustain against these engagements that Liquid are taking.
This is so hilarious.
And I wonder why Chalice isn't going Axe this game. It feels like a really good choice against this jump-in burst from Liquid. He could keep his core alive. But this time around, he's fancying the Shiva, of course, also a great item against these physical-based heroes. But the Axe would really be nice. Maybe he's just hoping to get it from a Roche.
It's like, I'll have this, but if we can get Roshan, it'll be better. It'll be cheaper. All right, so finally, GH. That Aeon disc is flowing out to him. Buyback surplus of 100. No one wants to lose this. Templar Assassin's going to BT herself over as well. She's going all the way back home. BT now level 2s are up. But the pressure's being applied to the bottom lane.
And now there's the potential for GH to bait, actually, in the coming fight with this Aeon Disc. If he gets jumped,
hey, he has the infest, you've got the delivery system.
I mean, I would love to see it, but I don't think that's going to happen. But he would be able to instantly, after the disc pops, he can 4-step away and use the cheese if he needs to maybe bait LGD out of position, maybe make them use a BKB or two, and then they can take the fight from there.
This is actually so stupid. So GH will go to the bottom lane. He's pushing the lane out with the Fade Bolt, wants to grab the 55-minute bounty runes. He's a little bit careful about going for the others. They Radiant Scanny, because the stupid thing is, for the last 5 minutes, just like the last Roshan, both teams know exactly where the other team is. I'm on my high ground, you're on your high ground. Together the two shall meet at some point. But the some point is the question mark, and hey, GH is back. It's amazing that Liquid have kept that shrine alive. Like, you're down so much of your base and you still have the shrine behind Roshan.
It's actually crucial that that shrine is there. And I think it's a mistake from LGD that they haven't managed to get in and take it at some point. There must have been an opportunity at some point to get in.
LGD will smoke. They're looking to do their own wraparound. Miracle in the meantime is cleaning up the wave. I'm seeing 6.8k on this Ven, a 3.2k surplus. The wraparound behind, Observer and Sentry are there. The smoke will break instantly. Reaction, GH blinks the other side. A quick pickup over on the Husker. Gives himself a double stump, but they do not want to fight this one. Still Liquid. Roshan is still the primary objective. LGD know they'll vision up on the high ground. Sven protected by the Lotus Orb. Lets them be on the front lines, but they found their target. Weeha on the other side of Roshan. Instantly exploded by the finger of death with FY. It was banged up, but now the TP comes forward. Somerton too far up. He has the cheese. He has the Titanic. They just keep control, but the E-Blade protects him for the moment and gets him with the charge. They move themselves further away from the ET split of a Miracle. Where's your damage? Charles with another double hook stop. Delivering in the life stealer. Will feed through Koro. The Fade Bolt control. Huskar goes down as well. They're still battling underneath the shrine. Darkseer, you need a little bit more life for this, but the wall, they actually get a good couple of copies, but where is your extra attack? The Fade Bolt into center. The follow-up stun is there from GH and the Ice Bar. He can just chain this control over on the Centaur. They're waiting it out as long as the sleep will last. Centaur forced up, but still inside the Ice Bar. Jakiro pick up, thrown back down again. Another two-man done, combining with the Storm Hammer. Liquid, they're able to just continue to chain. Miracle, he needs to attack GH as the control's on. The triple kill for Miracle. The finger is split down from FY. Maybe they get a little bit more. They want the chase, searching forward. Arme, FY, the Ice Bar just an inch away from him, but GH wobbling himself forward. The rest of LGD, they've returned towards the fight. Now the Storm Hammer, Miracle catches two. They need to see him, however. FY, he's the primary target. The Ice Bar from GH, he controls the life for the moment. Get rid of that pesky little demon. They move over now towards Chalice. Still on the run, but underneath the Sentry Ward. Chalice will go down. 3 heroes without buyback. Team Liquid, now they have an opportunity. They can go for Roshan. They need to clean up their home and then push down towards LGD.
And I think there was even a moment you didn't get to see on camera. FY was chasing Miracle up the high ground over the Roshan pit to the south. Miracle had 200 health. Lion goes for the blind stun up the high ground, misses, and Miracle turns and kills him from full HP with a crit.
You have an Ags upgrade over on Sven. Hand of God, that fight took so long. The Hand of God's off cooldown in 10 seconds time. Everybody get a buff. Oprah, eat your heart out.
And it's that shrine advantage. Liquid have the high ground and they have the ability to reconnect easier.
He grabbed the creep wave through the bottom lane. He's actually beating into the Liquid base. Liquid want to push. They don't want to have to be coming back right now, but he's going to start beating at the tier 4 towers with the double damage rune. He is quite a problem. Still has the BKB with the raid. Arme is trying to do the solo. He'll take the first tier 4 tower. He'll look for the second. TPs are coming back. He'll raid. He'll try and TP out. He's on the way now with the BKB. He can't actually get it. He has to wait. If Dance gets done, now they need the damage to go above. He fell into a creep. That can't be denied. But Liquid, they're going for the throne. They're going for the tier 4 towers. LGD, they don't have the numbers. Lifestealer, she'll try to do this solo. But Weeha finishes the job. Buyback, instilling a bubble for the Lifestealer. The Ice Path, it's good control from Nova. They need to actually bring this down. The Fortress, the Ancient, is finally going to die. GG is called. Liquid have done it. 59 minutes. They push back against LGD. And force a deciding game for the TI9 Grand Final slot against OG. Whew.
That was an amazing game. There's so many things to talk about in this game. I think all the way from itemization, individual plays, big decision making, I think in the end is what is going to cost LGD this game. The mistake on the enemy high ground bottom, challenge going in too deep, the fight that they take here toward the end by not having eliminated that shrine, fighting around that area where Liquid are inherently at an advantage.
I love watching Team Liquid. They started this series in their booth, actually trying to get this crowd to chant out, "Let's go LGD." As they walk off the stage, they're like, "LGD, LGD." But Team Liquid, they are most definitely doing it, giving us one hell of a display of Dota back against LGD as they tie up the series 1-1.
There we go then, all tied up. Only one thing better than the lower bracket final on Championship Sunday, and that's a lower bracket final that goes to all 3 games.
Yes.
I am so hyped after the end of that. I was like, whoa, what are they doing here? I mean, it probably wasn't going to work, but it was worth a go. There's nothing else they could do but
Armo's at the end, hats off to him. He's trying to buy some time.
It's ballsy, but there was nothing else they could have done.
The stuff they could have done was the first 30, 40 minutes of the game. But PSG.LGD...
That could have been very different.
Yeah, they're going to be kicking themselves a bit about how that one turned out.
Absolutely, yeah. Because it looked great for a while, didn't it, Cap? You're thinking, they're looking great, Imperious. They picked the right heroes. It's the right game for them. They're ahead by miles. It's going to be a 2-0.
They got what they thought was the game-winning last pick in this Huskar, the counter to the Templar Assassin for the first half of the game. That's how that matchup, it's even worse than it used to be, especially with Huskar now being given this free disarm as well. It's just such a hard matchup, but Liquid just managed to persevere through that first 30 minutes and slowly but surely started changing the game until LGD, I think, eventually just cracked under the pressure. That bottom lane push was something else. Everybody watching that knows that that is not going to be the right play, especially with Roshan coming up, with the buybacks being used. LGD just tried to end it.
They ran in like one by one, dying. They get the racks eventually, but it's like lifesteal bought back.
A lot.
It was all over the place. That was a very poorly executed push.
That said, Grant, we haven't seen that many mistakes from either of these two teams in their last few games, but couple creeping in there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can feel the pressure getting. It felt like they had the game won, right? You already had one of the Raxes down middle. You're taking those last 2 bottom, and then you just overextend a little too much. And then we saw some of the Roche fights, like mind control, that one vacuum onto the hill, just slowing down the Roche fight. Liquid was just doing one by one little things, and they started adding up. And once you get to 25, the level 25 talents in that game, Meld, Bash It, and AoE Surge are completely game-changing.
I love the fact that you brought that up because Brian is waiting to explain exactly what happened in that turnaround. Brian.
A lot of people say that the graph of a Dota game says it all. And we're going to pull up the graph of that last game, and we're going to see here that LGD was looking clean the entire way. And we're going to pull up the clip of exactly when it turns in Liquid's favor. You guys talked about the high ground fights, but these aren't a sprint. These fights are a marathon. They have all their buybacks prepared for Liquid. And I can't even talk for the entire duration of this fight because it lasts such a long time. But they're going to get a lane of racks off of this on LGD. But Liquid, backs against the wall, game 2, elimination, down by 13,000 gold, 37 minutes in the game. And LGD looks like they're going to get away scot-free here. They take the lane of racks. You're going to see here that they retreat. And what's going to end up happening here is Chalice is going to look to reinitiate on Centaur. And I don't know about reinitiating into 2 buybacks already from Team Liquid. And this is the beginning of the end, I would say, for LGD, as they get what looks a good counter initiation onto the Rubik, but he has buyback as well. And this is just showing how hard it is to end these games and why heroes like Huskar have kind of fallen out of favor in this meta, just because one little fight like this, no matter how good the game has been going, suddenly what ends up happening after this fight is Liquid chases them down, LG on the retreat, and even though Liquid lost a lane of racks, they're going to get a Roche off of it, and the entire pace of the game goes in their favor. And that one fight is enough to show that, like, even though that was the turning point, the rest of the game is just smooth sailing for Liquid.
There was an upward curve after that. Thank you very much, Brian. Yeah, we'll discuss the Huskar pick because it's an interesting pick for PSG. Probably not something Liquid thought would happen at the start of the draft. They said they did at the end of the draft, which is fine. Nahaz was actually looking at the stats between TA and Huskar, and surprisingly, perhaps, Huskar doesn't have a particularly good time, statistically speaking.
Yeah, I think that a lot of those were going to be the old Huskar, where he didn't have the disarm, and the old TA, where TA actually had a better lane. You could deny creeps using the refraction damage, so the matchup theoretically should be more one-sided. doesn't really necessarily look that way. At least, I mean, it's very early game. Husker, I mean, can't mention the first 30 minutes.
I mean, I think he played it really well as well. There was several in that clip that Brian was showing where he's poking in and out all the time. He's taking the lane of racks. He's doing really well. He survived so many times. I think I said to Gods, like, what's that? Like the 6th time he's gone in and got out with like 100 health. He keeps like a Houdini back in and out. Eventually, he got caught out though.
Yeah, that was there was a lot of incredible plays on both sides. Both Sandnes and Ame doing really good jobs with their heroes. Ame had some incredible armlet toggles throughout that game. But Weeha, I think, just a shout out to him at being able to endure such a hard early game. And, once you're able to start making those changes, first it's the BKB, the game changes for you. Then it's going to be, maybe the MKB helps you out against the Halberd that you're going to be matched up against, but the level 25 talent really secures. TA, she gets a fresh breath of life, where she used to be considered like, oh, eventually she's going to fall off in the late game. But when you give any carry their own disable in their toolkit, they're going to be incredible, and that's what happens to Templar Assassin late game. And sure enough, PSG.LGD, I mean, I like this. I like that this is going to Game 3, not just because of the full series, but because it establishes well the narrative, right? That a lot of people would look back on last year and say PSG.LGD, they should have won upper bracket finals. They should have won the grand finals. They made mistakes. The pressure got to them. And the same thing happened in this game too. And will the same thing happen again in Game 3? Will it happen in the grand finals? Who knows? But this is an opportunity for LGD to be able to rectify the mistakes of the past.
Okay, let's check in with some statistics. First of all, the MVP for this particular game. You have been voting in your droves for the MVP for game number 2. It's not FY this time round. He won game 1. It's Miracle, upwards of 30,000 votes this time round. So that's becoming a little bit more popular, isn't it? Keep those votes coming in via the client, and obviously vote for the favourite or your favourite player of each game. Statistically speaking, obviously, this one was a bit of a backwards and forwards long game between these two as well. So you expect the stats to ramp up a little bit, and as usual they do. Some 41,000 for Weeha on the Templar Assassin, which is some big TA games actually at this event. There was I feel like it was a TA record set in the group stages. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was most last hits, I think, on a TA. At TI. There's too many TAs and TIs. But anyway, it's in there somewhere. But yeah, I mean, stats don't really matter too much at the end of a big game like that. It's all about the momentum, isn't it now?
Absolutely. I mean, some players obviously had great lines. You had Mind Control dying just once. You had Miracle putting up great stats, but teams aren't looking at who died, who got kills. Yeah. They're looking at the end result. And for PSG.LGD, you're thinking a win slipped away, and for Liquid, you're revitalized. You just played.
No, just stop. I want to interrupt you. Sorry, but do you think they let that slip away? Do you think they'll be thinking that, or do they think actually that was always going to be a tough late game?
It was always going to be tough to break high ground, but they're the ones who had the game control was in their hands, and they made the mistakes. Chalice particularly jumping in, reinitiating, even when they're pushing the bottom lane. He's also the one who jumped in, forced a fight that they didn't need to force.
Yeah.
So very much so. Yeah. This to me, that game was PSG.LGD jumping ahead of themselves. Also, I think some bad itemization as well on Lifestealer particularly. So
do Liquid do it that way? Do they look at it and go, well, we got a bit lucky, guys, let's take advantage of that now? Or do they think, actually, we play really well, we played for the late game, we got it?
I think they worked hard to be able to force mistakes out of LGD, frustrate them as much as possible, and when that mistake was finally made 2 different times in going high ground, they capitalized on it really well. They punished those mistakes, and I feel like a little bad for Chalice, because I feel like if they don't walk away winning this series, a lot of people are going to look to him, and he had such a fantastic game 1 and game 2.
Yeah.
Like game 2,
early
he played
game, 30 minutes.
But it goes to show just like these little decisions, like just one moment in time can make everybody look at your game as just awful. And that mid lane engagement, for example, he had a Lifestealer inside of him. That's not necessarily just all Chalice who's making that call, right? But he's the one who has to be the one to blink forward, and as a result, he's going to get a lot of the flack for it.
That won't matter if they win Game 3, though. All would be forgiven, I'm sure, by the LGD fans, who consequently are with Casey and Slacks right now. Well, Casey and Slacks are with LGD. Whatever. Guys, are you enjoying yourselves?
We are, but I think we are here to help re-energize the crowd, give some words of encouragement, right?
Yeah!
Okay, what did you think of the first couple of games?
It just... you know what's cooking?
Boom! Very nice.
Very nice. Liquid.
Oh, Liquid.
Very nice.
Oh, okay.
But
I want LGD to win.
Okay, all right, I like it. You're just lounging over here. What are you doing? Is he hurting anybody? No.
We are all our strengths can hold him.
Nice.
Yes, I like it.
All right, guys. Yeah, I got taught stuff before. We need the crowd to get energized for LGD. Can we do it one more time? What was that again?
LGD! Dong, dong, dong! LGD!
Keep going!
Dong, dong, dong! LGD! Dong, dong, dong!
Well, it looks like the crowd is ready for LGD to take another one. We're going to see what happens, though, Casey. Tough times, scary times.
Especially talking to you, yes.
Absolutely.
Scary times.
Thank you very much, guys. You look like you're having some fun out there with the LGD people anyway. They'll be doing a lot of cheering, I'm sure, in game number 3 to get behind their team, who have fallen to 1-1 right now and just one game away from playing in the grand final at the International. No small matter, of course. I mean, whatever.
Just
for these teams, one game. They've all done it before, you know. No big deal, Paul. Easy enough. Christ, my heart's thumping when I think about that. I don't know what they go through backstage in between these games. Just, you know, do they mentally? Do you think they actually stand there and they go, "We're one game away, guys. Like we can do this," or is it more like, "Guys, don't talk about it. Forget about it. Don't think about the match. Just play the game." Which way would you guys prefer to be?
I feel they definitely say, like, don't think about it, whatever, but in the back of their mind, they're like, oh my goodness, it's a BO1. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Oh no, it's a BO1. We might get meepoed or something. Like, it's in the back of your head at that point now, because it's just one game, and who knows? It's a lot of money.
I'll tell you, I'll be honest. I'm a choker, so I would much rather have as little pressure as possible on me. I would just be like, hey, you guys are just going to go out, you're going to have a fun time playing a pub.
Yeah.
Grant, are you a choker?
Nah.
You played competitively?
Nah, I was pretty good, you know. I was always a support player who just died and played sports, so I knew the blame was never on me.
God?
I get very nervous. My very first LAN final I played in Australia, my legs were shaking the entire game.
You don't strike me as a nervous guy when you play. I always think of you as super calm.
That was like the captain of my team. Everyone's looking at me. I'm just like, I'm shaking. And they're like, oh shit, we're going to lose. they didn't tell me at the time, but afterwards we actually won. They were just like, wow, I can't believe we won.
They're looking to you for inspiration. And they look over them like, this quivering wreck. Oh, God, we're all going to lose.
There's a reason I'm not playing up on this TI stage ball, let me tell you. It's tough however you look at it, isn't it? For both sets of players now, you know, PSG have got that nervous kind of, oh, God, we lost the game. We perhaps should have won. Liquid, on the other hand, are kind of like, we've been given a second life, guys. Just enjoy it. Go out and play. Could be either way, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could also be Liquid like, oh, maybe we should have lost. Maybe LGD's the better team. Oh, God. The dread starts sinking in. It all just comes down to, I think a lot of it is, you know, I think draft for the third game in a series is always so scary. Right? Because you never know where you're going to get that last pick. And that's where, like a lot of that.
Are we going to get meepoed? Are we going to get bruised?
Yeah,
something like that.
So much emotion goes into that last pick, and like, oh God, do we believe in our drafts? Are we going to be able to pull this out? Do they have an advantage? Is this a 70-30 just based off of draft? You know, there's so many things like that could happen.
Yeah, because both teams did it, right? You had a TA, which I saw one other game, and then you had a Huskar. Like neither hero have been played like at all this tournament, and they just decide to pull it out on the loser bracket finals.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what they've got for the third and final game, doesn't it? I'm sure they've got something, right? Yeah, I was going to say, is it going to be something crazy like a clock?
No, they probably want to win.
Poor clockwork. Poor clock. I think it's time we get our teams back out here into the arena as well for game number 3. If you're just joining us, welcome to the International 2019, the lower bracket final. We're all tied up at 1-1 between Team Liquid and PSG.LGD. The entrance to the arena, back in front of the adoring Chinese fans, pinning their hopes on LGD becoming first-time TI winners. Or are we going to get an all-TI final? TI final. You know what I mean by that? They've all played in the TI final before. Yeah. I had to clear that one up, though. It's a mildly confusing statement. As these gents will get themselves settled, we'll get some more thoughts in just a moment from our intrepid crew here on the panel. But first of all, let's check in with LGD as they spoke to Casey pre-tournament.
那去年的 DPC 排行榜老干爹是排在了第6，你们对于去年一整年自己的发挥和这个成绩还满意吗？
就我个人而言的话，对自己一整年的发挥都不满意吧。然后整个队伍的状态，就可能因为一些之前的影响，就肯定是整体来说都不太好嘛。
感觉每个比赛都没有发挥好吧，打得不是很好。今年一整年都就一般吧打的。
那其实感觉这一整年很多选手都有比较大的进步，那你们是否觉得在 TI8 之后，心态上面有没有一些什么进步？
心态肯定进步的呀。
这一整年其实挺难熬的，对吧？那有没有一些比较开心的瞬间？
要说的话，应该是 VG 夺冠的瞬间吧。我们是 VG 老粉，
我是 V 坤，
是 VG 夺冠，我们很开心。
替 VG 开心。虽然去年一整年都很难熬，最难熬的时候是什么时候？
有一段时间 maybe 就逃了，然后回去结婚了，我们非常难熬。
就是在队伍人员不整齐的时候，就会觉得稍微有点难熬一点。但其实那个 Major 你们打的成绩还可以的。
是这样的，但当时就感觉还蛮有希望夺冠的。
查理斯一直在点头。你怎么看那段时间？
那最后一扩手就是我，别说了。
主动背锅是不是？那问一下，去年有哪个人的哪句话让你至今还记得？
就是开始选人了，搬完了，准备1、2手选人了，他突然问了一句 FY， 这把炸不炸？就转头站，这把炸不炸？那会儿就。
那其实老干爹虽然说拿了第6名，但是前面的5支队伍都是很强的队伍，你们是否还觉得自己依然是一支很强的队伍
？VG 最强嘛 ，VG 跟那个秘密独一档，我们就靠后。
我们在采访 VG 的时候，他们说跟老干爹打训练赛河道都过不去。
他们乱说了，我们
一看就是造谣。
就我们一过河道就被他们5个人冲出来乱杀，我们就是训练被他们打个什么10比0这种很正常。
就我们的训练就是被 LGK 操盘，就是都在他掌控下，他想让我们输就让我们输，想让我们赢就让我们赢。就我们出发前 LGK 都特意来说了一句：“你们要谢谢我抬了你们一手，就没把你们打得很惨。”
事实上就是我们根本没怎么赢过他们，
真的很恐怖。
现在看到他们，我们都在发抖。
那再次来到 TI， 2个人是抱着什么样的心态过来的？
肯定是抱着一点积极一点的心态嘛，就不能说想着什么复仇这种，就是你要复仇，你要向谁复仇嘛？还只能向 OG 啊。但是 OG 呢，怎么说呢
？OG 当然也很强
啊，对 ，OG 当然也很强。反正就不能抱着这种心态，肯定要抱着一点正面一点的心态，就抱着这种负面的心态打比赛不太好。
我们在来之前看过一段 FY 的采访，他说他自己的心理预期是，只要不拿第2名、第1名，其他任何几名都可以。你们怎么去看待？你的心理预期是什么？
没有什么预期吧，因为你有些队伍训练不到，然后你对那几个队伍评估也不太确定。认真来说的话，你也预期不了，但肯定就是越往上越好嘛，就排名越靠前越好，肯定是想着去往冠军那边靠嘛。
那这次 TI 在中国不同于以往。除了好好打比赛，你们有没有一定要做的事情？
没有吧，打比赛肯定就专心一点吧。
好，那我们也希望老干爹能够打好自己的，好吗？谢谢。
谢谢。
I'm mildly confused after that. Chalice said in that interview that his expectation for this TI is that they wanted to be closer to being champions. I'm not sure how much closer you can get losing 3-2 in the grand final last year to actually be champions, so they have to win it.
Sounds like it.
He's beat. Well, FY said he wants to get anything except second place.
First or third's fine.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to see him finish third already. I'm already on board the FY train, and I know we've got a few of those in the talent room as well. Time to head in to game number 3.
PSG.LGD versus Team Liquid. Game 3.
This series is going to decide who gets to play in the grand final, a $20 million series out of our $35 million prize pool. And really, this one's also very exciting because it's totally going to shape what that story looks like. I mean, right now, you know, LGD, they definitely had a tough year, but it still seemed like their destiny to take TI9 here in Shanghai. Are we going to see them get the rematch against OG, or will Liquid continue the longest losers bracket run in the history of TI? Kyle, I think when we watched that last game, it was pretty clear that LGD suddenly started to play with a little bit of hesitation.
Oh, for sure. You can see even just with the item choice, Lifestealer going Heart and Butterfly, no MKB, like, you'd have no Abyssal, the damage output just slowed down, and in addition, they just didn't seem confident sieging the base, and if there's anything you gotta do at this level of Dota 2, it's play to win the game. Tidehunter first pick from Liquid, you got to look at Rubik as a follow-up from PSG.LGD.
Yeah, Tidehunter, I want to talk about this hero because between these two teams, they are 7-0 with Tidehunter at the main event. So what better hero, I think, for Liquid would you want to going into the game decider?
Yeah, and you mentioned Rubik, Kyle. I know that this is a hero that is definitely always a talking point up here at TI, one of the most picked heroes of all time. Hello, Rubik. No stranger to this guy, and also you were talking about how important he really was in Game 2.
Of course, we talked about transcendent players, and after the first game, FY with an incredible performance, GH, no slouch, arguably even better, undefeated so far in this grand lower bracket final, and I am jittery right now. It feels like a grand final. Like, we're all just watching on the stage. The crowd is going absolutely nuts.
Well, I mean, you just look at how huge this game really is. When you look at this team and how much pressure is going to be on them when you're in an arena filled with, what, I think it's 18,000 people here today watching LGD. This is who they want to win. If they don't make it, I think it's the first time since TI3 that there hasn't been a Chinese team in the grand final. It's a lot of pressure on these folks right now. I think it's pretty understandable how maybe we start to see TI4, Kyle. I think it's pretty clear how you can see that hesitation come into play. Kyle, stop holding up random numbers.
We've talked about the pressure, and we saw in the player cam before this game started that we was playing in the practice lobby doing blink meld strikes with TA, and throughout the draft book, just pick what you know you're going to play your best game on, and a hero that we've pretty much seen exclusively 9th, 10th this entire tournament, including the group stage, suddenly a first round TA. Obviously very good against Rubik ET. Neither of those supports really threaten you that hard. You jump on ET in the back lines, which is like a really important thing to do when you have this ET counter initiation, but damn, to have the ball as the first round of TA.
But this is what they did at their best performance at a major this year, right? Going back to Disneyland Paris. They were always comfortable just taking Wii's hero early on. He's a TA, a Wind Ranger, a Meepo, Tinker. These are his comfort heroes. And if you think about the rest of the Liquid lineup, Miracle and Mind Control they are incredible at such a large array of heroes. I think that they're the ones that you would want to have that versatility that you get at the end of a draft.
Now, I also do want to talk about that stress that's coming into play. You guys obviously talk about being on a comfort hero, having that ease of execution in your back pocket as well. But let's just look at the tournament runs for these guys. Obviously, we have a lot of experience up on the main stage. Even when you look on the side of Kuro, the most games played out of any player in the history of TI. He broke 200, passed Puppy after eliminating him. I think Puppy only got to 198, so very, very close there. But you look at what their tournaments look like. LGD never really had the pressure on them. They had a fantastic run through the winner's side of the bracket. Liquid has been in the flames the entire tournament.
And this is a situation they've been in before.
Yep.
They have been up against elimination in the lower bracket multiple times, and they know that at the end of that journey back at TI7, they were the inevitable grand champions. PSG.LGD, it's a different story. Like, you don't have that same belief that in the end maybe you'll persevere, you'll win that title. You don't have that same comfort that you've been there before. This is great. I think that the Rubik, though, you've got to be feeling good if you're FY. Like, if you're a PSG.LGD fan, if you're just a Dota fan, if there was a hero you want to see him on in Game 3, it's this one.
And I just want to say that up until that last game, LGD's only 2 losses on the main stage were to Alchemist. And in your mind, maybe you think to yourself, maybe we just kind of give away this one hero. They felt kind of you couldn't touch them. And up until that last game where they had, in our opinion, a draft advantage, they had all the momentum. This almost reminds me of Game 4 of TI8 Grand Finals, where it's in your hands. You're there. And suddenly...
Yeah. And dude, that's a perfect point, because as you said, have been there. They were this close to winning TI. They were this close to making a second consecutive grand final. And it really, we thought it was over. It looked over. And just, if there's anything that kills you in this game, it's hesitation. It's the same in life. You've got to act. And just a couple minutes of mistakes, and all of a sudden, Liquid have a chance to come from behind in what would be one of the more incredible series turnarounds I've ever. They pick up the Rasta, one of the hard counters to Void. We saw Lion picked up by PSG.LGD almost as a pre-counter pick, because you want to have those double lockdown Hex Disable heroes to be able to kill 100-0 the elusive core.
Now, something that Kyle brought up even earlier in the draft is the idea once we get to this portion of picks and you see that third pick get locked in.
Oh,
wow, that's big.
Jesus, into TA, BSJ.
This matchup isn't nearly as bad as it used to be since the refraction doesn't work on denies anymore, but I just love it, man. They're just like, give me my best hero. I'm going to style. I feel like SF, out of all the heroes in the mid lane, is I'm going to style on you. That's exactly what he's going to say, and I couldn't imagine going out any better way or making it to the grand finals any better way.
I was going to ask with the third picks what it looked like they wanted to do to win, what win conditions they were trying to shape up. Now we're going to have a whole lot of information, Kyle, and actually get to peer into what they're trying to put together.
So Liquid have this cool concept coming together. You've got tools to acquire vision with the TA traps. You've got massive team fight both to initiate and the combo breaker now with the Wyvern. You can be able to heal a target that gets chronoed and potentially Wyvern ulti through BKB to just deal with the PSG.LGD team fight. They also have the initiator of the roster, so it's a very balanced composition. PSG.LGD, I think PSG said it best, like, this is a lineup built to style on you. The maybe SF, the FY Rubik, like Ame Void, like these are heroes in the top 3 for these players on every single position.
You talk about styling on them. Is this the game that you want to come out and try to style after you just looked like you were hesitating?
Hey man, it's like Kobe said, doesn't matter how many shots I miss, I still want the ball. That's what a champion's mentality is.
What TI did he play in?
I played in a couple more, I'd say, financially important tournaments than TI, but
that's not true.
That's actually false.
Are you crazy?
Hey, you know,
it's the largest tournament in the history of esports. Dota's been around for 16 years. This is still the biggest it's ever been.
I'm not going to touch that one, Kyle. But I just want to say that if you still have the confidence, like I don't think the way to the solution to losing your confidence in game 2 is to suddenly hesitate on your picks. At least if you go out there and say, I am going to play this hero to the fullest that I can, and like this is my favorite hero to play. I think game 5 of last year's TI Grand Finals said that the most about OG's lineup. None of them were counter picks. None of them were straight up just, this is the best hero for the game. This is my best hero for the game. And I do want to say that LGD, I like the way that each team is playing fights here. You pick the Void against Tide so that you can initiate through the Kraken Shell. Then you pick the Wyvern to save the Tide. And now you have a second hero that's willing to get chronoed. TA has Blink, so she's hard to be chronoed. It's a very hard Void game.
They needed that last pick to be something that could get down and dirty in the team fight. Now you have a Wraith King that can tank the chrono. One of the better counters to SF as well, because as you respawn, that damage reduction on the SF ulti would be negated. It disappears once you respawn. And now I honestly don't know what the last pick is here for PSG.LGD. It's a tough spot.
Hey, I mean, you look at this final pick from Liquid, it's basically budget Alk, right? I think that's one of the... And when you know how strong Alk has been in this current meta, even the budget version, it's going to do just fine.
Yeah. You've got a couple point-and-click stunts and the huge team fight heroes, the Wyvern side. They're covered now. They can play more leisurely on the outskirts of the fights. It's much harder for the PSG.LGD heroes to find them in the back lines. And you've got to think this is an Ame Void, but it is possibly Chalice's hero. He's been on point in this series so far. 30 seconds left.
I know it's in a tie, but how crazy to just do the signature Chalice Batrider, right? Like I know we haven't seen him much, but like it's really good against everything but the Tide. It lanes well. Okay, we go for the Darkseer.
All right. Really cool.
You like this, PSG?
It's more team fight. It makes chronos easier to play. You have like this team fight aura builder now. Previously, none of their cores or supports wanted to build these enabling items for the rest of their team, so I think it fits their draft well, and it's good against TA.
You've got better team fight on Liquid. PSG.LGD had to find some way to ensure they would be able to find and take skirmishes. They don't necessarily want 5-on-5s. They want pickoffs. They don't want to have to use chrono to get kills. This activates the Void so he can stick to a target without having to blow the big team fight cooldown.
Well, this is going to be the lineup for each team that is going to decide whether or not they're going to be able to make it to the grand final. This is going to be the game that will seal their fate, and the implications are huge as to what the story of TI9 is. Are we going to get that back-to-back champion? Are we going to see some new faces in this crowd here in Shanghai? Kyle, I'm gonna put you on the spot here based off the draft. What's your prediction?
Oh God, I can't. I refuse to participate. All right, I have no idea. I just want to see another incredible game of Dota 2. You talk about storylines. PSG.LGD, the last Chinese team remaining. We are here in China. They've got 20,000 people behind them. The booths are alive. This is one of those moments where win or lose, you're just happy you were here. And I know that whatever team ends up out of this, you're not going to feel in the moment, but this is something, kids are watching home dreaming about this. Yeah. You train your whole life to be here.
I can't be more happy that Kyle chose not to give a prediction because nobody at home wants to know what team is going to lose this best of 3. And I just want to say that there's so much team fight, wombo combo. I cannot wait to see this last game.
All right, the wombo combos may be coming on in. Before we get into the game, let's hear what Casey has to say.
All right, I want to ask you about the Shadow Fiend pick. The crowd went wild. It seems like a go big or go home kind of a pick. What can you tell us about that?
你们选了一个影魔嘛，然后当时观众也是沸腾了，然后就想看一下你选这个是出于什么考虑？
因为我们的影魔很自信可以打 TA， 然后觉得这版配合的就是比较好发挥。
Because we have a lot of confidence in our Shadow Fiend in going against TA, we feel that he is going to be able to really carry us in terms of combining with the rest of our lineup.
Thank you so much. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Confidence in the maybe SF, confidence in LGD. You would think it'd be shaken after game 2. Over 30,000 was actually it was a 60,000 swing. It was a 30,000 advantage that LGD had and lost.
Did they have 30K last game?
It was 30K last game. It was up a long way. Might have just been the experience, but it was definitely an advantage pretty damn high. But here we go for game 3. Darkseer appears once again. It seems the only teams that are playing this, it's like you were telling, like OG played it and Liquid have played it, and now LGD played it. Only the top 3 have played it here at TI.
And that's the kind of thing it takes. If you want to get top 3, you need to be able to get creative, you need to be able to adapt, come up with new stuff and execute it properly. And well, Chalice has definitely had some great Darkseer performances in the past, so he's no stranger to this hero. We were considering Batrider as well. Similar to PSG, we were talking about how that could also be a Chalice option. But they do want to have the better scaling teamfight aura carrying offlaner. And it's going to be the exact same lane as Liquid played last game.
I'm loving this between My Control and X-Nova. If it's a dodger route to get the 3rd bounty rune for Team Liquid, X-Nova will TP out. My Control will get a little extra information for that one. And we have ourselves not an aggro train lane. FY, Rubik back again. We'll be down on the bottom lane to work with Mind Control, but Weeha, it's already opening up strongly from Somnus. Burn the Mango, don't care about the souls at the very beginning. Let's just beat the crap out of Weeha, who went side plates first, while Kuro, top lane, drops insanely low. And the CT Spirit, it loves defensive train lanes.
He paid respect to Miracle there. He was worried about getting run down. Okay,
Here's your blast again. You have the Ether Shock, heavy amount of damage. Chalice, low on life this time around. He's not playing a hero with a huge stomp. He's got a hero with a huge amount of damage. X-Nova just stands his ground and wants to keep fighting. Ether Shock's coming off cooldown in a second. Chalice hanging around, but Miracle, he's got another Raid Fire Blast to work with, and X-Nova will be brought down. Miracle in the safe lane is able to get first blood. And I look towards his offlaner. That's Mind Control. He's got himself a creep wave and a half. He's loving this. He's even going to drag it as far safe as possible because Ame is trying to bring his own creep wave and a half over. But the two shall not combine.
This is a lot of experience for MC. He's going to be grabbing it now. FY is doing the best he can to harass, but he will not be successful in forcing Mind Control away from this wave.
Problem is Mind Control can't hold it between the towns, which is probably what he wanted to do, just change the momentum of the wave. Ame has 3 waves on bottom lane. He's got 5-3 CS right now, but there's a lot more sitting down there waiting for him.
Yep. Now he needs to make sure he doesn't miss too many CS in the tower, but this is a very experienced carry player. They never miss CS.
Don't put that pressure. No. These guys are under enough pressure, Syndrome. Thank God, Weeha. Burning sounds once again. 15-5.
He missed one.
Versus 7-0.
Sorry.
Such it.
Still all right, though. But yeah, clearly the big winner so far is Miracle. He got the first blood on the Wraith King, so he's that bit ahead. Looking good on the CS as well.
I'll say it'd feel very good for maybe. LGD were very confident having him in the lane. In fact, he gets a regeneration rune in the bottom river to boot. That's even better for him. But we've also seen Weeha having to play up against a Husker, gone jungle, slow recovery, wait for the right time to fight. And how do those fights actually look? The laning phase, it can be a little bit more passive for the moment after the first blood. How's the team fight meant to look if you're looking for the best one here from LGD?
I mean, the dream is obviously a vacuum into ET Stomp or a vacuum into Chrono, right? You have a couple of plays that revolve around this vacuum, but there's no clear, easy initiation apart from landing a Chronosphere, and at this level of play, it's hard to get good ones out of those. So that's definitely something LGD will have to think about. Maybe you go Yules on SF.
How do they play around things like the Winter's Curse?
Yeah, it's tough. I think the Winter Wyvern pick in this game is excellent, and you have to find either a solution where you get on the Wyvern, or you have so much magic damage that whoever you chrono ends up dying even through Cold Embrace. That's something Shadow Fiend is good at doing, at the very least. But it is definitely
Imagine position.
I would say level of execution required from LGD in this game. This is the hardest lineup to play that they've picked in this lower bracket final.
X-Nova dragging the creep wave. GH doesn't want anything to do with this. Be put to sleep quickly. Kuro is making his way over to Chalice. I'm seeing Shackles available because the stomp's been used by X-Nova. Miracle can come over as well. He'll create the army of the minions, and Chalice wants to surge himself away. But it's already too late. Miracle finds the kill. There's a huge army coming his way too. Kuro, no other control, but down on bottom lane. The Tidehunter will go down as well. Is there another stun? There is. Miracle chalks up another one. 3 in total.
We should, however, remember that this is a tri-lane. We've seen this multiple times now by Liquid, where they start with a tri-lane, they get a couple of kills, but their supports need to be able to find levels afterwards, and you would imagine they don't stay as 3 up here much longer. Maybe GH is going to rotate and sit mid while TA plays mid. I think that would be a really good, or plays jungle. It would be a really good solution to just get GH some good levels onto that Wyvern.
Nice dodge of the stomp from GH, found that small little area. Go instantly into the Arctic Burn. Kuro does have Shackles available. I love how they're actually dragging the camp around the side, so if Nova wants to try and fight this, it's still going to be a little bit more difficult.
Is that 2 for 2 runes?
Seems to be.
I'm only seeing 3. Did one get destroyed? I guess a rune got destroyed, right?
FY, GH, Kuro all picked up 1. Yeah, that's kind of it. Chalice just walks away on the top lane.
They're pinging out the ward.
Yeah.
You know it's got to be there.
Like, who can reach the high ground? You need GH to go up in 5 seconds time, and then they can get rid of X-Nova. Like, you could try and protect this. Up he goes. Instantly munches on the tango. I say it's efficiency, but GH is pretty much at full, so he'll take some tower damage for it. I want to keep my eyes also on bottom lane. Time blocks begin. Mind control's in a little bit deep. FY, he just has to hold the telekinesis. Mind control can anchor smash and try and walk it off. You already see him buying up his items. I think he knows he's kind of dead, but you've already used telekinesis. There's no TP scroll available. They're bringing in the Elder Titan as well. I think they've realized they need more to kill off this Tidehunter. The ET stomp will connect, and they're trying to not all get hit by the anchor smash. And finally, it looks like they'll bring down the watermelon. Finally, jump forward, quick style, mind control. More, taunt them into the trees. He's gonna blend, he's green, he can hide.
Yay! That was probably not worth it. But at some point, the human element kicks in and you're like, we can't just kill this guy. But that took so long. I think Ami lost a full creep wave at the tower. They forced a rotation from the Elder Titan.
GH. Hit that last raid. Oh, just out of range.
Juking left and right.
Gets away. It's a little bit of a problem for Somnus. He'll make up for it by farming up the camps. Mihal was pushing the mid lane, but FY is here to soak up some XP, and my god, does he need it. Level 2, 7 minutes in. Same for X-Nova. You talk about the problems coming in for the Team Liquid supports having to be in these tri lanes. It seems like also LGD's cause having a hard time getting some levels while we are running down FY underneath the tower. Refraction charges aren't up, but he won't need them. FY 4 hits and he gets the kill. X-Nova thought he could just get the spirit out, but there was no time for a stomp. No time for anything. Somnus rotation, Chrono on bottom. It's time for 1 raise, 2 raise, and then 3 raise. That's how we count. We this is how we kill. Underneath the tower. FY again. You thought you were back. Ooh. But you held him back.
That is really bad news. TPing back into dying instantly once again. Elder Titan not in a position to help. Weeha just goes for it. It's kind of almost reckless play, really paying off for him.
And that's a really dangerous hero to start feeding kills to.
Absolutely. He's going to even start damaging the tower right now.
Like, Weeha had to work to get his Desolator in the last game. He's now 8 minutes in, got the double Wraith Bands plus the Power Treads, and now he's looking towards picking up the double Mithril Hammers to finish the job. Miracle in the meantime, going to take that tier 1 tower up on top, while FY, oh, Kuro, how's it look up there? Anyone else actually have a stun? No. Hey, wow, we found the Arteezy counter. They're still going on mid. Weeha, I don't know how aggressive you can be when Somnus is back in the lane. Somnus building for early drums too. Big combat style build. They already found their 1 kill with the Chronosphere on bottom lane. But is this going to be possible again? Mind Control is getting very close to his level 6. Wraith King currently holding the point. And KT needs the reincarnation. So once you blow everything you got from LGD, I'm wondering how you get the sustain. Is it a combat style physical damage build here from the SF? Just become that huge hitter like the Faceless Void?
I'm curious too. SF is a weird hero. You can go different builds and they can all work in the right scenarios, but a lot of the times I feel like the physical build kind of falls flat because you get outscaled by other physical heroes, or if you get caught by stuns, you don't really get to stand and deliver, so you'd rather be a little bit on the outskirts of the fight, throwing raises and casting spells.
They're going after FY, the shackles around, just hold him, and I'll kill him. Weeha, now his 3rd kill of the game.
On Rubik.
On...
4 in a row in the same spot.
And Miracle's going to come to help out. 4 points up in the Mortal Strike. He's looking for a little bit more. Look how aggressive Kuro is getting. He's like, I have 2 Observer Wards. How do we feel about this game? I feel like I can put an Observer Ward between the tier 2 and tier 3 tower. That's how I feel about this game. And then he dodges the Sentry Ward, but FY throws down to get rid of the TA traps. Chrono catching out to TP support. Where is it going to come? Arme starts beating into Weeha, but refraction charges are up. You've already got the kill over the Winter Wyvern. GH is down for the moment, but Arme with no Chronosphere. Maybe the Storm can buy a little bit more space. Liquid, they're moving out to the east, but Mind Control. 4-5-man Ravage. He hits the whole kit and caboodle as LGD. Arme has a time walk himself away. They're back up to the tier 1 tower, but they all get hit by the side blade. Now you're 8-5 plus. Overall's FY. He was meant to be surged away to try and save him. The stop. Everyone goes back napping again as X-Nova runs north. He was the culprit of the mass sleep of Liquid, but they still lose the tier 1 tower. They're getting kills, they're getting farm. Also forgot to flag Miracle, 9.5 minutes in, finished that hand of Midas over on the Wraith King. Now number 1 in the net worth.
Liquid are in an awesome position already. When you get ahead against Shadow Fiend and you take his tower this early, the map just opens up. And Shadow Fiend is one of those heroes where dying just feels so bad. Not only do you die, you lose half your souls. You're a kind of snowball-oriented hero, so these kills almost feel like you're getting 2 kills every time. And Liquid, they don't necessarily have to keep up a super fast pace because
they can.
They can with Wraith King, but if his ulti gets popped, then they need to chill for a bit. It's not even that bad of a disaster. They're still looking great on farm. They have good skilling heroes.
It's just the timings of all these crazy items from Team Liquid. Like Miracle, yeah, I said 9.5 minutes in, he got the hand of Midas. He's now, with the killing of this tower, moved up to 2.1k towards buying that very early Radiance. The Desolator from Weeha is coming on the Courier in just a second once it goes back and picks it up from the stash. But there's still a 12-minute Desolator from the Templar Assassin. Hell, even GH is thinking all he need to do is get a Blink Dagger so I can actually get a Winter's Curse, sit at the back lines, able to change that fight up. LGD had 5 heroes practically holding hands. Even with the noise that comes from this crowd, they'll still be able to hear each other there when they were that close. Bottom lane, where's your jump? They need to start with the shackles. Arme's going to come a little bit further out. FY's nearby. Good time walk away. FY's hoping for a nice steal, and he can always get one from the Wraith King. But he won't get it here. So Deso is done. If you're Liquid, do you think you could force Roshan this early on once Ravage is up in 20 seconds? Is this something you want to do with the TA and Wraith King?
I like the sound of it. I think, yeah. Use the Deso, use the Skeleton.
He's already there.
Use the Serpent Wards. Why not? It's a really good move and a good timing. You're feeling way stronger than LGD.
There's no danger from the Requiem. X-Nova is a little bit further away. The level 5 ET doesn't even have split up, but the Chronosphere from Arme, he's on the wrong side of the map. Now they TP to the tier 2 tower. How fast does Roshan die? It doesn't look like fast enough, but Mind Control, he's hiding in the tree lines. Here comes the ET Stomp. Chalice moves forward, creates the wall. Roshan's already down to 1/3. And SF, Somnus, You do not want to play around a cluster position. Winter Wyvern with that curse can cause a lot of problems. The Weeha wants to go back in again. He's wrapping around the back. They've both got fantastic dance taunts. Yeah, you just spit on the spot, boys. Now, Chronosphere caught the nice target. Weeha in the back line. Ravage, however, from mind control, creates space, and Weeha turns onto Arme, kills him off so quickly. They can break 5 blast on a challenge. He's got nothing more to give. Surge is coming off cooldown. The Hex, the Mass Serverboard. Kuro trapped him off. What goes on is going to be the Shackle. The Curse is out. They're killing off Somnus. Unwillingly with the anchor patch from mind control. All the damage is gone from Liquid. It's all there from Liquid. FY will fall. Charles was able to run back to the shrine, but what started off will now be finished. Team Liquid, 14 minutes into this game, will claim the first Roshan in what has to be one of the biggest games here at TI9, playing for that final spot in the grand final. Liquid have been there before, they want to be there again. And there he gets into Weeha.
And it all starts with Ame thinking he can kill the TA with Ion Chill on top of himself, but it wasn't enough with the Ravage coming in. We're seeing it right here. He even gets a couple of good bashes, but that Ravage from Mind Control, turning everything around, giving Weeha the time to get off a Mel. And they have just enough damage too to make sure Void dies. And this Shadow Fiend movement, I feel like at this point you just gotta cut your losses. This fight is over. Yep. You lost your carry, you lost your big team fight ulti. You're running into 4 heroes that still have a lot of stuff to bring. The Wraith King is just way stronger than you right now.
Do you even question where you question like where the fight is? Like Faceless Void is so far north. Yep. He's battling not just at the northern rune, he's battling on the high ground north of that rune.
If any one of his teammates could connect, that's a kill on TA. But it was only the Darkseer Ion Chill that he had to work with. Nothing else was helping out. And that's just not enough.
Ame jumps away, the fortification just being burnt to keep the tier 1 tower alive on top. Miracle's getting a trade-off on bottom lane. The army of the dead are fighting for Aragon. The tier 2 tower. It's going down quickly. Mass Serpent Wards are off cooldown in 18 seconds time. And this actually, like, if you had like a heat map of Weeha, I don't think he's even had to leave this mid lane. He's just forever keeping the pressure on, always making LGD play on their side of the river. There will be a nice item coming in soon for LGD. The BKB is approaching for the SF. Oh my god, that win probability. 11 or 13%, a small adjustment. But it's still a great position for Liquid.
It feels like it was about the same that we had last game for LGD that time around. So you never know, but absolutely, LGD are in a really, really good position here. They're going to try to go for mind control.
Maybe they can get this with the 3 heroes. Wind up, let it go! The curse! GH was there! He'll stop the ball, the BTS, and mind control! It's a Ravage, and everyone has arrived! Team Liquid! Woo!
They're getting desperate, Toby. That's a desperate play. They're going on a tide next to his tier 2 tower. They're hoping to start it with a stomp into Requiem next to a tier 2 tower.
And Chalice won't even get away from this one. He came for the rune. Weeha grabbed it with the invis. He didn't need it. You definitely saw that one. The panel was saying maybe LGD learned from the last international TI8 Grand Final. They were so close. The resolution, the steal had to be there. FY, pick him up. You've got something to work through. There's a sentry wall up the town, so FY can't hide and meld. But LGD, they have to steal themselves. GH, like, come on! Come on!
And this tier 2 tower is done. LGD, what's your play? You've got to try to do something with the chrono. I think just chilling and farming is not on the... It's not on the table. You can't do it. You're losing all your map control. Liquid is going to take easy control of minimum 2 lanes. They're taking all towers. They're going to start invading your jungle if you don't make any move yourself. And you know you can fight without Ravage right now. This could be a possible opportunity. SF has a decent amount of souls. Liquid just going to go high ground right now.
Yep, massive push down from Kuro. The push on bottom lane, you don't fear it, but now you may have to. Somnus, how much damage can you get out? Miracle already starts over on the Faceless Void. The Stomp is good. Is there going to be any kind of split to follow this up? For the moment, Weeha trapped on the sidelines. They take out the tier 3 tower. Baby getting away. A time dilation. Weeha, the cold embrace from GH. He'll hug his core close, but it's still not enough to stop the Aegis Immortal from going. But the ET splitter very much off target. Miracle's ready to go again. He's looking to jump into the back lines, but Templar Assassin never got the shield up. The curse is out. Faceless Void with the Anchor Smash. Actually, it's maybe enough with the guns. Reduce the armor. So Ame falls down to the rest of his team. So it'll still be a 1-for-1 trade-off with the tier 3 tower going the way of Liquid. They can look to Shrines now.
That looks scary for Liquid for a second. With TA dying twice like this, if Ame doesn't walk back into his team and get cursed like this, they could have maybe snowballed that fight and things could have gotten really, really scary, but quick curse from DH identifies the play, and the gush was actually necessary. That is not a kill without the gush. Even though it's a level 1, the -4 armor was the difference maker there to get that kill. And they're going to take the Shrine. They're not going to make the LGD mistake from the last game of letting this be here. Nope. Straight down it goes. They also have really good heroes for it. Wraith King is one of the best heroes in the game at taking Shrines like this, because a lot of extra damage, low commitment, and it's gone.
This is nice from Somnus, finally having that BKB. But it feels like Weeha's damage is getting more and more out of control. He's working his way in to his own BKB. But the Blink Dagger has arrived on Mind Control. Blink, Ravage is up. Somnus is farming the lane. They'll be very happy not to get the instant stun because they know the BKB's there. So jump up, they'll bait out the BKB. How much damage have you got with the Splinter Blast? Somnus, ooh, boy. That's still your 10-second BKB being committed. And what did Liquid use?
3 seconds later, they would have had a curse.
Ame goes towards mid. FI would get the Hellfire Blast. Wraith King, he's still got the second life. Turns around, tries to do a little bit of return damage into Ame, who will just time walk it off. They slow down as Liquid look for the right opportunity to jump. With Blink Daggers on all these cores, there's always an opportunity. Chrono's on cooldown for another 18 seconds. That's why Liquid are looking for this opportunity.
Look how good vision they have right now. They have this half circle basically drawn outside of the LGD base, so no matter which exit they take, they will be in vision unless they smoke. This is how you corner the map. When you've taken all the tier 2 towers, you want to try to ward similar to this pattern, so the enemy team is just feeling completely locked down. And you will get out farmed. And there's no obvious light at the end here for LGD to just wait for that will turn everything around. It's like, oh, when we get this item on Void or this item on Shadowfiend, we can turn everything around. Liquid is going to outscale you just because they get more farm. Like, their matchups are not bad enough that you can feel happy with being in this state.
The crazy thing is too, like, yeah, items are up, but for a BKB, but you're right, the Blink curse is now there for GH. How to even reach into the back lines to find him? Like, there's so many Blink Daggers, and you're even saving an Arcane Rune. You asked for it in Game 2, Sin. You get it here in Game 3. The bottle on a core, the Arcane Rune. Mind Control even bought it after he saw the Arcane Rune.
Yep. Wants to save it for the fight.
Charles is a little bit out. The only person who doesn't have that Blink Dagger to catch up is Kuro. And with 4 Blink Daggers on Liquid, they can just reposition their team so quickly. And all LGD can do is hide inside the base, but the longer they do this, the bigger the advantage gets for Team Liquid. Of course, Templar Assassin's already burned the Aegis Immortal. Roshan may respawn in 45 seconds time. But even then, LGD will need probably the most glorious Chronosphere of all time.
There's the smoke.
But who do they get? Mind Control's nearby. He's going to reveal himself for a moment. They have to commit everything if they want him.
Oh,
he just blinks away.
They wanted to throw the Spirit out to break the Blink Dagger and then go in with Void, but it jumps out just in time. 6th sense.
And Weeha instantly hits into the melee, racks up on top. Not exactly the most sustained damage you'll ever get, because it may regen through it. So Roshan will find the timer in 5. How about Mind Control? Yeah, I dodged the gank. I'll just stay down here now. Yeah. They're not going to smoke out at me. Roshan's going to be just over a minute. So you won't have to wait that long.
It feels like Liquid is gaining 500 gold more per minute than LGD right now, if you look at it.
Dark's here. He searched himself forward. Does he have... Somnus is nearby.
And this is not even counting bounty runes. They will be in 3 minutes. If LGD don't get out, they're going to lose 4 bounties as well. So there will be another move from them, guaranteed. But is it going to be before the bounty runes or around the exact time of the bounty runes? Do they want to try to get control first? See, they're feeling very, very scared here. There's not barely any movement.
They need something, Sind.
They really do need something. And this smoke bottom was something, but it failed. gotta try again. If this is their last smoke, though, they might want to save it for a potential Roche fight or Bounty Rune fight.
Liquid are coming under the cover of smoke. FY is coming out for rune control. It's almost a little bit closer. FY, fantastic grab. Throws it back with the Ravage better from mind control. Clipping over on 3. The Darkseer can't help. He had mech, but even then, you weren't getting away from Liquid. Rubik dead for 30 seconds. And I gotta tell you, the big man's alive.
That could be an opening for LGD, though. I think that's not too bad. No Ravage for 2 minutes. You can think about trying to go and contest the Roshan now if Liquid start opening it.
Liquid are taking Shrines instead. The TA is down on bottom lane. And while she's showing, LGD know that no Roshan's happening. Maybe this is really smart as well from Team Liquid. Like, why give them the opportunity? You own the map.
Yeah.
You own the farm.
They absolutely don't have to do it.
But unless you feel totally confident at this, which right now, they're not. Wraithing's going back up to farm a little bit longer. The Assault Cuirass is done in 400 gold. They can wait out these next item timings. It's a Bloodthorn build for Weeha as his item choice. Ty's building up Pipe for the team, trying to gain a large portion of that magical damage of LGD. As he said, like, if the Chronosphere hits, you need that magical pop to get the kill. LGD come over, but Team Liquid get the perfect scan. And while we may have changed the sides of the river, it still is the same. Liquid know where LGD is. LGD has a pretty damn good idea where Liquid is. Like, they're grouping up for another 5-man smoke.
They want to fight for the runes.
It's going to be 4. GH wasn't included. They could slip inside of Roshan here, under the cover of the Observer Wards, but if they battle for the rune, where's the opening? There's no dire vision up on the hillside. And the ET Spirit starts to scout. Looking towards Roshan. Miracle. The smoke's going to break over on him. He's underneath the Observer and Sentry. They know it. Arme, as well as Somnus. They're waiting in the tree lines. Somnus, is there a wind-up? Arme, wait, he jumped so far away, but the target he wanted was Kuro. The Shaman, he's protected. GH got the cold embrace up. It's a totally wasted Chronosphere. Weeha, he needs to move a little bit closer to get this catch over towards X-Nova. He's been that range control. Maybe Kuro will go down. The Darkseer illusion. Nope, taken care of by mind control. And X-Nova, the Mel Strike with the DD rune is way too much. The Gush and the TA trap, he can't survive that. ET is down.
What happened? LGD had perfect vision of these heroes walking in, and Ame just jumped across and sold his Shadow Fiend.
And he wanted to go. He wanted to go for the Shaman. Like, that was the primary target at the beginning.
The problem is, I don't even know. Like, these two heroes that walk up, if he chronos them, I also don't think you win that fight because your team is already separated.
Here we go.
Here. So they walk in. The two heroes he's going to see now that he can chrono are Tide and TA. If he chronos them, they're going to get saved by Cold Embrace, and he's going to get cursed. So the play kind of doesn't even exist to begin with. Void has to try to find Wyvern, but can't do it. GH has perfect positioning, and that was just doomed to fail from the beginning. Liquid now get the Roshan for free.
Took that entire fight without Ravage to Team Liquid. It's up and ready to go. Curse is available. And with the Aegis, the Immortal, both are in the hands of Weeha. He's got the money in just a couple of camps' time to get that Orchid flying out in the Courier. But I got a funny feeling he might want to give that cheese over to somebody else. Either that or he's going to be the Immortal TA. Here comes Liquid through the bottom lane. Top tier 3 tower has already been taken, but it looks like they'll look for another one on bottom. No Chronosphere for 28 seconds. And it's the biggest opportunity Team Liquid will probably have. With the Immortal, drop the Observe Ward, that won't last long. But whoever comes out, they know. Can I get this? No, I can die. The Ravage will connect. 3 heroes caught. Instant dead for Arme, and instant buyback as well. The Mass Serpent Wards will be triggered. All of this for a dire Observe Ward, which not only now gets Quelling Bladed down. Chalice, back, ball, able to catch up to the ET. Someone's well getting good control, but the Curse, Shadow Fiend, trapped inside this wall for the moment. Weeha picking up the backlines. Now Somnus, so much of that BKB was wasted by the Curse that Weeha and mind control. They're all jumping in. The Chrono, it's huge. It's called out 3 with the ET splitter. Arme needs more damage alpha, but maybe they've got it underneath the tower. The Cold Embrace, Weeha, they only get the Aegis to the Immortal. More must be gathered from LGD to defend this base. But Liquid, keep on fighting, keep on pushing. The jump forward, the back into the wall. Kuro's going to be careful. He's dropping low. Same with Weeha. Doesn't have the agency model this time. Chalice eats a shot from Kuro, will kill him off. But the revenge is there. Weeha will fall. And Liquid, have you overcommitted right now? Miracle's trying to run out of here. The split the blast. It's good damage. You'll slow him down. Reincarnation comes. Kuro's trying to get back in. The anchor smash with the wind up. It's good damage as well as the sleep. But now Miracle, has he got enough? 5 heroes. Chalice is back to the front lines. Liquid, they're on the ropes. They're running out of here. You've got finally a death, but it's Somnus killed up by mind control. Miracle will finally be brought down when the anchor smash from mind control. He thinks about fighting a little longer. GH, this fight's gone so long. The Kuro has finally fought back. He managed to walk his way back into the fight with the shackles. Arme's held. FY, he's actually able to help create the space, but it's the Darkseer doing it. Chalice. Splinter Blast flies, the mech charges back up once more, but so is the curse from GH. Without the TA in the rating, it does feel like this push is dead from Liquid, but they still want to keep on fighting anyway.
It's a crazy hold from LGD, and they get a huge reward. 1K gold. They had to spend so many buybacks on this. It felt like there was actually only 2.
There was the Darkseer and the Faceless Void who had to buy back. It didn't get caught up in the team fight recap because that fight literally lasted a minute and a half.
Yeah, but it's because it's 2 cores. It's actually not that many buybacks, but it's 2 of the richer heroes in the game. And the return kills that they get, they're nice, but you gotta have to find more than that if you're LGD. But you just have to settle, right? That was pretty much the best possible outcome in that situation for them.
Weeha sees the camping farmed. He just wants to jump over on FY.
He's gotta be careful.
He does. Instead, they look towards the bottom lane. Elder Titan, fresh medallion. Weeha just slightly misblinks. Thought X-Nova would hang out a little longer, but thanks to their sentry, goodbye Obs and sentry of LGD.
Well, Liquid can try to push again whenever they feel like. They can wait for key item. Wraith King's close to BKB.
Oh, mind control. He's got Moonvisor. He's going to walk right on top of Arme. Get some good information. They didn't have an observed ward around here, but Arme, you just feel the fear, man, as time walks away.
Scanning.
He saw him on the sentry.
Oh, yes, inside the trees.
There's an Ob sentry there, so. Oh well, he only needed a sentry, right? Because he had vision already.
Still works.
4 bounties though for Liquid. LGD cannot realistically leave their base and fight for these right now. They're too far behind. Maybe needs to regain souls. He's working on that right now. He's close to a butterfly. He is full on committing for the right-click build. But he's so far behind. He's a Shadow Fiend that's 4.5k behind. That's not how this hero is played. It needs to be ahead or at least tied to feel strong in the game. And they're going to need to rely on Liquid pushing and getting this amazing counter engage again once the BKBs are out.
Liquid are coming. 4-man smoke up. Rubik's going to show himself for a moment. Ravage is ready for mind control. Miracle's holding back just a little bit, but here comes his BKB on the courier. That should not be taken by... Oh, yep. Miracle's actually just walked off. Weeha's run in. A little bit of a split up of the cause here of Team Liquid, but Weeha with a double damage room feels confident enough going up the melee racks. Mass 7 Wars can change their focus. Battling through the backdoor regeneration. Miracle will come and join in. The melee racks will fall. And LGD, they have the combination ready. They just don't want it. Not against that DD of TA.
It's always hard when the best play is to just watch your Rex die. But I don't know. I think they have to try to get this butterfly at the very least, which the Kerr is flying out for, and then maybe you can find a jump. It feels so difficult because you don't really have any low commitment fight starters, right? You can try a Rubik Lift, which exposes FY to get killed because he has no defensive items. Or you can just jump in and chrono, but that's almost impossible when all you see is this one TA. You jump chrono him, instant cold embrace and a curse. You jump and try and chrono the backline, you have no idea where they are. They're either smoked or hidden behind the high ground. So the options, there's like no good option right now for LGD, but at some point you have to pull the trigger and go for it.
Arme. He's already time walked into the tree lines. Mind Control's going to find him over on the corner. Kuro's moving into. He'll be in range for the Hex, but Arme jumps away. Mind Control. Arme. Chrono defensively. There's illusions of doing some damage into Kuro, but Chrono is now down for 2 minutes.
Liquid can go high ground mid right now. They have 40 seconds on the Shaman Serpents, so it will be really good timing when they get to mid. And yeah, you don't get the kill there, but the Chrono is... It's not as good as a kill, but it's pretty close.
Uh-huh.
The Void can't contribute that much in the fights. If he jumps in, Mantis defuses someone, they're going to turn on him right away and he'll be forced out. He has to leave the fight if he can't chrono people.
Here comes Liquid. Bloodthorn is over on the Templar Assassin. We are practically James Bond. A license to kill, a license to dive. And Somnus is presenting himself quite nicely. He doesn't really want him, though. He wants the back line. He's looking towards Chalice. And now, well, you do have the illusions of the Darkseer wall appeared. The Ranger X stops a lot of damage, but the bottom lane's still pushing in too. They've got a catapult wave. LGD beset upon on all sides. Somnus continues to show himself.
Is Core going to use the snakes? Yes,
he does. They're committed down. X-Nova putting Miracle to sleep. Weeha jumps in. It's very hard into the SF. Still has his BKB back, but there's no wall. There's no follow-up. And back is a long cooldown time. 30 seconds at level 4. Now they don't have their team fight control. Not to mention the end of Chronosphere anyway. 35 seconds before it's up. And once again, this feels like the best opportunity is no opportunity. LGD just had to be in the tier 4 towers. No Liquid overcommit. But Weeha, combining with the Master Serpent Wards of Miracle, claim their second melee racks. He wants the range too. The blink away. They look towards Roshan. The timer is now up just over 2 minutes. And Liquid, they will be methodical about this. They are so far ahead. They have all the map control. And the onus is on LGD to do something. And maybe not. Miracle, he jumps in. Somnus explodes! You thought Liquid were gone. You thought you could breathe for a second. Now SF's down and he has buyback available. And if he doesn't commit it, they're up against Megas. Even if he does commit it, they're probably up against Megas. Ame has the Chronosphere available. Liquid, they smoke up themselves. They were in range of that Radiant Orbs, however.
They want to Blink Ravage the SF and end the game if they can. If Somnus gives them even a moment of opportunity, they're going to pounce on it and the game will be over.
All eyes on Somnus.
Super careful.
They see him. They're slipping in.
Yep, Miracle's coming in through the bottom. He will have a line to jump here.
Somnus, there's your jump. Miracle. Oh, no, you got the BKB up from Somnus. Miracle almost baiting it with this initial reincarnation. They burn through the BKB. Mind control, put to sleep for the moment. Thanks to the ET Stomp. That BKB is down to 6 seconds and it's down for a minute. But it's 35-minute bounty runes. There's more money to be had. Maybe they can get a kill over on Kuro. Back in again. Chronosphere is available. The Hex over on Chalice. Curse is out from GH. Space be created, but remember mind control. He wants to try and find Somnus instead. He'll just get the huge Ravage. Void's already down. Darkseer is trapped. The mech is up, but he's already down. See the flash of green light as Miracle stares into Charles's eyes and just ends it. Ame wants something back. Weeha able to actually now be chroned up. BKB trying to protect him. GH doesn't have that save. Been through the Winter's Curse, but he's gone through the cold embrace. Weeha can just blink away. Perfectly timed on the refraction. Miracle jumps in, kills that fly. Is there a rebuttal? There's not. Ame's already gone down. Two heroes in the long range shackle. Kuro from the hill. X-Nova can't move anywhere. FY is trying to get the big chase done, but they're just fighting back now, LGD. They're throwing corpses at Team Liquid, trying to repel them out of their base and keep the TI9 hopes alive. As the Raxes, they will all go down. The Megas will come up from Liquid. And LGD, without Chrono, without Darkseer, SF, without a soul, they have to try and push back Team Liquid with the Master Serpent Wards down. The jump comes in. He's getting huge melt damage. Somnus, he's going to fall. That should be the game right there. GG! Team Liquid win against LGD. They have dropped one game in this entire lower bracket. It was in this series, but they fight back and get into their second TI Grand Final to go up against the defending champions, OG.
What a way to do it. That means we will get a repeat champion this year as well.
We will.
We will guaranteed get minimum four. Minimum 4 repeat champions this year. As the only player in the Grand Finals that has never won it before will be Weeha. He's been there though, but he has yet to win it. So they will get a little bit of time to rest, of course, before that long best of 5. But man, what a game to end it on for Liquid. They just played amazingly this game. I love the draft. The Wraith King pick was fantastic. It did everything it needed to do. They played the lanes well. They played the fights well. And LGD, they drafted something that was just too complicated in this game. Not to say they can't play hard things, but this lineup in this game, everything that needs to happen is just so unlikely to get the type of fights you're looking for. Liquid's way more straightforward, more options, more ways to play around the map.
As Kuro said in his interview yesterday, we're the best. He believed in his team. He picks them the solid heroes. Weeha, go ham. Mind control, go control, and just push us through to 2-1 victory over LGD.